Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
What a good idea, Orochimaru. Tsunade couldn't help but praised with joy in his heart. This is the first successful example of their experiment for so long. Even if the experimental subject exploded just now, it was controlled in the arm, and important parts such as internal organs and brain were very stable. It seems that the serum is not enough. It seems that the injection ratio needs to be tested a few more times. Maybe it has something to do with the cells. Orochimaru, this guy is handed over to you. If he passes the test next, teach him to refine chakra and try to learn wood style ninjutsu. If he can learn wood style, that would be a good thing for Konoha. Before finishing speaking, Tsunade left. She was going to go to Kahn to report the good news and apply for some extremis virus serum. After Tsunade left, Orochimaru laughed a few times in a hoarse voice. It is certain to test wood style, but he will not hand this person over to Konoha. If the experimental subject can really use wood style blood successor, he can use it successfully wood style, Orochimaru will kill him. The cooperation with Kahn has not yet come to an end. Tsunade is a bit too taken for granted, and she will only sacrifice Nawaki's future by doing so. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is indeed a crucial promotion for human body research, but her emotional intelligence is too low, and Orochimaru has to take on the aftermath, otherwise the cooperation may be accidental. After a few days, Kahn received the news, but he didn't go back immediately, but rushed to the experimental base after dealing with the things around him. About 5 days later, when Kahn arrived here, he found that Orochimaru and Tsunade were leading a person to practice ninjutsu in the woods outside the underground laboratory. It's too late for you to come, Mr. Tusher has learned ninjutsu in the past few days. After Tsunade noticed Kahn's arrival, he waved happily to him and called him over and said. After Kahn approached, he found that Mr. Tusher looked at him with a trace of hatred in his eyes, and then quickly lowered his head. He knew in his heart that he was probably the first batch of death row prisoners, and he himself showed up at that time. This man should have guessed that he was the mastermind behind the experiments on death row prisoners. But Kahn ignored these people. Since he is a death row prisoner, he must die in the end, so he turned his head and asked Tsunade, "Have you started learning ninjutsu?" The progress is good. It seems that Mr. Tusher is also a genius. I don't know about this. If you have white eyes, you can clearly see the flow of chakra, but I prefer that the extremis virus endowed the experimental subject with the wood-style instinct contained in the first Hokage cells. Orochimaru explained to Kahn, but when he saw Kahn was a little confused, he thought that the benefactor was half-baked in terms of ninjutsu and human body research, so he changed his explanation. Mr. Tusher spent 3 days learning the simpler clone technique, but was unsuccessful, but it took only 1 day to use the wood-style ninjutsu. When Orochimaru said this, Kahn nodded with some understanding, that is to say, the wood-style blood inheritance tends to be more instinctive in him. That's it, if wood-style can be reproduced, then Sharingan, white eyes, ice shield and dead bone pulse. Orochimaru. Tsunade stopped him by yelling, "How can such a thing be said openly? If people from the Uchiha and Hyuga tribes know about it, they will definitely not stop." The blood successor family has a morbid desire to protect the blood successor boundaries of their own family, which is the foundation of their family inheritance in the ninja world. Kahn was a little surprised and said, "I probably understand, but I didn't expect extremists to have this ability. The principle is probably to get a new life in the midst of destruction. If a blood successor is transplanted at the cell level using a conventional method, it is likely to cause the self-collapse of the living body. However, the extremis virus can just avoid this problem. After the destruction, it will fusion becomes one's own heir. And before injecting the extremis virus serum, the test subject's own cells are used to culture the extremis virus and grandfather's cells in a vessel to create a new serum, which can also reduce the risk. Tsunade explained to Kahn eloquently that she had gained a deeper understanding of the bloodline limit through studying the extremis virus. Although there is a chance to do what Orochimaru said, what she wants to do most now is to help Nawaki recover. Kahn nodded, pointed to the experimental subject named Tushar with a smile on his face, and said, "I see. From this point of view, it's really hard work for you too, so this person. I think. The data and blood samples have been collected, and the records are very clear. With these data, it is enough help for the next experiment, in other words." Orochimaru paused when he said this, and then waved his hand. Several pythons as thick as forearms appeared from his sleeves, wrapped around the experimental body named Earth Rock, and the pythons exerted force instantly, directly wrapped around the neck and waist strangled him. Then Orochimaru quickly formed seals, and when Tsunade was surprised, he used Earth-style ninjutsu, directly crushing the body of the test subject, and then buried it deep in the ground. After finishing all this, Orochimaru laughed twice and said, "Okay, Mr. Kahn, Mr. Tushar is now more than 10 meters deep underground, and I believe it will become worthless nourishment in 7 days. Hey, Orochimaru, why are you doing this?" Tsunade looked shocked, but before she could finish her question, Orochimaru reached out and patted her on the shoulder, interrupting her subsequent questioning. "Calm down, Tsunade, the experiment is not over yet, they are just death row prisoners, Mr. Kahn, go inside and talk. It just so happens that I also want to know more about the extremis virus." Kahn readily said that if the success rate can be guaranteed, then he can also inject the serum of the new version of extremis virus. Before going to the underground experiment base, Kahn saw that Tsunade was still struggling, so he persuaded, "Don't think so much, Tsunade, I brought you a condolence item, I believe you will like it." Orochimaru's move won his heart. He never planned to let these death row experimental subjects go. This idea will not change because of the success of the extremis virus, even if the experiment is successful, their value will not change much. The greatest value from the very beginning is the extremis virus serum, not an experimental subject who can inherit wood-style blood. Tsunade just saw the wood-style, but didn't expect a deeper level. In contrast, Kahn prefers Orochimaru's acting style. He only cares about goals, while Kahn values results. The two can be said to have similar temperaments. When the goals are the same, they are the best partners, but it is hard to say if the goals conflict. After arriving at the experimental base, Kahn watched the experimental process of the soil and rock experimental body. "Could you try a few more times? Orochimaru, I hope to be a little safer. The current success rate doesn't make me feel at ease." Orochimaru smiled and said, "Of course, after all, Nawaki is also my disciple, and I won't feel relieved to inject him with serum in the current result. Brother, please ask for a monthly pass and follow-up reading. If half of the brothers in the collection follow-up reading every day, I can rush to Sanjiang now." After the first successful case, Orochimaru conducted another 30 cases of extremis virus injection experiments at the same time. Kahn also provided a lot of serum at one time, but Orochimaru used them all. If all of this group of people are successful, then 2 more groups of people will be able to inject serum for Nawaki and Kahn. When he was at the experimental base, Orochimaru once approached Kahn privately, wanting to exchange a tube of extremis virus serum from him, which can be exchanged with all his ninjutsu savings, but Kahn did not agree to the transaction, but gave him directly a tube of serum. The creation of the extremis virus is not difficult for Kahn, not to mention that Orochimaru has nothing to show for it now. He has not seen the scroll of forbidden technique, and the ninjutsu on his body is still based on snake ninjutsu and escape. Host. The greatest value of Orochimaru is himself. From now to the passing of Boruto, it has been about 40 years in total, but Orochimaru has developed biotechnology to the level of rejuvenation and human cloning by himself. It is not too much to say that this kind of character is cursed by knowledge. The reason why Orochimaru became a villain and hated by everyone is because he did not become Hokage. If he studies forbidden technique after becoming Hokage, he will become the same existence as second Hokage, perhaps stronger than second Hokage in biological research. After all, after Orochimaru becomes Hokage, he probably has no mood to study politics against Uchiha. When Orochimaru was conducting batch serum experiments, Tsunade and Kahn were also planning to go to Konoha together. Tsunade will return to Konoha every once in a while. She also has the task of reforming the medical system. Although many things are on the right track, according to Kahn's suggestion, one plan are carried out quite smoothly, but Tsunade still has to check it out. She is not like Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru took a long vacation, he still needs to use Shadow Clone to do some B-level or C-level tasks. As for A-level and S-level tasks, it is difficult to complete with Shadow Clone, and Orochimaru cannot do without body. In Orochimaru's eyes, the experiment of Extremis virus serum is much more important than Konoha's mission. And after going back this time, Tsunade is going to bring Nawaki over. If the success rate of the experiment is high, she will make Nawaki become a ninja again, and after injecting the Extremis virus serum, Nawaki may become a ninja like his grandfather. At this point, Tsunade is still very grateful to Kahn, and at that time Orochimaru also explained to Tsunade afterwards why he insisted on killing Tusher. After listening to the explanation, Tsunade also realized his innocence. Fortunately, she had Orochimaru's help, otherwise she would have committed something as stupid as the old man. Tsunade reassured Kahn to go to Konoha, and also said that Kushina always inquired about him, and Kahn also had some things to deal with in Konoha, visiting the Uchiha clan, and telling Yakushi Nanoyu some things by the way. Now he may have been on Konoha's blacklist, at least on the blacklist of Konoha's high-level people. If he can't hire Uchiha clan ninjas as guards in Konoha in the future, he may not even feel at ease walking. Those guys who dare to use Cloud Shinobi against him this time will dare to let Umbu do it next time. I don't know why Kushina has such a good relationship with you. You must know that she and the team members seem to get along well. That little girl is about to treat you like family. Near Konoha, Tsunade complained to Kahn that she felt that Kushina asked Kahn 10 times more than she asked her. Forget it, Tsunade, Kushina is a little younger, but not stupid. Kahn shook his head and said to Tsunade, I remember that Kushina is from a foreign village. After coming to Konoha, she was hated by the people around her from the ninja school. Something like that happened a while ago. It's okay if it succeeds, but because of Kahn, those plans of Konoha's high-level officials have been destroyed, and now Kushina should be deeply suspicious. The Konoha executives may also be a little worried about Kushina, but Uzumaki Mito can't last long, they have no other choice, unless they give up 9 tails, but no one will agree to the stupid choice of giving up 9 tails. If 9 tails is reborn to be captured by other ninja villages is an unimaginable loss for Konoha. Those of Sarutobi Hiruzen have seen Uzumaki Mito in 9 tails mode, which is far more powerful than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Without giving up, no one can become a 9 tails Jinchuriki except Kushina. When Namikaze Minato was at his peak, he sealed half a 9 tails, and his body was so paralyzed that he could hardly move. If it was a whole 9 tails, even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't bear it, and only Chakra's special Kushina was suitable to become 9 tails Jinchuriki. Tsunade also couldn't answer about Kushina's matter. This matter was Konoha's fault. After a moment of silence, she suddenly turned her head and asked, this time I'm going to Konoha, so I'll live in the Senju tribe's land. Then I'll bother you. Is it so happy to agree this time? Kahn said helplessly, after all, safety comes first. I tried my best to avoid getting into trouble in Konoha, but I didn't expect the trouble to come to me. Tsunade thought for a while, but still didn't reveal Kushina's identity. Although the village didn't say it clearly, she knew Kushina's identity well. She had the same red hair as Mito's grandma, and Kushina occasionally revealed that she had to learn from Mito's grandma's sealing technique, plus Grandma Mito's age. Kushina should be accepted as the next 9 tails Jinchuriki, but now Kushina is very close to Kahn, a native of the village. The old man was probably in a hurry to do something stupid, and he offended 2 of you, really. Tsunade didn't know what to say to Sarutobi Hiruzen either, she couldn't think of a second word other than stupid. Boss. You are here. Near the evening, Kushina saw Kahn when she returned home after a long day of busy and boring D-level missions, and asked with a surprised expression on her face. However, Kushina thought that Kahn hadn't come back after leaving for such a long time. She only asked Ms. Tsunade to bring gifts a few times, and even gave her a letter. She didn't consider herself a friend, so she was still a little angry, and her face turned from sunny to sunny in an instant. Een walked to the dining table. But before Kushina could speak with a sullen face, Kahn pointed to the corner of the living room and said, "I'm sorry, because I have been busy with business for a long time, these are gifts for you. So much is mine. Cough cough, since I'm busy with business, there's nothing I can do about it." When Kushina saw the pile of presents as tall as her, her eyes lit up immediately, but she instantly realized that the change was too fast, so she wanted to change back to the bitter and gloomy expression just now. But the gift and Kahn were there, Kushina couldn't pretend anyway, she could only try not to laugh, then washed her hands and sat at the dining table, waiting for dinner with Nawaki and Kahn. This time, Kahn asked him to deliver a barbecue meal from his store. Tsunade only needs to unpack it and serve it on the table. Hiruzen, you got the message, right? In Hokage's office, Danzo pushed the door open, waved away Umbu on the left and right, and then directly asked Sarutobi Hiruzen. So what if you know, Danzo, do you still want to do something small? When Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, he was still looking at the secret letter in his hand. Although the war between the big countries is over, the secret struggle has not stopped. In order to win the refuge and missions of the small countries, the 5 great ninja villages are still sending out Umbu or mission teams are fighting on the territory of small countries. He didn't succeed in his calculation last time, but it aggravated the other party's vigilance. He used to come to Konoha to check the business from time to time, but now he almost gave up the business in Konoha, and he didn't come again for a long time. And after coming here this time, I followed Tsunade all the way, and even lived in the Senju tribe at night. It also caused Kushina and Tsunade to be a little alienated from him. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little regretful in his heart. He had been in a high position for a long time, and he almost forgot that the most important thing for a ninja was information. Danzo and 3 others talked to move. This is because his Hokage didn't take it into consideration. Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely not make such a mistake this time. Hiruzen, Umbu also found some medicines in the country of water, which was passed down from the country of water, and it is said that Kirigakure sent it there. Danzo took out 2 medicines brought back by root ninjas and put them on Sarutobi Hiruzen's table. Although they looked good, only Kahn in the ninja world could take out this exquisite medicine. Since Danzo said so, it means that Kirigakure is also buying medicines in bulk. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. This was the consequence of the last incident. Although it failed in the end, Namikaze Minato leaked the news completely by accident, but he did not expect the other party to be so perceptive. Hiruzen, what are you going to do? Danzo asked again, but Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette, then shook his head. Danzo, do you know how many Umbu I sent to find out about Kahn? There are 3 teams of Umbu outside Konoha village, but they didn't get anything. The only time the perception ninja detects someone using Earth-style ninjutsu, the perception disappears for a split second. Earth-style ninjutsu. Danzo frowned as he thought about it, and then a shadow flashed across his face, and he said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, in this case, why don't you just take it down? If you haven't even checked the background, don't say such things again. If you can't even get the information, it's better to wait, otherwise, with the financial resources of the other party, it will be a trouble for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen refused without thinking. It is easy to take down a person, but it is stupid to take Kahn and get nothing. By the way, Hiruzen, now that Kahn and Tsunade returned to Konoha, does it mean the research that Tsunade said? After talking about the prelude for a long time, Danzo said his purpose. When he was fighting Sand Shinobi village, he was accidentally injured in the hands of Sand Shinobi's puppeteer. Although he was treated, his right arm and eyes were still disabled, so he had to not wrapped in bandages. For his injury, even medical ninjas can't do anything about it. When Danzo heard the news, Danzo's heart suddenly became cold. Konoha didn't need a useless Hokage, his dream was basically ruined. But knowing that Kahn had an extremis virus serum that could heal all injuries, Danzo's mind became active again. I'll ask Tsunade, but you also know that the so-called extremis virus serum was controlled by that Kahn, and Tsunade. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. If the incident a while ago hadn't happened, Tsunade would have interceded for Danzo, but now it's difficult. I see, I'm just asking, everything is still the matter of the village. Danzo's tone suddenly sank, as if he was a person who worked for the village but could not get aftermath. This attitude suddenly softened Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. After all, his old teammate became like this for the sake of the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette and thought for a while before speaking. I'll talk to Tsunade, Danzo, but I'm not sure if it works or not. Sister, is this true? Senju tribe, Nawaki asked happily. When he heard the announcement just now, he thought he had heard it wrong, but after confirming it again, Nawaki's happy eyes filled with tears. It's true, Nawaki, and it will also give you great power. You should make good use of this power when the time comes. Tsunade also stroked Nawaki's hair very happily, seeing her brother's heartfelt happiness. This is probably the best harvest she has had these days. Sister, when can I go? Tsunade patted Nawaki on the shoulder, beckoned him to calm down, and said, wait for Orochimaru's notice. There is only one successful case. Now I will take some cells from your body, and then I will bring the finished product directly, and you will be fully recovered, Nawaki. So Orochimaru-sensei is helping me too. After Nawaki heard the words, he suddenly laughed happily, but his words made Tsunade a little bit tasteful, and then he hammered on Nawaki's head with a bang, and Nawaki covered his head and said good things for a long time before sending Tsunade back again. Laugh. By the time Tsunade told Nawaki the news, Kahn had already returned to the guest room. He is going to meet Nanami tomorrow, and by the way, recommends Yakushi Nanoyu to Tsunade. With Nanoyu's talent, he may be able to learn Tsunade's skills in a few years, and then she can become Kahn's most powerful assistant. And Tsunade also wants to accompany Kahn. This is his strong request, otherwise a few roots will cause him trouble. Knock knock. Suddenly there were a few knocks on the door of Kahn's guest room, and after he said please come in, the door was opened, and then a small head of red poked in. Kushina, next time don't go to a man's room late at night. After Kahn saw that it was Kushina, he warned that it would be easy to misunderstand. He is a businessman but not in the copper smelting business. Boss doesn't matter. Kushina muttered in a low voice, walked in and closed the door, then sat on the edge of the bed, curled up with her two slender legs. Seeing that Kushina looked a little strange, Kahn couldn't help asking, Kushina, do you have anything to worry about? After hearing this sentence, Kushina paused for a moment, but did not answer immediately, and remained silent for a while, and Kahn also patiently waited for Kushina to speak out on his own initiative. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Kushina said in a slightly aggrieved tone, Boss, what should I do if I become a monster? Ask for some votes. Ors. Another note, Kirigakure's blood mist was before World War III, and at the latest during World War III, but it's not possible to change policies while fighting. There is a high probability that it will be before World War III. Obito's memories, when killing Mist Shinobi Umbu, said, the village of blood mist. What monster? Kahn pretended to be puzzled, but guessed in his heart that Kushina should become Nine-Tails Jinchuriki during this period. Thinking of this, Kahn was still a little sad. Maybe it would not be so easy to see this girl again in the future. Hearing Kahn's question, Kushina didn't know how to describe Nine-Tails. In the end, he could only use his few adjectives with his dancing hands and said, it's just a very scary monster. After a while, it's going to be a monster like that. Kushina, the scariest thing for me is when someone trades and doesn't give money. Kahn patted Kushina on the head, and said to her in a comforting way, thank you for your reminder. I finally remembered. You still remember the last time I invited you to play a game console? You ate a dozen boxes. By the way, is there no bill for dessert? Ah yes, is there such a thing? When Kushina was reminded by Kahn, she immediately remembered what happened that day, and immediately pretended to be ignorant, while turning her head stiffly, and looked at the guest room. Boss, yes, did you remember wrongly? You are really not suitable for lying, Kushina, this guilty look already shows that you have remembered this matter. Kahn had a standard businessman smile on his face. He took out an abacus from somewhere, and said to Kushina while fiddling with the beads. A piece of high-end chocolate truffles is 300 taels. I remember that there were more than a dozen boxes that day. Let's count as 19 boxes. 19 boxes of high-end chocolate truffles, in total. After hearing what Kahn said, Kushina immediately said anxiously, there are only 13 boxes in total, and I didn't eat such expensive things. After Kahn heard the words, he looked up at Kushina, then smiled and continued to fiddle with the abacus. Really? Then calculated according to 13 boxes. I am a businessman. It should be normal to calculate interest if I owe money. The total is. The rattling sound of beads sounded in the room, and Kushina's fear of 9 taels gradually turned into fear of the sound of beads. Finally, after Kushina swallowed, the sound of the beads stopped. A total of 763,700 taels, thanks to you for reminding me, Kushina, remember to pay back the money as soon as possible, otherwise the interest will increase. I remember that you are now a ninja, and you should be able to make a lot of money bar. After hearing this number, Kushina's eyes were as big as walnuts. Boss, you are such a devil. The devil follows the principle of exchange, and I follow the principle of exchange. It's completely different. Kushina, remember to hand me your little orange purse tomorrow morning, so that the interest will be less. Kahn patted Kushina's head in fear, and then in her angry dissatisfaction, he took out a box of unlabeled fruit-flavored lollipops and stuffed them into Kushina's arms. Go back to sleep, don't think about it anymore, practice hard, complete the task well, and then pay back the money well. Then Kushina was pushed out of the room by Kahn, but before closing the door, Kahn still did not forget to tell Kushina to remember to send an orange small wallet tomorrow morning. And after Kushina left Kahn's room, she was still a little dazed. She wanted to talk about it, why she owed hundreds of thousands of taels inexplicably, and it seemed that she had written an IOU. What a horrible boss. This idea flashed in Kushina's mind, but after seeing the candy in her arms, her bad mood of becoming 9 taels Jinchuriki has dissipated, and she can imagine now, even if she becomes 9 taels Jinchuriki, go to Kahn boss if it is, the other party will waive the IOU and take her small orange purse away. Hey! After Kushina thought of that scene, she couldn't help but smirked a few times holding the lollipop jar. She will go to practice at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning to see how the boss finds her. Kushina, what are you smirking at? What's in your arms, food? Kushina didn't notice Tsunade when she was giggling. After hearing this, she tried to hide the candy, but it was too late now. Tsunade walked quickly to Kushina, took a look and said unceremoniously, don't hide it, I have seen it all, these are given to you by Kahn, give me half. Miss Tsunade, half is too much. Kushina quickly shook her head and refused. She suspected that she was surrounded by villains, and she had just stepped out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's den. Although Kushina fought hard, she was too small, and Tsunade took half of the candies in the end. On the second day, Kushina went to practice quietly with her small orange purse before dawn. As for Tsunade, she followed Kahn to his shops, except for explaining some things to Chihai, is to recommend Yakushi Nanoyu to Tsunade. The talent shown in medical ninjutsu, Yakushi Nanoyu's talent surprised Tsunade. The student who just graduated from the ninja school has been compared with some 20-year-old medical ninjas in terms of medical ninjutsu. Up. After the assessment of Yakushi Nanoyu, Tsunade decided to accept her as a student on the spot, but she had no time to teach Yakushi Nanoyu herself, so she could only arrange her to Konoha Hospital to study with other medical ninjas for a period of time. After she finishes dealing with Nawaki, she will come back to teach Yakushi Nanoyu. Let me tell you first, I will never enter Uchiha's clan. The last time I brought gifts for you was already the limit. Tsunade said to Kahn with a displeased face that the blood inherited from her body is not compatible with the Uchiha clan. If she enters the Uchiha clan, although she will not be expelled on the surface, surveillance and supercilious eyes will definitely be indispensable. It doesn't matter, it's enough to send it near the Uchiha tribe. I believe no one will shoot wantonly in the base camp of the guard. Kahn said with a smile that he had inquired a lot about the Uchiha clan from Tsunade, including information about the current patriarch and some key members. The current Uchiha family has experienced the turmoil led by Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Setsuna, and the Hawks are very rare, basically all are Uchihas who yearn for peace. Even if they encounter political injustice, these people basically intend to exchange their credit on the battlefield for political status in the village, which is relatively easy to communicate with Uchiha. Although Senju and Uchiha dislike each other, Tsunade also has a high opinion of the current patriarch Uchiha Hamada. Just send it here, and then I will visit them myself. Kahn held the gift in his hand and said to Tsunade that the Uchiha guard is 100 meters away, so it would be inappropriate for Tsunade to give it to him. After Kahn left the Uchiha tribe, he found that Tsunade was still waiting for him nearby, so he hurried over. When Kahn approached, Tsunade asked, "Is the talk over?" If it's just about the visit, they treat it solemnly. As for other things, it's neither a success nor a failure. Kahn shook his head and said that he met Uchiha Hamada, but that was all. He didn't discuss other things. After greeting and expressing his gratitude, Kahn left. Uchiha Hamada has a lot of knowledge. He has experienced the second generation for a generation. Now Konoha's thoughts on Uchiha are only some ideas of Konoha's high-level executives, and there are no signs of it. Is it a matter of business cooperation or something else? So I just kept silent. The current patriarch is not easy to convince, so we can only wait for the next one. Fortunately, Uchiha Hamada should be a good old man. Uchiha Fugaku is about the same age as him, and he should soon inherit the position of patriarch. In the following time, Kahn stayed in the Senju tribe when he was free. If he wanted to go out, he called Tsunade, while Tsunade took the time to deal with the affairs of the village, and by the way, he used shadow clone and transformation technique to help Orochimaru clear some tasks. It was a condition for Orochimaru to stay in the research lab, and Jonin, a Hokage disciple and Konoha, would be sorry for his reputation if he had too much free time. Moreover, after the end of the war, there was an outbreak of missions, and a large number of missions were accumulated. Almost every Jonin was assigned a lot of missions, so Tsunade could not accept missions from the village in the name of reforming the medical system, but she still had to help Orochimaru complete the quest. One day, Tsunade suddenly came back from Konoha Hospital in the morning and brought good news to Nawaki. "Nawaki, come with me, Orochimaru's side has succeeded." As soon as Nawaki heard it, he knew what Tsunade's words meant. He immediately got up excitedly and set off with Tsunade. Afterwards, Tsunade passed the message Orochimaru had given her to Kahn, and let him have a look. The remaining dozens of test subjects have all succeeded, and none of them have failed. As for the successful experimental subjects, they must have been dealt with by Orochimaru. These few words mean that Orochimaru has dealt with dozens of human lives, but both Tsunade and Kahn ignored this matter. The three simply cleaned up and set off directly. Originally, Tsunade wanted to bring back serum to inject Nawaki, but Orochimaru felt that the research base had a lot of equipment and could monitor Nawaki's physical reactions at any time, so Orochimaru persuaded Tsunade. At the gate of Konoha, Tsunade was interrogated by the guard, but the two gatekeepers, Chunin, were frightened back by Tsunade's stomp on the ground. Although ninjas are not allowed to leave the village without a certificate, it depends on who the other party is. After World War II, Sanin's name has been spread, not to mention that Tsunade is the granddaughter of the first generation and second generation, and the apprentice of the third generation. After leaving the village, two of the three are common people. Nawaki's current physical fitness is not even as good as Kahn's, so the speed is relatively slow. However, Tsunade separated a shadow clone, and the main body and shadow clone picked up the two of them, and directly it took less than a day to rush to the experimental base and arrived here. After the three arrived at the experimental base, Orochimaru had already cleaned it up. Ms. Orochimaru. After seeing Orochimaru, Nawaki went up to say hello happily. Orochimaru smiled and said to Nawaki, "Nawaki, come with me, after today, you will be back to normal." Afterwards, Tsunade and Kahn also followed, but Kahn checked the surveillance first. He was afraid that Orochimaru would falsely report the number of successes in order to save the extremist virus serum, but after speeding through the surveillance video, Kahn was relieved. All the test subjects have adapted to the new version of the extremist virus serum, and more than 90% of the test subjects have awakened with style, and the rest of the test subjects are so poor in using ninjutsu that Orochimaru couldn't hold back his patience and killed them directly. The extremist serum he had left for Orochimaru had all been used up, which added another point to Kahn's evaluation of Orochimaru. After arriving at the lab, Orochimaru asked, "Kahn, do you want to configure yourself a new extremist virus?" "Yes, I'm sorry to bother you, this is my purpose." Kahn pointed to his head, and said to Orochimaru, "A serum that quickly repairs the wounds of severed limbs, enhances physical fitness, and defends against illusion invasion. Anyone wants to inject it, and maybe I won't have my share when I go back." It is already Kahn's daily behavior to fabricate a well-organized background, and after being injected with extremist virus serum, as long as he does not lose consciousness for the first time in the ninja world, no one can deal with him if he cooperates with cheat. "Well, it doesn't make any difference to me to cultivate 1 copy and 2 copies, so I will take some cells from you for cultivation." After Orochimaru finished speaking, he went to cultivate new serum. And Kahn also made a copy of all the materials of the new extremist virus and put it away. He also agreed with Tsunade on the Hashirama cells in advance. The Hashirama cells he got should be enough for Kahn to make 20 copies of the new extremist virus. After the serum is successfully cultivated, you should be the only person in the ninja world who can use wood style. If you want to choose to join Konoha, I will help you settle it with the high level, so that they will not trouble you again. Has wood style ninjutsu. Tsunade also wants to help Muyi Shio restore the relationship with Kahn. Wood style ninjutsu is a good lure, but Kahn doesn't care much about wood style ninjutsu. First generation is strong because of himself, and wood style is not the key. Even with extremist virus serum and Hashirama cells, if you want to reach the scale of first Hokage, at least a large amount of chakra and magic can be done. Forget it, Tsunade, if there is a first time, there will be a second time, unless they come down and you go up. Kahn shook his head and said to Tsunade, "There are not many people I can trust in Konoha, 1 you and 1 Kushina, unless you two are Hokage, but don't mention this matter again. I don't value wood style very much, and I have to discuss it with others, so I can't answer you casually." Seeing Kahn's resolute attitude, Tsunade couldn't help but sighed in his heart. Those old men really had no brains to offend others. It takes about 2 days to cultivate the serum. When Orochimaru produced the successful serum, Nawaki stood up excitedly. Seeing Nawaki's appearance, Tsunade immediately reprimanded, "Calm down, I remember I told you that it is best not to get emotional when injecting this serum." "I see, sister." After hearing Tsunade's scolding, Nawaki calmed down his excitement slowly, but Kahn was much better. The success rate was almost 100%, there was nothing to worry about, he was just a little afraid of pain. Afterwards, the two lay on 2 beds and were restrained, and Tsunade injected them with the new extremist virus serum. For a moment, Kahn felt as if he had fallen into the magma. He felt nothing but pain all over his body. The same was true for Nawaki, who was beside him. Created body. 30 minutes later, both of them were sweating profusely and almost ended their body changes. Apart from the red light in their eyes, Kahn suddenly felt that his body was very good. When he broke free of the metal shackles on his body. The metal ties that used to be very hard in his opinion are now as dry as mud. Whether it is strength, speed or physical perception, Kahn feels that he is much stronger than before. Extremis introduction. Extremis enhances the user's physiological functions by rewriting the user's DNA. It uses the bioelectricity in the human body to activate and chemically encode the part of the brain responsible for repair. This could allow users to hack into the organism's basic operating system. If the user's body chooses to accept it, the user will gain regenerative healing abilities, allowing him to heal all wounds, including previously amputated limbs, and even psychological damage. As the body part regenerates, the wound takes on the appearance of burning embers, while the lost body part regenerates within minutes and cools down to normal flesh, blood and bone. Limits can also enhance physical performance, imparting superhuman strength, reflexes, and overall greater resilience. Nawaki quickly made a mudra with both hands, and then pressed on the ground with one hand. Tsunade, who was 10 meters away, suddenly found many tree roots with branches and leaves sticking out from under his feet, entangled and tied Tsunade. Kahn, who was watching from the sidelines, lit up after seeing this scene. This kind of alternative binding really worked wonders for Tsunade. Tsunade happened to notice Kahn's eyes. She wanted Nawaki to show the power of wood-style ninjutsu to arouse Kahn's interest, but this stupid brother actually backfired. Stupid Nawaki. Tsunade was so angry that he broke away from Nawaki's only wood-style ninjutsu with great strength, and then used the body flicker technique to come behind Nawaki, and punched Nawaki on the head, which immediately made him scream. "Sister, you're too strong. Didn't you say you want to try ninjutsu?" Nawaki held the big bag on his head, and said to Tsunade very aggrieved, maybe he just wanted to beat him up in the name of experimenting with ninjutsu. "Hey, this is to warn you not to be so careless in the future. You were lucky last time. Not every time there is such a miraculous serum to save you, idiot Nawaki." Tsunade coughed lightly, and found a reason to give Nawaki a hard lesson. Nawaki has slowly mastered the wood-style blood successor. Under Tsunade's training, he learned a wood-style ninjutsu in only 4 days, and it is not weak. Without Tsunade's strange power, it would be difficult for ordinary ninjas to escape. And after testing, Nawaki is much stronger than before in terms of strength, speed, physical fitness and chakra volume. In terms of chakra volume alone, Nawaki is almost close to Jonin. Not to mention that he also has a terrifying recovery ability. The new extremis virus fused with Hashirama cells has terrifying resilience. Moreover, Hashirama cells seem to help the original extremis virus make up for the weakness of the heart. Orochimaru tested it on dozens of experimental subjects before even if a big hole is opened in the heart, it can slowly recover. Only by chopping off the head or tearing the person into pieces can the experimental subject be killed. Of course, Kahn also has this terrifying recovery speed now, but when Konoha knows that the extremis virus serum has this effect, it is estimated that he will not let it go. On the surface, I don't know if it will tear the face. Now the relationship between Kahn and Tsunade is okay, and dozens of people from the Senju clan are hired, and Konoha is also supplied with medicine. As for the dark, Kahn believes that Konoha will continue to test, but they can't do anything about Kahn now. Orochimaru used illusion on Nawaki, and when the illusion hit Nawaki, his eyes instantly glowed red. Orochimaru's illusion did not succeed for even a second. The extremis virus will automatically repair all abnormalities in the body, including the neurons of the brain, which is the most important part of the extremis virus. But just referring to Nawaki's performance is not enough. Kahn is going to find an opportunity to let Kakuzu use illusion on himself and experience it for himself. In addition to Nawaki, Kahn himself has also changed a lot. Now he can easily lift a weight of more than 2,000 kilograms with one hand, and can lift a weight of 7 tons with both hands. Hearing and other senses are also greatly enhanced. And all the above tests are all cases where Kahn did not use chakra. If chakra is refined and applied to the limbs, the data will definitely be doubled or tripled. In the Marvel world, he is definitely a superhuman, and he is also the top group on the surface. Although this kind of strength is nothing in the ninja world, Marvel is the world he lives in. Kahn has no intention of fighting with others in the ninja world. If you encounter difficulties, you can hire ninjas to solve them. As long as you pay enough money, maybe you can hire Rinnegan in the future. After a few people stayed here for a while at the experimental base, Tsunade, Nawaki, Orochimaru, and the others prepared to return to Konoha. During the period of researching the extremis virus serum, Tsunade and Orochimaru did delay a lot of things, and when they went back, they said it doesn't have to be a task for a period of time. Moreover, traces of Konoha Umbu have appeared nearby. It was only after they noticed these people that Tsunade and Orochimaru came up with the idea of returning to the village. Orochimaru also got what he wanted, the serum, but he didn't use it immediately, and Kahn also gave Orochimaru the research base, including the equipment inside. He has nothing for Orochimaru to study for the time being, and the equipment is only a few $1,000,000, which is not too expensive. He can give it to Orochimaru directly as a favor, and he can talk to Orochimaru when he needs Orochimaru in the future. After they left, Kahn also planned to return to the Marvel world for a while. Cheat seems to be about to open the next world. Kahn also explained the ninja world one by one. Xia Chuan should be able to solve most of the problems, including the wave of the country. However, the transaction with Kirigakure still needs to be handled by Kahn himself. Fortunately, there is no war now, and the transaction is usually once every 2 or 3 months. In a short period of time, there is no need to worry that Kirigakure will ask him for goods. When bidding farewell to Tsunade, Kahn asked her to hand over a copy of the IOU to Kushina. With Kushina's calculation ability, she should be able to figure out how much she will owe Kahn. If the interest continues, she will be considered an IOU in 3 years. Hokage sold Konoha village, and it is difficult to pay off the debt. There is also the commission of terminally ill medicine. Now that Nawaki's matter has been resolved, Tsunade will pay attention to this matter next. Mr. Kahn, do you want me to see you off? It doesn't matter if you go back a little later. Orochimaru smiled and said to Kahn that he received a good gift, and he would reciprocate. He has special perception ninjutsu, and through the perception of swimming snakes, he can detect people hiding nearby. Thank you, Mr. Orochimaru, but I have a way to go back. Kahn refused, and he would use cheat to return to the Marvel world. After Tsunade and the others left for a while, 2 groups of masked Konoha roots appeared beside Kahn in an instant, and some of them even put their hands on the short sword behind them. Merchant Kahn, please come with us now. The leading root ninja hadn't finished speaking when he saw Kahn in front of him suddenly disappear. Crow, feel the movement around you. After hearing the captain's order, one of the root ninjas quickly formed a seal immediately, then closed his eyes and performed the chakra perception technique, but after dozens of seconds, he still didn't perceive anything. Nothing found, Captain, no strangers around. Even for the 2 of San Nin, they waited until the other had gone far before appearing in front of the merchant Kahn. Disappear suddenly. After silently thinking for a while, the root troop captain ruled out illusion, escapism, and body flicker technique, and finally could only think of the possibility of space ninjutsu, and only space ninjutsu can quickly escape the root ninja's perception range. Go back and report this to Lord Danzo. Nawaki took control of Wood Style. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked to believe it after hearing what Tsunade reported and seeing Nawaki use Wood Style in front of his eyes. He didn't expect the extremis virus serum to be so strong. If I remember correctly, what Tsunade said at the beginning seemed to be just a very strong resilience that could make Nawaki become a ninja again, but he never mentioned about Wood Style. Damn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen regrets it very much now. If he knew that the so-called extremis virus serum can even be controlled by Wood-style blood successors, he would not let Tsunade study alone anyway. At least a few people should be inserted to get all the experimental data. Tsunade, Orochimaru, is there any more now? No more, Sarutobi-sensei. Before his beloved teacher Sarutobi finished speaking, Orochimaru smiled hoarsely, and answered first. The key to controlling Wood Style lies in the serum of extremis virus. Without this serum, Nawaki would not be able to inherit the power of Shodai, and now we've run out of serums. Is there nothing left? The other party is the person who took out the extremis virus serum, and he is very clear about the dosage in the experiment. There is no leftover until the end, and all the serum has become data. Orochimaru replied with certainty that as for his serum, he would definitely use it on himself, and this was his reward. In the end, only Nawaki and Kahn were injected with the new serum. Tsunade wanted to use wood-style ninjutsu to attract him to join Konoha, but he seemed very decisive and refused directly, even the first blood in the ninja world. In the eyes. After Tsunade heard Orochimaru's words, he gave him an angry look, but this has nothing to do with her. It is those old men who turn friends into enemies, not her. Tsunade, she has done enough for Konoha. There are one more wood-style blood following ninja. Is that so? I see. After Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the words, he replied with an ugly face, his only hope now is that Danzo can succeed, as long as the root brings him back, he will immediately send Umbu to bring him back from the root. He, Hokage, is the one with the strongest control in the village now. The root of Danzo is to help Konoha deal with inconvenient things, but he can't compare with Umbu in terms of strength. Then Nawaki. Orochimaru said first, let Nawaki be left to me, Mr. Sarutobi, I will take Nawaki's proficiency tasks, and the practice of wood style will be given to Tsunade. Regardless of Nawaki's identity or his value, Orochimaru must bring Nawaki with him, which was discussed with Tsunade before he returned. Moreover, Nawaki's character needs to be tempered. Last time, he stepped into the detonator trap excitedly. He is really an unqualified ninja. If it weren't for the fact that Nawaki controls the wood-style blood successor, Tsunade wouldn't want him to continue on the battlefield. Later, Tsunade and Orochimaru reported some other things to Sarutobi Hiruzen, such as Orochimaru took over the laboratory, hoped that Umbu would not go to his place to mess around, and then dispersed. During this period, Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted Nawaki and Kushina to form a team. After Minato failed, he had to consider a new bond for Kushina that could bind her, otherwise there would be a gap between Kushina and the village. Nawaki is a good candidate. He lives in the same house with Kushina and knows wood style. Nawaki's will of fire is also very pure. Over time, it can affect Kushina's view of Konoha. However, this matter was directly refuted by Tsunade, and Orochimaru didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Although he didn't know Kushina well, he knew it was not easy just by hearing her surname, and Tsunade must know a lot of inside information if he objected, so Orochimaru objected accordingly. After Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Nawaki left, Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe on the table, and Umbu appeared in the room instantly. If any root ninjas come back, have Danzo come to see me immediately. Yes. After responding, this Umbu immediately used the body flicker technique and disappeared into Hokage's office. Mr. Orochimaru, when are we going to carry out the mission? Not long after leaving the Hokage building, Nawaki was a little excited to make a name for himself in the ninja world. But before Orochimaru could answer, Tsunade punched Nawaki on the head, and said to him angrily, "What mission are you performing? You just learned one of the simplest wood-style ninjutsu. Go back and practice it for a while, and Orochimaru's recent missions are not for you." The corner of Orochimaru's mouth twitched. He originally wanted to accept some B-level or C-level tasks, but from what Tsunade said, it seemed that he was asked to accept A-level or above tasks. But Tsunade really can't be provoked. Orochimaru feels that he is purely dragged down by this stupid disciple. Even if he wants to take the task, he can come to him privately instead of in front of Tsunade. Yes, Nawaki, I'm going to take on some A-level or S-level missions recently, so you should get familiar with wood style at home first. After Nawaki heard the words, he said unwillingly, "Well, Mr. Orochimaru, remember to come back early." Then, the three of Tsunade suddenly ran into an acquaintance. "Tsunade, Orochimaru, long time no see. You've been very busy lately. Is this your younger brother, Tsunade?" After meeting the three of them, Kato Dan greeted them very gently. "It's Kato, that's right, he is my younger brother Nawaki, who has just recovered from his injury." After seeing Kato Dan, Tsunade recalled it in her mind before remembering his name. Recently she was researching extremis virus serum, busy with reforming the medical system, and helping Orochimaru with some quests. She was really busy. Some dizziness. Kato Dan smiled gently, and said to Tsunade, I heard that the cultivation of medical ninjas has been very effective recently. There are a lot of novice medical ninjas in Konoha Hospital. This is all thanks to Tsunade. Do you want to go? Tsunade directly shook his head and refused. Sorry, Kato, I'm really tired recently, I want to go back and rest now. After finishing speaking, she pulled Nawaki and rushed towards the Senju tribe. Orochimaru smiled at Kato Dan and walked towards her home, leaving Kato Dan with an embarrassed face to stay where she was. After walking a certain distance, Nawaki asked 8 trigrams, Sister, was that person your suitor just now? Boom! Tsunade said directly without thinking, it's just a colleague in the village. I feel the same way. Compared to Mr. Kahn, that Kato Jonin is not suitable for my sister at all. Nawaki thought about it for a while and said that in his memory, only Mr. Kahn could clench his sister's fist with a few words, and he couldn't do anything to her. Finally succeeded, superhuman, before the arrival of the purple sweet potato essence, no one should be able to threaten me. Kahn now feels as if he has endless energy, even 2 days without sleep is nothing. With Kahn's current strength and financial resources, as long as he develops well, no one can pose a threat to him, and there will be no people who don't know how to look for him. Although there is no need for wood-style ninjutsu, other interesting secret techniques can be practiced. After all, the limitations of ninjutsu are still quite large. If it is not practiced since childhood and then experienced fighting, Jonin and 5 Kage level others, there is a big gap in strength between ninjas. And Danzo, this old thing can't let go. Kahn thought in his heart that now he has no ability to retaliate at all, and other ninja villages will not wantonly attack Konoha shinobi because of the task rewards. Once it involves ninjas from enemy countries, it is usually A-level and S-level tasks. Not only is the review strictly, but generally there are very few ninja villages who take the initiative to pick up. Otherwise, receiving a large number of such tasks will trigger a war in the ninja world, so if the timing is wrong, Kahn will not be able to spend it even if he has money. As for wandering ninjas, there is no threat to Danzo's roots at all. Relax for a while. I've been running back and forth between the 2 worlds recently, making myself too tense, now that Extremis Virus has almost released a new version, and the company in the Marvel world is about to develop. Kahn also needs to deal with the matter here. At present, he has accumulated a lot of capital. If he does not convert it into his own power, then the capital he has stored is worthless. Tsunade also agreed to help him research several specific drugs for incurable diseases, 2 of which will soon have news, and it will be time for Kahn's biopharmaceutical company to make efforts. However, Konoha now knows the existence of the Extremis virus, so he must be careful when going to the ninja world in the future. If he goes to Konoha again, unless Tsunade Orochimaru follows him all the way, it will be too dangerous. But for Kahn, the ninja world there is still a lot of room to grab benefits, such as chakra metal, blood follower limit, occult and tail beast, etc. He now has some self-preservation strength, it is unrealistic to subdue him in a second, and the shuttle function of the system can also make it appear like a ghost, and the new Extremis virus is very resistant to illusions. Konoha, it is even more difficult for the Roots and Umbu to take Kahn quietly. And cheat. The next world should be coming soon. Kahn opened the system panel and took a look. The search for New World became brighter and brighter. Although he didn't know when he would be able to search for it, Kahn felt that he would be able to trade with New World in less than a month or 2. The chakra system in the ninja world has some limitations, and the requirements for bloodlines are too high. In the end, everything that can reach the peak is related to Otsutsuki. In the ninja world, hard work is useless, and bloodlines are everything. Afterwards, Kahn removed all the Hashirama cells and human experiment data from Extremis virus, leaving only the experiment process and results before driving to the Biological Research Center. The drivers and assistants are all found, and there are bodyguards to open a security company. While driving, the idea popped into Kahn's mind. After his company develops to a certain level, armed security forces are necessary, unless he intends to expose his strength beyond human limits, but this is too conspicuous, maybe put an end to the troubles of the commons, but even bigger troubles will follow. Although the historical development of the Marvel world is not the same, the urgency of the top executives in the United States has never been changed. They have tasted huge benefits in World War II, allowing them to gradually develop into the status of world police. I want to get involved in everything, so there are a lot of terrorist activities against the United States, and they are more frequent than Kahn imagined. The United States in this world has put a lot of effort into anti-terrorism activities. A few years later, the terrorists it was so rampant that even Tony Stark was murdered. After thinking about this, Kahn made up his mind to establish a military security company. With his identity and background, it is not difficult to start an arms security company, and he is rich. After the extremist virus went public, his company can make a lot of money. According to a survey of people with disabilities in the United States some time ago, this market has at least billions of dollars in profits. If it is a global market, at least there are tens of billions of dollars in the market, and it is continuous. It's just that the emergence of extremists is a devastating blow to companies that sell prosthetics. From this point of view, Kahn has plans to establish a military security company. He is not afraid of ordinary terrorist attacks. Without chakra, Kahn's physical fitness is better than that of the US team. After using chakra, he should be able to beat the Green Titan in Avengers. However, Kahn's physical skills are too bad, and he needs to practice for a while. But the rest of the company and his friends are not sure. Those who make money for Kahn will need bodyguards when the company grows. After arriving at the Biological Research Center, the security guard at the gate saw Kahn and let him in directly. Human experiments have already begun here, and a lot of useful data has indeed been obtained at the beginning. The breakthroughs of Orochimaru and Tsunade are due to the contributions of Maya and Kiryan. However, after the experiment reached a certain level, it came to a standstill. They could not guarantee the perfect integration of the extremist virus, so the casualties of the experimental subjects have always been high. This also led Kahn to invest a lot of money in this area. After all, the experimental subjects he found were all volunteers from regular channels. The cheapest one cost $800,000, and it will become more and more expensive in the future. In those big biopharmaceutical companies, there are not many experimental volunteers who are willing to use regular channels, because they are too expensive to use. $1 million, with those irregular Nigerians and illegal immigrants, can buy at least 50. Gentlemen, have you quarreled again? After Kahn came to the laboratory, he found that the atmosphere here was very wrong. The various researcher stations were scattered, and there was no research atmosphere at all. When Killian saw Kahn, his gloomy expression from the quarrel just eased a bit, and then he said, "Boss, we still need a batch of experimental subjects." "Killian, I told you, you can't do this." Maya immediately retorted, "It's useless to go on like this, we need to take a step back and recalculate from the equation." "Gentlemen, can you listen to me?" Seeing that Killian and Maya were still arguing, Kahn hurriedly stopped them loudly. "Before you quarrel over the experimental procedures, I hope you can read the information in my hand and then talk about other things." What he is holding in his hand is the production process of the new extremist virus serum, which is a new idea. "Boss, how did you get the results of this experiment?" "There is no process, details and data support at all." "Why do you believe this?" Maya frowned and asked, "This experimental method is very peculiar, it really gave her a bright feeling, but there are too many things missing, it is completely unbelievable." "Ms. Maya, I can tell you with certainty that although you cannot see it, I will only let you see this experimental method after I witness the success with my own eyes." Kahn then waved his hand and continued, "This experimental idea is correct, but you still need to study the second type of cells, which are more regenerative, such as salamanders and geckos." "Why are you looking at me like this?" "I admit that I am a biological. The level is not as good as yours, this is just an example, so you need to study it." After he mentioned salamanders and geckos, Maya, Killian, and other researchers all looked at him with strange eyes. Kahn also knew that he was wrong, but the research direction was absolutely fine, and Orochimaru had proven successful. Boss, are you saying that there are already successful examples? Killian frowned and asked. He didn't believe that there was a team that could do research faster than them, but thinking of his young boss who kept asking about the extremist virus some time ago, even if he didn't understand the principles and equations, he still had to figure out the serum during the production process. There is some belief in my heart. However, Killian still wanted to see the experimental subject with his own eyes. He could tell that Kahn was not an honest person. If he didn't value Maya's plot, the experimental subject in the Biological Research Center should have become a cheap Nigerian and an illegal immigrant. I'm sorry, Ms. Kiri Amber, I know what you mean, but I can't show you the experimental subjects and experimental data, but I have already told you the method for the successful experiment. Kahn pretended to be embarrassed and said to Killian that he was the only experimental subject in the Marvel world, and Hashirama cells were also very precious, and he didn't have many left in his hands, so naturally he would not give them to Killian for experimentation. Mr. Kiri Amber, Ms. Maya, the direction of the experiment has already been established. If the first case is successful, we may enter the next stage, reducing the efficacy of the drug, reducing the cost, and the effect of the extremist virus can fully realize are the goal. Speaking of this, Kahn paused for a moment, then continued to smile and said to the two, when the time comes, you realize your goals and dreams, and I will make money by the way. Finally convinced these two bastards, but Killian. After Kahn left the Biological Research Center, he always felt that Killian still hadn't given up his revenge on Tony Stark. It is estimated that he would resign from Kahn's Biological Research Center after the extremist virus research was successful. If Killian resigns, Kahn will definitely issue a statement immediately stating that Killian has nothing to do with the company, and it would be very troublesome if he has anything to do with terrorism in the United States. Moreover, Kahn can't let Killian abduct Maya. Maya's value is very high. In the case of no shortage of research funds, the possibility of Maya's betrayal is very small, and her and Killian's behavior style is completely inconsistent. Maya is more of a scientist. Now that the Biological Research Center has entered the next stage, Kahn may have to busy himself again if he does not have a few assistants. Experimental subjects, other creatures with strong regenerative ability, and raw materials for making extremist virus serum, although these things are handled by the logistics manager of the Biological Research Center, some things need to be contacted by Kahn himself. Kahn needs several high-paying, core assistants who can be in charge of several core industries. If there is a risk of betrayal, he can also use the spell to guarantee the loyalty of his subordinates. Ask Orochimaru about this matter. If you want to deal with the common people, you shouldn't use the immortal curse seal, so maybe the advanced stuff can properly increase the strength of your subordinates. While driving, Kahn thought in his mind that chakra contains spiritual energy, and if it is attached to a person for a long time, it will affect the other person's thoughts. The will of common people is inherently weak. If there is Kahn's curse mark on the body, I am afraid that it will not be long before their own will be affected by Kahn's chakra. Most of them will show surrender or affinity. Infected. After thinking of this, Kahn immediately contacted the intermediary company and basically raised his annual salary to 1 million, but he also had very high requirements for personal ability. Being young and beautiful is the most basic requirement. If you spend 1 million to hire someone who hates his appearance, even if he has the ability to work as an assistant to the director of the world's top 500, Kahn will have to think carefully. After all, there needs to be long-term contact, and wearing that kind of face will put a lot of psychological burden on Kahn. It is generally difficult to show ability, and can only be referenced from academic qualifications and work experience. Although Kahn's requirements are high, the money he gives is not low. After the headhunter received Kahn's request, they immediately agreed to it happily. This is a great deal for them. It's not a small business with a big commission. Next, after looking at the pharmaceutical wholesale trading company, you can rest for a while and then set up a military security company to prepare for the listing of extremist virus. Kahn calculated carefully, and it seems that he can't rest for a long time, but this is the early stage of entrepreneurship. There is no way he can't entrust others to do some things, he can only do it himself. Wholesale pharmaceutical trading companies are as Kahn expected, both inside and outside the United States. Especially in areas that are not very safe, the sales staff in Kahn's company are all the kind of people who can send Jesus to the scaffold for dollars. They are not afraid of danger, but they are afraid of not making money. Except for the place in West Asia, the marketing department even considered Africa. Now is the time to grab money, the sales department is expanding every day, an untapped market, the first person to go can eat meat, and the second one can only drink soup. After a deal is negotiated, there may be an income of about $100,000. After working hard for a year, he will immediately become a millionaire in the United States. Kahn is as generous as Kahn, who uses a higher share than other companies to stimulate overseas sales staff, otherwise it will take at least 2 years to reach the scale it is today. Kahn stayed at the pharmaceutical wholesale trading company for 2 days in a row to learn about the company's recent development and finances, and then held several meetings to remind overseas sales staff of the safety situation. Recently, Americans are the key targets of terrorist organizations. Even if one overseas salesperson dies, it is a trouble for Kahn. After Kahn dealt with the matter of the pharmaceutical wholesale trading company, the trading system also brought him good news. The search for a new world of trading can continue. Wand, goblin, unicorn, centaur, dragon. The new world has something to do with wizards, and the time seems to be the end of the 20th century, as can be seen from some pedestrian vehicles and electrical equipment. In a world where common people and wizards coexist, there is still that kind of wand. Harry Potter. The first thing Kahn thought of was this world, which had the highest probability, and did not rule out other possibilities, but if it was the Harry Potter world, then for him, there were too many valuable things in it that could be traded. From the picture just now, Kahn saw potions, dragons and unicorns, etc. The things wizards need should be magic items. Other than that, they are probably gold. Fortunately, they didn't sell the gold at the beginning. Maybe they should buy more now. After Kahn thought for a while, he began to think about what to bring. Firearms are still the most effective protective items. Although his current chakra has increased a lot, it is about as much as Jonin's chakra, but practicing ninjutsu is still a troublesome thing. One earth dragon hidden technique cost him a lot time. Let's be honest, Kahn is not suited for ninja fighting. All ninja battles rely on intelligence, whether it is Genin or Kagaya at the 6 paths level, intelligence is always the first, and the acquisition of intelligence requires strong insight, which happens to be the weakest item of Kahn. There are infinite possibilities for Kahn to become stronger. Maybe some worlds allow him to become a god in one step, and then rely on strength to crush the enemy. If he is going to practice hard, it is better to have a good drink. He only needs to be strong enough to save his life. Now is not the time to think about that, go get things ready first, and then arrange things here. Next, Kahn sorted out the space backpack, including firearms, gold and some necessary living supplies. He also brought some technical materials and other items that were slightly ahead of that era. Apart from wizards, there are many more in that world. Common people. In addition, Kahn also bought a batch of gold on a large scale. Because of time constraints, he only bought gold worth tens of millions of dollars. This is considered a large transaction in the United States. If there is more, he will have to go to other countries or wait a little longer. During the period of buying gold, Kahn also interviewed several assistants, and after several interviews, he only selected 2 people. Betty Ross and Laura Jones, both of them have good academic qualifications. Betty has the experience of a biological researcher with excellent academic qualifications, and Laura also has experience in managing a company with thousands of people. After Kahn applied for these 2 people, he assigned several tasks to them respectively. Laura was suitable for managing the company and handling official affairs, so Kahn handed over to her the securities company of the pharmaceutical wholesale trading company and the establishment of a military security company, and promised that in the future after the company develops and grows, she will be given dividends and options. As an assistant, Laura is actually doing the work of the CEO. but the salary is high enough, and the future income is also very objective, and before coming, Laura also inquired about Kahn Pinter through her own relationship, and knew that he worked in just a few days. During the year, the assets of several million yuan have been multiplied hundreds of times, so Laura is willing to come here. Betty Ross is responsible for making use of her contacts, recruiting biological researchers, and taking charge of the Biological Research Center and Kahn's daily affairs. The workload seems to be less than that of Laura, but she spends more time with Kahn. It took Kahn a lot of time just to arrange 2 assistants, but with these 2, Kahn will not have to run errands himself in the future. However, for more than a month, Kahn always felt that Betty was a bit strange. She said that she and her father were at odds, so she wanted to come out and make a difference. She accepted Kahn's invitation because it matched her major. It sounds like bullshit. Apart from this lie, Kahn found no other flaws in Betty, and he was going to ask Orochimaru to develop a spell, so whether it was Betty or Laura, he was going to prepare one for the other party. Kahn waited until he bought the gold, plus what he got from the ninja world, a total of 3 tons of gold. If the magic items in the wizard world were not too expensive, then Kahn would at least fill his space backpack full when he came back. There seems to be only one Kamatage in the magical Holy Land on Earth in the Marvel world, but the magic system there tends to be hardworking, common, and magic items seem to be difficult to popularize. Another unknown magic system can bring unimaginable benefits to Kahn, but before that, Kahn needs to be a little more cautious. London, England. In the last decade of the 21st century, it should be a period of rapid development of a modern city, but Kahn can still feel the ancientness of the last century in this city. This trading rule is really a headache. If you can't find a wizard within 3 days, you can only find a bound world trading coordinate that is not easy to die. Now you can be sure that there is Elizabeth. Kahn shook his head. Choosing Elizabeth is not as good as choosing Charles. At least Charles will live a few years longer than Elizabeth. However, it is really troublesome to find wizards in the world of the common people. After coming to this world, Kahn collected a little information, and basically guessed that this is the world of Harry Potter. It might also be that he didn't read much, but at this time period, coupled with what he saw in the trading system, he can be 99% sure that this is Harry Potter's world. Now there are 2 ways to find a dentist named Granger in London, or the Dursleys, but Kahn only knows the Dursleys, and he is not very clear about what they do. Kahn didn't need to spend too much energy on finding someone. He directly inquired about a relatively well-known private security company. The predecessor of this company was the merger of several private detective agencies. Several years of cooperative relationship, whether it is manpower or reputation, there is a very reliable guarantee. After approaching the private security company, Kahn made his request known. Looking for a dentist named Granger and the Dursleys? Sir, do you have any other information about the Dursleys? Kahn chuckled and said, if I know more information, then I don't need you to help me find someone, Mr. Hesburn, you only have 1 day to earn the rest of the reward. After speaking, Kahn put £2,000 on the table. Before coming, Kahn exchanged £500,000, all of which were currency in circulation at the end of the 20th century. And Kahn charged them a very high price, £5,000 for 1 person and £10,000 for 2. For this private security company, this is the largest personal business besides the police department, and there is no danger. Leave it to us, Mr. Kahn. Hesburn collected the pounds on the table very gracefully, and then said to Kahn with a smile. Although London is very large, it is very convenient for local private security companies to find someone. They often have business contacts with the police, and checking a resident's information is only a matter of drinking. A day later, Kahn received a reply from the other party. There were 3 Dursleys, one was a bartender, one was a small building material supplier, and the other was a train driver. And the information is very detailed. Kahn can confirm the Dursley family after reading it once, because he saw Dudley Dursley and Harry Potter on the family information of the second Dursley. A dentist named Granger was also found. There are many dental clinics in London, but there is only one dentist named Granger. It didn't take them half a day to find these two families, and they earned a net income of £10,000. If there were such a generous employer every day, then their private security company would be able to make a lot of money. It's a pity that Has-Been also knows that people like Kahn who use money as paper. It's not bad to meet 3 people a year, and they usually help nobles to track derailments or pick up some dangerous people from the London Police Department. Wanted. We will have opportunities to cooperate in the future, Mr. Has-Been. After speaking, Kahn handed over the rest of the money and left Has-Been's private security company with the documents. If there were not many uncertainties in binding the World Trading Coordinates with the common people, Kahn would have chosen to bind the World Trading Coordinates with Has-Been. Common people may encounter many accidents, such as death from illness, car accident, homicide, and even choking to death by drinking water. Although the probability is very small, if it happens, Kahn will lose a world that can be excavated, which is fundamental to his loss immeasurable. Except for the wizards, the Dursleys and the Grangers are common people that Kahn knows will live well in the next few years, but the Dursleys have Dumbledore's attention. There were wizards watching the Dursleys, and Kahn rushed to the door, which might attract Dumbledore's attention. Let's get a firm foothold here first. The Grangers are both dentists. It seems that this is a private dental clinic. Are they looking for a new supplier of dental equipment recently? I didn't expect Has-Been to even investigate this matter. Arrive. Kahn thought for a while, and suddenly thought of a way. Fortunately, he hadn't gone far, and then Kahn returned to Has-Been private security company by the same route. Under Has-Been's surprised eyes, he entrusted him with another matter. Bind the world transaction coordinates to the Grangers. If Kahn remembers correctly, the Grangers have lived for at least 10 years. Within a day, find a dental medical equipment supplier and negotiate a contract, and then rent a warehouse to ship the dental medical equipment. In addition to the expenses incurred during the entrustment, Has-Been's private security company can also receive a remuneration of £20,000. This was a pleasant surprise for Has-Been, who never imagined that he would receive 2 such high-paying entrustments within 2 days. Although Kahn's request was not within their business scope, the pound was Jesus. As long as they pay enough money, they even dare to investigate Elizabeth. Because the time requested by Kahn was a bit tight, Has-Been asked Kahn to sit in the coffee shop downstairs for a morning, and then he will deal with this matter in person. Sterling definitely drives men more than women. Near noon, Has-Been came to the coffee shop with sweat on his face, and handed Kahn a purchase contract, a lease contract for the warehouse, and the key. For Sibbon's remuneration, Kahn spent more than £300,000 this time. After paying the money, Kahn took the materials and the key to the warehouse, and left the coffee shop with husband's bow. After looking at the address, Has-Been also kindly helped him rent a commercial warehouse in the neighborhood near the Granger Dental Clinic. Although he couldn't guess Kahn's plan, it must be related to the Granger Dental Clinic. Once on the street, Kahn hails a taxi and heads to Granger Dental Clinic. Granger Dental Clinic. Although the Grangers are just middle-class people in the UK, they have their own small garden building, their own dental clinic, an annual income of around £70,000, standard commuting time, and even work only 3 days a week when they are happy. This kind of life exceeds that of 92% of the residents of the entire UK. If the Grangers have a little fighting spirit, they can live in a luxurious villa. However, they are now facing a little problem. The instruments in the clinic need to be replaced with new ones, but the supplier they have been working with before has had a little conflict with the Grangers. Before finding a new supplier, the dental clinic may have to close for a while up. It's just a little trouble for the Granger couple, but their daughter is just about to enter school. They plan to send Hermione to Eton College, and the dental clinic had better not close down. Towards the afternoon, after the potato pancakes and fried fish were served, Mrs. Granger tapped the plate to remind her husband who was reading the newspaper. "Mr. Granger, if I remember correctly, you should go out today to solve the problem of the clinic's equipment. There are still 7 days before Mrs. Haley's scheduled visit." "I know, after lunch I'll be." Ding dong. There is a doorbell ringing in front and their dental office is right next door, so commuting is easy. I'm going to open the door. Mr. Granger thought it was a well-known dental patient. Because of the problem with the equipment, he could only say sorry. But after opening the door, Mr. Granger found a stranger outside the door, very young. His appearance was enough to make him instinctively hostile to men, but the smile on his face could make him feel good. "Excuse me, you are Mr. Kahn Pinter, because I heard that Granger Dental Clinic plans to replace the equipment, so I came to the door to sell." "Mr. Granger, do you need me to introduce you?" After Kahn finished speaking, he took out some equipment manuals and quotations and showed them to Mr. Granger. "Oh, it must be God's guidance, please come in quickly, Mr. Pinter." Mr. Granger didn't expect that someone would come to sell them. The time he saved in the afternoon could be used to mow the lawn in the garden, and he just glanced at it, and the price on the quotation was 15% cheaper than the price he had cooperated with before. Percent about. After Kahn's deliberate gesture of goodwill, the Grangers soon had the intention of cooperating, so they looked at the brand new equipment in the warehouse with Kahn, and the two sides finalized the transaction contract, and Kahn also placed the world transaction coordinates onto Mr. Granger. He can be regarded as a very safe person in the next few years, and Kahn should not lose a magical world by accident. After the transaction was completed, the Grangers also warmly invited Kahn to stay for dinner. Kahn thought for a while before accepting the Grangers' invitation. At night, Kahn also meets Hermione Granger, a bright young girl. However, after Hermione Granger greeted Kahn, she took a letter and asked her parents, "Dad, do you know where the Hogwarts school is? Are they a school of magic? They specialize in magic. Performance. Is it such a coincidence?" After Kahn saw the letter in Hermione Granger's hand, he thought in his heart that if there were no accidents, someone from Hogwarts would come to explain to the Granger family either tonight or tomorrow. After all, the three of them had never been exposed to the magic world before, so someone had to lead them. Ask for a monthly pass. There are still dozens of Karakura on the fan list. Are there any readers who are here? Hogwarts. I've never heard of this school. Is it a new way to deceive people? Ignore him, Hermione, let's eat first. After Mr. Granger read the invitation letter from Hogwarts, he was completely puzzled by what it said, and the famous school in London did not have the name Hogwarts, so he thought it was a lie. Tomorrow he went to the community to inquire to see if there were any strangers nearby. However, Kahn was looking forward to the next thing. After the Grangers accepted the matter, he found an opportunity to make a request and wanted to see the wizarding world. After finding a way, Kahn could do business with wizards. Potions, alchemy items, etc. When Kahn thought of those magical things, he had an impulse to trade. If he could, he even wanted to spend all the gold he brought. The cells of those magical creatures alone are of great value to Kahn. If the research goes well, he thinks that the common people in the Marvel world can obtain some of the abilities of magical creatures, such as fire dragons and phoenixes, although it is difficult to obtain, but at least there is hope. It's not a trick, Mr. Granger. Uzumaki suddenly appeared in the house, and then a tall and thin wizard appeared in the living room. Although he looked old, but with a straight back and a medieval wizard costume, the witch in front of Kahn was full of aristocratic temperament. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has been established for 1,000 years and has trained many outstanding wizards for the wizarding world. Hermione Granger is a natural wizard, so she received Hogwarts' invitation, and in the past, there should have been several unusual changes in Miss Granger. After briefly introducing himself in Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall took out his wand, used the transfiguration technique to turn Shafang into several puppies, walked around the Granger couple, and then turned them back into sofas. Oh cool! The Grangers almost dropped their jaws when they saw the transfiguration. It was the first time they saw such magical magic, and through Professor McGonagall's words, the Grangers also remembered what happened to Hermione when she was a child. Magical changes. Ms. McGonagall, are you saying my daughter is a wizard? Yes, Mr. Granger, Hogwarts can help Miss Granger control the power in her body, so that she will not have the scene of a magical riot at the age of 8. Even Hermione's strange behavior was revealed when she was a few years old. Now the Grangers believe the words of this Ms. McGonagall, but about the matter of going to school. The Grangers set their sights on Hermione Granger. Their daughter has been very smart since she was a child, sometimes acting like a grown-up. On this matter, the Grangers felt it necessary to ask Hermione's advice. Opinion. Hermione asked Professor McGonagall a little excitedly, "Can I go to the magic school? Are there wizards and many magical creatures in fairy tales?" Of course, Hogwarts is only open to wizards, and all those who go to school there are young wizards like you. After hearing these words, Hermione Granger couldn't wait to turn her head to look at her parents, and said, "Dad, Mom, I've decided, I'm going to Hogwarts to go to school." The Grangers thought for a while, and then agreed to Hermione's request. "Okay, but Professor McGonagall, can we visit Hermione at Hogwarts?" In principle, Muggles are not welcome in the wizarding world, because it would be dangerous for Muggles to enter the wizarding world without someone leading them, but Hogwarts holiday time is the same as other schools, and Hermione can still come back during the winter and summer vacations. Home. Seeing that the Grangers were a little confused, Professor McGonagall explained to them, "Muggles are common people who don't know magic, but they can still use messengers to communicate during school." The Grangers nodded, and then asked some other things about Hogwarts and the wizarding world. For them, this was completely a new world, and Kahn listened with gusto. Although he knew some magic however, it was very interesting to hear from Professor McGonagall. "Then, tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, I will lead the freshmen to buy the newborn supplies listed in the notice. By the way, the Grangers can follow them when they go for the first time." After Professor McGonagall said this, he nodded slightly to the Grangers, and then used apparition to leave here. "Oh, it's hard to imagine that my daughter is a wizard." After Professor McGonagall left, the Granger family discussed happily, until they calmed down, and found Kahn sitting on the sidelines. "Excuse me, Mr. Pinter, we just now." "I understand, Mr. Granger. In fact, when I saw the sofa turned into a puppy just now, I was also very shocked. The wizard in Legendary is actually beside us." Kahn pretended to be an eye-opener, and then smiled at the Grangers with a little embarrassment. "Mr. Granger, although I made such a request not long after we met, after seeing the magic of magic, if I miss it, I will regret it very much, so can you let me go to experience magic with Miss Granger tomorrow, Boundary?" This. The Grangers looked at each other, and then at Hermione Granger. Hermione Granger felt that it was nothing, she just went to the wizarding world, and to be invited by her parents to a family dinner, she must have some friends with them, so she directly agreed, "Dad, I think it's okay, I can ask Professor McGonagall tomorrow." After Hermione agreed, the Grangers also nodded in agreement, so after thanking them, Kahn made an appointment with them to come tomorrow morning. Afterwards, it was time for a pleasant dinner. For the Granger family, the clinic equipment was settled, and the daughter became a wizard again. Today was a time for celebration. Next morning. 5 minutes before the appointed time by Professor McGonagall, Kahn arrived at Granger's house. After Professor McGonagall arrived, Hermione Granger stepped forward and told her about Kahn. Professor McGonagall didn't care much about one more Muggle going to the wizarding world, and they only had such a chance. Without the guidance of a wizard, it would be impossible for Muggles to go to the wizarding world for a lifetime, because there are Muggle expulsion spells at the intersections leading to the wizarding world. Moreover, there are people from the Ministry of Magic who specialize in erasing memories. If there are Muggles who want to investigate the magical world, they can only attract the staff of the Ministry of Magic. Under the leadership of Professor McGonagall, they soon came to the Leaky Cauldron. "Go in from here, bypass the bar, and you'll be on the way to Diagon Alley, where Miss Granger can buy all the school supplies on the notice." Professor McGonagall led Hermione Granger and the others to the small patio behind the Leaky Cauldron, and then gave Hermione a demonstration, knocking 3 times on the fixed bricks on the wall, and the bricks on this wall the change rotated, opening a door to the magic world. Welcome to Diagon Alley. About update. The new book period is usually fixed twice. Thank you again for your support, I have survived the second round. If there are more readers who support the follow-up, then I may survive the third round. The pen name is because, Ching reminds me to code, was taken by a handsome guy, so I changed this, because I don't need you to remind me, I will automatically code, and it will still explode after it is put on the shelf. Only one of the keyboard and hands can be intact lossless. Diagon Alley and the outside world were like two worlds. The sudden change brought the Grangers back to the Middle Ages. Almost all the people walking here were dressed as wizards, and even the buildings on the street were very retro. The wizarding world can only use galleons, sickles and gnats. Just now we have passed Madame Malkin's robe store, wand shop and other stores that can sell new items. Now we are going to Gringotts to exchange some money. I'm sorry, Miss Granger, but after Gringotts, I'm going to take other young wizards. When Professor McGonagall led the Granger family on a tour of Diagon Alley, he explained to them many shops, such as tailor-made clothing stores, wand shops, magic medicine shops, Lehan bookstore and Gringotts, etc. After coming to Gringotts, Professor McGonagall apologized to the Grangers and left. Today, she will lead 7 young wizards from Muggle families to Diagon Alley. The time is relatively tight, so after introducing I can't accompany them. But Diagon Alley is still very safe, and sometimes people from the Ministry of Magic will come here to wander around. As long as they don't stray into Nocturne Alley, Muggles will not encounter danger when wandering in Diagon Alley. After the Grangers entered Gringotts, they were taken aback by the goblins coming and going. It was the first time they saw creatures other than humans. This time they came to Diagon Alley was an eye-opener. Afterwards, Hermione Granger brought the Grangers to a service counter and handed the Hogwarts acceptance letter to the goblin. After checking the notice, the goblin narrowed his long and narrow eyes and said to Hermione Granger, £5 are exchanged for 1 galleon. Students at Hogwarts have an annual exchange quota of £200. Converted to 40 galleons, the most expensive items among freshmen should be wands and textbooks. Other clothing, crucibles, and magic materials are not too expensive. 40 galleons are definitely enough for new students. In addition, if you want to exchange galleons, you can only exchange them with gold. The British pound is useless to Gringotts. The gold contained in a pound coin is getting less and less, and the pound banknotes are more collected. Go to deal with it, so only the freshmen of Hogwarts have this treatment when the pound is exchanged for galleons. Excuse me, how do you exchange gold for galleons? The goblin glanced at Kahn, and then said slowly, 5 grams of gold can be exchanged for 1 galleon, there is no upper limit. This conversion ratio is similar to what Kahn thought, and the gold content in 1 pound is only about 1 gram. However, the gold content of the coin cannot be calculated in this way, and the goblin must also take into account the wear and tear in the coinage and other things. Although the price of gold fluctuates somewhat, Gringotts' gold exchange business should not refer to the reason why the price of gold fluctuates in the common world. After thinking for a while, Kahn took out 10 500-gram gold bricks from the briefcase he was carrying and placed them on the goblin's counter. Please exchange for 1,000 galleons for me, and if possible, can you sell me 1? Put it in galleon's money bag. Gringotts will give each big customer a non-traceable extension purse. May I ask if this gentleman has any plans to open a personal warehouse in Gringotts? After seeing the 10 gold bricks, the goblin stood up and said to Kahn, with a hint of surprise in his small eyes, he never thought that Muggles could handle such a large amount of business. The task is the best. The Grangers and Hermione Granger on the side were also stunned. The gold was almost half a year's income for their family. Kahn explained to the Granger family with a smile, I plan to buy more magic items, Miss Granger, if you need anything, please tell me at any time, let Mr. Granger treat me to a drink after you leave here, alright. Afterwards, the goblin named Sola opened a personal warehouse for Kahn, and handed him a money bag filled with 1,000 galleons. After Kahn finished handling the personal warehouse, he exchanged another 2,000 galleons stored in the warehouse. This made the goblin Sora value Kahn a bit. In the eyes of goblins, the difference between wizards and muggles is not important, and their division of human beings tends to be rich and poor. After walking out of Gringotts, Kahn put Galen in the briefcase, that is, the space backpack, and then gave the seamless extension purse to Hermione Granger. "Miss Granger, this is for you. Compared to Shojin's purse, I prefer Gucci's latest briefcase." Hermione was a little surprised after receiving the money bag, but she still looked back at her father, and after Mr. Granger nodded, Hermione happily thanked Kahn. She has just learned that there is 3 cubic meters of space inside, and it is basically only given to the big customers of Gringotts. Unless the Granger family spends half of their annual income in exchange for gold and then for galleons, otherwise it will be difficult to have this kind of space. Purse. The Ministry of Magic prohibits private manufacture of non-traceable extended items, and only a small number of items are allowed, and Gringotts' purse is one of them. Now Hermione can go to Hogwarts without dragging her suitcase, as long as she brings a no-trace extension purse is enough. Kahn suggested, "Mr. Granger, and Miss Granger, let's split up. I'm also very curious about items in the wizarding world, but Miss Granger should buy all the items on the admission letter first thing." "That's fine, we meet at the bar we came to at noon, Mr. Kahn." Hermione Granger said to him in a lively mood. Maybe she came to the wizarding world, and the identity of a little wizard made Hermione feel like a bird returning to its nest. After separating from the Granger family, the first place Kahn went to was Lehan Bookstore. Diagon Alley lives up to its name. It is a long and narrow alley. At the end of this alley is Gringotts, and the other side leads to Nocturne Alley. As for the roads on both sides of Gringotts, it may be the exit of Diagon Alley. Is it the wizard's residence or other places? He doesn't know, so he doesn't plan to run around. If you want to quickly understand the wizarding world, there are 2 ways that Kahn can achieve. Books and past issues of newspapers. And Lehan Bookstore happens to have these 2 kinds, books about the magic world and previous issues of the Daily Prophet. The books that can be placed on the shelves of Lehan Bookstore are all available for sale. Among them are many Hogwarts textbooks for grades 1 to 6. Trace Bookstore also gave Kahn a non-trace extended suitcase, which contained 170 magic books and 100 issues of the Daily Prophet. After leaving Lehan Bookstore, Kahn went to Slug and Zig's pharmacy to purchase a lot of medicines and magic materials. Unfortunately, there were not many magic potions made by Slughorn himself. The potion master's works are always sold out as soon as they are put on the shelves. Kahn even went to Gringotts on the way, and exchanged gold for galleons before returning to continue shopping. After Kahn finishes purchasing, if all the shop owners in Diagon Alley communicate with each other, they will find that it is the same person who increased their turnover on this day. Ask for a monthly ticket and a reward, ask for a seat on the fan list. Regarding the next world, I personally like Resident Evil and Black Robe. Compound number 5 in Black Robe greatly improves the protagonist, but many book lovers don't like it. Can you go to a chapter or 2 to get compound number 5 and run away? Resident Evil has Red Queen and T-Virus, and the protagonist will probably take the path of physical evolution in the future. Forget about other martial arts and the like, I feel that there is no value other than treasures and medicinal materials. As for the exercises, the protagonist is about to become a mutant, so it is not suitable for practicing exercises and the like. Kahn, look, my spell is working. Hermione Granger looked at the bread floating in the air in front of her eyes, and said to Kahn excitedly that she successfully used the first spell in her life after only 2 days of trying. Kahn praised after seeing it, "It's amazing, Hermione." After leaving Diagon Alley, Kahn rented a small garden house near Granger's house, which was only 1 street away from them. Hermione only needed 20 minutes to walk from her house to Kahn's place every day. Because Kahn knew that Hermione was a little witch and had business dealings with the Grangers, and on the day she came back from Diagon Alley, Hermione knew that Kahn had bought hundreds of magic books, so she strongly appealed to the Grangers. Request, allow her to come to Kahn to read books during the day of the holiday, so that she can quickly understand the wizarding world. Mrs. Granger was a little worried about Hermione, so she followed her twice, but Hermione and Kahn were just sorting out magic books, or the Daily Prophet, and some magic materials and so on. When she wasn't tidying things up, she just read books, and only discussed them at lunchtime. After Mrs. Granger sat there for 2 days, she felt extremely boring. She couldn't get involved in the topic of magic, so she told Hermione a few words after that. He ran a dental clinic with his husband. Although she didn't gain much, Mrs. Granger was sure that Hermione was very safe with Kahn. Although she and Kahn didn't communicate much, they were standard magic fanatics, even more fanatic than her husband. Hermione still bought too few books, and although the Grangers finally borrowed some galleons from Kahn when they left Diagon Alley, those only added to Hermione's set of clothes. And Kahn not only has other magic books here, but also magic materials that can fill a whole room, as well as many courses and senior-grade magic books. These are very expensive, and in Lehan Bookstore, the cheapest book is textbooks at Hogwarts School. But even cheap Hogwarts textbooks could bring the Weasleys down. Kahn very welcomes Hermione's arrival. Hermione Granger's talent is very outstanding. She can make compound potion in her second year. This potion is in the restricted area of Hogwarts. Graduates may not be able to succeed at the first time, but Hermione Granger is successful at the first time. With this kind of talent, if she concentrates on potions, at least she is a master of potions, maybe she can surpass Snape. Hermione, let me try too. Kahn picked up the wand, recalled Hermione Granger's operation, and picked up a second-hand wand. Talking about the wand, Kahn felt angry. The old man Ollivander's special ideas made him unwilling to sell it to Kahn at all. The wand, to him Kahn was a muggle. Wingardium Leviosa. Boom! The second-hand wand in Kahn's hand shattered again, in the same scene as his first use of magic, and the two wands cost him a total of 7 galleons, and they were gone. Oh my God, it exploded again. You are definitely not a muggle. According to the records in Origins of Magic, you must have magic power, but I don't know why you can't use it. If you are a muggle, it is impossible to let the wand develop. Burst. Hermione Granger, like a know-it-all, held a large magic book and placed it in front of Kahn, turned to a passage and said to Kahn. Maybe the method is wrong. Or maybe the wand doesn't fit. But why can't Mr. Ollivander see it? Hermione Granger's small mouth kept talking like a machine gun, and Kahn was also thinking about this problem. The magic in Harry Potter's world still has a lot of uses. If you can't learn one or two, then really pity. If there is no magic power, potions, flying broomsticks and other things have nothing to do with him. In the past 2 days, Kahn has also read a lot of books. At first he thought that the magic power is the power of the wizard itself, but after consulting some magic books, Kahn found that there are many books that say that the magic power of the wizard comes from the blood. Power inherited from parents or grandparents. The existence of magic power is somewhat similar to chakra. After a person is born, there is no chakra, and there is no way to cultivate it, unless it is bestowed by an outsider or obtained through other methods. The same is true for magic power, which has been determined at birth. Wizards, or muggles, or squibs. As for the ancestors of wizards, maybe they inherited from magical creatures or other races that were born with magical powers. Kahn doesn't know much about this, but he thinks this speculation is very likely. At least he lacks the factor of magic power, which makes him unable to perform magic. The magical attack power in Harry Potter's world is not very strong, but there are many practical magics, such as disillusionment spell, apparition spell, transfiguration spell, etc. It would be a pity if these cannot be learned. Ninja's ninjutsu and Harry Potter's magic are very similar to two extremes. One focuses on killing people, while the other focuses on life assistance. He wants to learn ninjutsu, and Kahn doesn't want to miss magic. As for the way to learn magic, he can only rely on the extremis virus. In Kahn's view, the extremis virus has great potential for development. Its most powerful part is to reprogram the user's DNA, activate the part of the brain responsible for repairing the body, and repair the user's body while repairing the user's body. Chemical coding. To put it simply, if the human body becomes a computer, and extremis is the core antivirus and repair software, any installation of foreign software must be scanned by extremis, and if the scan passes, the installation is successful, and this computer will be able to used. If the scanning installation fails, there is a risk of explosion, but the extremis fusion of Hashirama cells greatly reduces this risk. Now Kahn can collect the blood of some magical creatures, and then go back to use his own flesh and blood tissue for research. If he can successfully fuse without explosion under the action of extremis virus, then Kahn can inject the blood serum of magical creatures to gain magic power. Kahn. Mr. Kahn. Hermione Granger's yell brought Kahn back to his senses. The girl thought Kahn was lost, so she comforted her very intimately. Mr. Kahn, after I go to Hogwarts, I will help you inquire about this situation. Hogwarts has the greatest wizard Dumbledore of this century. He must know the problem with you. Please wait for me good news. Kahn smiled and said, then thank you, Miss Granger. Call me Hermione, I think we are already friends, and only friends can give each other so much help. Hermione Granger tried her best to show a dignified look. What she said was that the magic books in this room can be read casually, and the magic materials in the room can be used by her at will. After receiving such great care from Kahn, she just asked for help. Hermione thought it was nothing. Kahn immediately changed his address. Hermione, I have something to discuss with you. Invest in me. Kahn, am I really that good? I mean, I'm just a student right now. Hermione, trying to look calm, asked Kahn. Kahn shook his head and said, I learned 3 spells in 10 days, Hermione, you don't have to doubt your talent, this is your first contact with the wizarding world, and it's not impossible to work hard to become the contemporary Merlin. Hermione was very happy to be valued by others and recognized her talent when she was not in school, and Kahn also said that she could sponsor all her expenses in the wizarding world, including expensive flying broomsticks and pet. Hermione Granger wasn't greedy for money. She felt that Kahn's proposal was her own recognition. If she didn't value her talent, why bother to spend so much effort to win her over? I would like to go home and discuss it with my parents, and I personally agree with the proposal a little bit. Hermione Granger restrained the impulse in her heart. She felt that such a big matter should be told to her parents, so she didn't agree immediately. Of course, it's best to inform Mr. and Mrs. Granger about this matter. Hermione, I plan to open a grocery store in the wizarding world to recycle some magic items. I may stay here for a long time. In Diagon Alley. There are still too few people in the wizarding world to stand up to Kahn's toss, and the British wizarding world with a total of several thousand people has divided into many factions, 28 Pure Blood, Hogwarts, Ministry of Magic and so on. Miao Xiaoyao has a lot of style, and he is talking about the British magic world. Dealing with those people is very troublesome. After thinking about it, Kahn felt that the water in the magic world was too shallow, which was worth the number of people in the magic world, so it couldn't stand his troubles. Moreover, wizards didn't like Muggle things, and there were management departments for Muggle items. The idea of letting Kahn communicate with each other was also shattered. His best choice is to earn gold from the world of the common people, then exchange it for galleons at Gringotts, and then go to the wizarding world to buy potions and magical creatures. After Hermione left, Kahn took stock of his purchases. The most valuable thing should be the spell book, but this is also the most common. As long as you have money, you can buy it at the Lehan bookstore. There are also some potions. The ones that are a little bit valuable are the potions for blood, poison and wound healing, a more expensive compound decoction, but Kahn knows the transformation technique, which is of no use to him. Beauty potions and burn ointments are still worth a bit. If they can be mass-produced, bringing them back to the Marvel world will also be a money-making point. Although the most precious elixir of Felicia is sold to the outside world, it always attracts many people to scramble for it, and this potion is difficult to refine, so it is rarely circulated in the market. Sure enough, you still have to go to Nocturne Alley to buy things. Kahn thought for a while, and decided to send Shadow Clone to Nocturne Alley for a while, which is safe and secure. If someone wants to cheat, he will let Shadow Clone take the bomb next time. Nocturne Alley is a street at best, and the bomb stock on Kahn's body can blow up the entire street, and no one will suspect him. After deciding, Kahn set off for Diagon Alley. He remembered the location of the leaky cauldron, and the Muggle repelling charm didn't do much for him. Muggles would be affected by the spell, but Kahn had chakra and could ignore the leaky cauldron's muggle-repelling charm. After arriving at the leaky cauldron, Kahn asked for some things and asked Boss Tom for a lot of useful information. It turns out that the 2 streets behind Gringotts are mostly the residences of wizards. There are houses for sale and houses for rent. Most wizards choose to rent houses because it is too expensive to buy a house permanently. The house with the permanent traceless extension spell is more expensive, and even wizards who have worked in the Ministry of Magic for many years cannot afford that kind of house. From the outside, it may only be as big as a few doors, and the 3 floors add up to 70 to 80 square meters, but after entering, it may be an advanced residence of 200 to 300 square meters, and this kind of house costs about 10,000 galleons. Moreover, opening a shop is also very troublesome. It is necessary to report to the Ministry of Magic and obtain permission before opening a shop in Diagon Alley. However, this process is very cumbersome and has high requirements for applicants. No one cares about Nocturne Alley next door. As long as there is a house, a shop can be opened at any time. After coming out of the leaky cauldron, Kahn got a lot of useful information. Maybe he was drunk a few glasses of butterbeer, so old Tom was very relaxed, and pointed Kahn to whom to go to buy a house. Kahn first went to Gringotts to exchange enough galleons. Solo was very enthusiastic about Kahn's arrival. After handling such a large amount of business, Sola even raised Kahn's personal warehouse to a higher security level. Kahn is useless. There are many places where wizards gather, Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, etc. Some wizards even live with muggles, or live in their own manor, because they have very convenient transportation, flow powder or apparition. Kahn has neither of these, but he can also buy a house in Hogsmeade in the future, and then apply for the establishment of the flow network in the houses in Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley. Buying a house in Diagon Alley does not need to go through the Ministry of Magic. There is an organization for selling and renting houses, which is half official and half folk, and is subject to the review of the Ministry of Magic, but they have no management power, which is somewhat similar to an intermediary. After Kahn came here following Boss Tom's instructions, he found that Hogsmeade's house was also for sale, but Kahn hadn't been there, and he didn't bring enough money today, so he didn't look there for now. After choosing for a while, Kahn chose a house that had been vacant for a long time, with a total of 3 floors, an interior of about 360 square meters, and a price of 9,800 galleons. This house is good both in terms of safety and location. It may be because it is too expensive that it has not been sold. After learning that Kahn wanted to buy it, the people here quickly notified the wizard. Within an hour, it was convenient to pass flow powder added apparition to catch up. Probably out of fear that Kahn would repent, the owner of the house made a deal with Kahn immediately after confirmation. Kahn paid 9,800 galleons to obtain the contract and control of a house, and now he also has a place to live near Diagon Alley. It is that there may be no one living there for a long time and needs to be cleaned. It is best to hire a professional cleaning wizard. In fact, Kahn would like to get a house elf, but then go to the house elf resettlement office of the Ministry of Magic to apply. After dealing with the house in Diagon Alley, Kahn left the wizarding world through the leaky cauldron. After returning by car, Kahn saw a girl sitting at his door. After seeing Kahn get off the car, the girl immediately jumped to Kahn's side. "I thought I wouldn't be able to wait for you today, but fortunately there is still time," Hermione Granger said to Kahn with a beaming face. "Mom and Dad want to invite you to have dinner together, and talk about what we talked about during the day, and they want to chat with you. The fan list is vacant. Is there any master reader in the seat?" The dinner prepared by Granger's family was very sumptuous. Although it was not as good as the dinner in the restaurant, it could be seen that Mrs. Granger had put in a lot of preparation. If Hermione hadn't waited for Kahn today, at least half of the meal would have been wasted. "I've already bought a house in Diagon Alley. Unfortunately, the procedures for opening a shop are too troublesome. I need to apply to the Ministry of Magic for approval. Otherwise, I can buy a shop today, as well as Hogsmeade. I heard that it is also a gathering place for wizards." At dinner, Kahn told the Grangers about his afternoon's itinerary, and showed the wizard's contract. It had signed handprints and a photo of Kahn, and of course it was moving. The Grangers were also surprised by Kahn's ability to act, and they were even more surprised when they learned the selling price of the house in Diagon Alley. 9,800 galleons. The family would have to work hard for nearly a year to save it without eating or drinking, but Kahn decided to spend such a large amount of money decisively to settle in Diagon Alley. The magic world is still very attractive to common people. I heard that there are fire dragons and phoenixes in the magic world. Mr. Granger, if you don't see these magical creatures after knowing about them, your life will be full of regrets. You are quite right, Mr. Pinter. After Hermione's father heard Kahn's words, his heart moved a lot. He was also full of curiosity about the wizarding world, otherwise it would be impossible for Hermione to accept her going to a strange environment. Can commons just walk into the wizarding world? From the alley behind the leaky cauldron. Before Mr. Granger could finish speaking, Hermione interjected and said, "Dad, Mr. Kahn is not a muggle in the full sense. He may have magical powers, but he can't use them. I will ask about this after school starts." Professor Dumbledore, said in several books to be the greatest wizard of this century. As for muggles, if there is no wizard to lead them, they will not have any chance to touch the wizarding world, because there are muggle expulsion spells at every entrance, and if they do not contact wizards for a long time, muggles will gradually ignore them. The wizard thing. Once Hermione spoke, it was easy to enter the preaching mode. The little girl had a strong desire to show off at this age, and the three people present could tolerate Hermione's behavior, so they let her talk happily. After the lecture, Hermione showed a satisfied expression, but after a while she remembered the significance of this dinner, so she kept scanning the Grangers with her eyes. Mr. Granger also saw Hermione's gaze, so he cleared his throat and said to Kahn, "Mr. Pinter, we are very glad that you value Hermione's talents, and we welcome this very much. If possible, are you invited to be Hermione's godfather?" Ahem. After Kahn heard this sentence, he almost choked on the potato in his mouth. He quickly took a sip of the wine and asked again in disbelief, "Mr. Granger? You mean an invitation? Me as Miss Granger's godfather? He doesn't seem to meet any of the conditions of a godfather except age." Kahn and the Granger family have known each other for less than half a month. Although the relationship is a little closer due to the news of the wizard, it still does not meet the standard of a godfather at all. Moreover, the Granger family should not know Kahn very well. Afterwards, they will have a deep relationship with them. Are the Grangers so enlightened? Why, Mr. Granger? I mean, why the godfather? Kahn asked suspiciously, whether it was the relationship or the conditions. He was far behind, and he didn't know what the Grangers thought. How should I put it? It should be helping each other. Although I agree with Hermione to go to school in the wizarding world, from your description in the past 2 days, although the wizarding world has fewer people, class discrimination is more serious than the common people. We Hermione's family should make Hermione encounter some discrimination in the wizarding world. Mr. Granger's words made Kahn understand a little bit. It turned out that during this period, some spoilers he gave Hermione were conveyed to the ears of the Granger couple, letting them know some of the cruelty of the wizarding world. How could the Grangers not know about the phenomenon of class discrimination? After arriving in the wizarding world, their daughter may become the bottom of the discrimination chain in the wizarding world. It should be said that it is better than the bottom, because there are still squibs. In addition, Kahn wanted to invest in Hermione's talents and abilities, and hoped that Hermione would repay him in the future. After discussing with the Grangers, they felt that Kahn's investment would be of great help to Hermione. The family can't provide it, so they want to draw the relationship between the two parties closer and become like a godfather. Although it is a bit far-fetched, but fortunately neither party has the habit of believing in religion, so there is no need to strictly follow the guidelines of those canons and invite Kahn to become the godfather, which is a title that brings the relationship between the two parties closer. Although this explanation is a bit far-fetched, it is also somewhat reasonable, and Kahn has no reason to reject it. He originally had this intention first, and the other party just pulled it in more. Well, Mr. Granger, I am honored to be Miss Granger's godfather. After thinking about it for a while, Kahn still agreed to the matter. Hermione's talent in the future has already told him that the investment will make a steady profit. He just needs to guide Hermione a little bit and let her focus on potions. Kahn will be able to harvest a potion master in the future. After Kahn agreed, the atmosphere at the table improved a lot, and Kahn obviously felt that the relationship between the Grangers and him was much closer. The three of them don't believe in religion. Since Kahn is a time traveler, and the Granger couple is a small part of the British family who don't believe in religion, so the recognition ceremony is relatively simple, and there is no need to invite special people to witness it, because the identity of the wizard cannot be made public. Since Kahn became godfather, Hermione almost spent her vacation with Kahn, and he has a lot of things that Hermione is interested in. The textbooks for the 1st to 7th grades, other books in the magic world, as well as various magic materials and top-quality crucibles. Hermione tried to boil the potions several times in advance, although they failed, but Kahn watched from the side, and did not what danger arises. Hermione also followed Kahn to the house in Diagon Alley, and Kahn gave Hermione a key. The houses in Diagon Alley are all equipped with counterspells, and it is difficult for ordinary wizards to use the unlocking spell to enter here. The house is very large, and there is a special study room and a room for brewing potions, which may have been left by the original owner. In short, Hermione fell in love with this house as soon as she came to it. The house with a strong magical atmosphere is not far away. It's Diagon Alley. Hermione, you can choose any room you want to use. It's just that it hasn't been cleaned so people can't live here. I'm going to apply to the Ministry of Magic to open a shop. By the way, I'll see if there are any vacancies for house elves. Kahn told Hermione that this was his starting point in the wizarding world. Since the house elves failed in the war with wizards, they have been trained by wizards in a slavish way for generations. They have even been differentiated into the category of magical creatures, and they have to accept the management of the Department of Magical Creatures Management and control of the Ministry of Magic in the UK. They don't allow free house elves. In the eyes of the Ministry of Magic, once a house elf is idle, it may cause harm to wizards or the human world, and the consequences may be more serious than some magical animals. After all, house elves can do magic, and despite being slaves for centuries, wizards have never let down their vigilance against such creatures. Moreover, adopting a house elf is also relatively expensive. First of all, a deposit of 5,000 galleons is required. Many wizards think it is expensive, but it is because of the deposit. After all, house elves don't need wages. After recognizing a master, they will be servants of the family for the rest of their lives if nothing else happens, so the expenses on house elves are only spent when claiming them. After all, house elves are very practical, at least in the opinion of Kahn, a lazy person. It is better to have someone to serve than to do it yourself. Hermione also went to the Ministry of Magic. At this time, Voldemort has not returned, and the Death Eaters are all dormant. The British wizarding world is relatively safe except Nocturne Alley and places where there are no people. Hermione wants to know more about the wizarding world. Situation, so Kahn agreed. Except for the strange way of going to the Ministry of Magic, everything else opened Hermione's eyes. It was the first time she saw so many wizards outside of Diagon Alley, and this was the management department of the British wizarding community. After being guided by the staff of the Ministry of Magic, Kahn and Hermione quickly came to the 4th basement floor. After getting out of the elevator, Kahn felt that there were a lot fewer wizards here, but he could still see them in the corridor at a glance. A dozen wizards were walking back and forth, holding some documents in their hands. According to Boss Tom's introduction, the Fantastic Beasts Management Control Room is the department with the second largest number of people in the Ministry of Magic, and the department with the most people is the Department of Legal Enforcement, which is the part where Aurors are located. The Ministry of Magic exists to maintain the stability of the wizarding world. The first is to target dark wizards, and the second is to guard against magical creatures. According to the instructions on the office door, Kahn quickly found the house elf to relocate to the office. After explaining his intentions, the Ministry of Magic staff who received Kahn was stunned for a moment, and then started business for Kahn. Here is what you need to know about adopting a house elf. This is the form. Fill in the address and the number of elves you want to adopt. After leaving a deposit, you can go back and wait for news. Most of the wizards who can come to adopt house elves are either rich or expensive, so the attitude of the staff of the Ministry of Magic is also relatively good. Kahn quickly filled out the form, and after leaving the corresponding deposit, the house elf resettlement office told him that usually there would be a reply within 7 days, and Kahn would be notified whether to adopt immediately or wait. After dealing with the house elves, Kahn asked about opening a store. There is no clear departmental management of this matter, basically 2 departments of the Law Enforcement Division, which cannot sell Muggle items, and cannot sell items related to black magic. The former needs to go to the Misuse of Muggle Items office, and the latter then go to the Auror office to report. If you open a shop in Diagon Alley without reporting, Auror will check you every day. This time Carter just came to find out. After all, he didn't have everything ready to open the store, but at least he knew the process. After a while, he will come to the Ministry of Magic again after he is ready. After dealing with the matter, Kahn and Hermione went back. After eating some desserts in Diagon Alley, they went to the Leaky Cauldron. Kahn didn't have the habit of cooking, so he took Hermione to eat something casually. His goddaughter always has a steady stream of energy when she sees new things. Today is a good example. She ran with Kahn all morning without feeling tired, and said that she would contact her when she got back. Curse, preview homework. Hermione can feel that Kahn takes care of her, so she doesn't want to live up to this expectation, and she also likes the wizarding world very much, and now she just puts more energy into it. After Hermione drank the last sip of juice, she said to Kahn, "Godfather Kahn, I want to continue learning how to make potions when I go back." "Of course you can, but I think it's best to have a guide to guide you in the science of potions. If you try to figure it out on your own, even getting started is quite difficult. You should have felt it in the past 2 days, Hermione." After Kahn agreed, he persuaded again, and what he said was indeed reasonable. Hermione is smart, but if he made potions according to the textbook, he would be a genius like Snape, successfully refining a potion, even the simplest. "I'll go find someone to teach you about potions. There is still a month before you start school. If someone gives you advice, I believe you will make great progress. What do you think?" Hermione. "Thank you, Godfather." After Hermione agreed, she smiled happily. She had already felt the profound knowledge of potions, and it would be great if someone could guide her. Although the Godfather was suggested by her parents, during the time spent with Kahn, Hermione felt more and more that Kahn cared for and helped her. Without Kahn as the Godfather, Hermione would feel uncomfortable even if she read books all day long. "Excuse me. How can it be like now that she can read magic books casually, even the new books released by Lehan Bookstore, and there are so many magic materials for her to use? Not to mention being able to invite a potions teacher before school starts." Hermione thought for a while, even if her parents dote on her again, they might not spend so much money on her, because her family does not have the conditions. Kahn is different, he has a lot of galleons, maybe he can't invite Snape and Horace, but other weaker Yakushi still have a chance, even some Hogwarts graduates. Some people the grades in the medicine class were very good, and the knowledge they had mastered was enough to teach Hermione. Kahn asked Tom, the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, to hire someone. After learning that there would be 50 galleons as a reward, old Tom happily agreed to this matter. In his opinion, this matter was very simple, but it's just looking for a potions teacher who can guide the little wizards who haven't entered school. As long as you pass the NEWTS potions exam and fully meet Kahn's standards, although there are not many such people, old Tom knows a few, and Kahn's salary is not low. Go. In addition to this incident, on the 3rd day, Kahn received a reply from the Ministry of Magic. He applied for 2 house elves, and the Ministry of Magic has adjusted them for him, and they can come to the Ministry of Magic to pick them up at any time. Within 2 days, old Tom found for Kahn a wizard guy Tell who just passed the NEWTS pharmacy exam. He has graduated from Hufflepuff for nearly 3 years and has not found a suitable job for the time being. Guy Tell really wants to develop into the wizarding world, but the NEWTS certificate of pharmacy is not very useful in the Ministry of Magic, and the potion shops in the British wizarding world have regular partners and potion apprentices. It is difficult for Guy Tell to find one suitable job. If old Tom hadn't contacted her, Guy Turtle would have gone back and inherited her father's bakery, making money as a muggle to support the family. This is not an exception in the wizarding world. Although she can refine potions, no one will buy potions from her without the guarantee of a potion store. Harmless potions become highly poisonous. So most people would rather pay a little more to go to St. Mungo's Hospital or slug potions than buy potions from strangers. Guy Turtle accepted the invitation because of Kahn's high salary. After all, Aurors only earn between 1,500 and 3,000 galleons a year, and she earns 100 galleons a week. Although she only worked for a month, Kahn revealed to Guy Turtle that if she performed well, Kahn would hire her as a potion apprentice after she opened a shop in the future. Kahn's financial resources have been proved to Guy Turtle through the House Elves. This kind of servant has always been a symbol of strong financial resources. If there is no family property, it is impossible to support House Elves. What's more, there are 2 Kahns. Guy Teller accepted Kahn's invitation after a little thought, and with the promise of potions apprentice, Guy Teller even used his skills to teach Hermione Granger. Even a potions lesson plan was drawn up to teach Hermione. In addition to recruiting Guy Tell, Kahn's biggest game is that he got 2 house elves, Phil and Isaac. After signing the contract with the Ministry of Magic, these 2 house elves became Kahn's personal property. The Ministry of Magic also gave him a book about the forbidden items of house elves, the first of which is that house elves are not allowed to touch wands, and there are many other prohibited items. However, the Ministry of Magic can formulate these prohibitions at will. Anyway, Kahn does not intend to abide by them. The servility of the house elves is already very serious, especially Phil and Isaac. Knowing that the house elves will not betray, Kahn naturally to increase the strength of the elves. For example, allowing them to practice attacking magic or use wands and the like. This is to better protect the master. Even the elves will not refuse Kahn's order. Moreover, it is very difficult for the Ministry of Magic to monitor house elves. Even if they found out that Kahn condoned house elves, they would only be fined. Ownership of elves, unless the master Kahn dies. After Phil and Isaac came to Kahn's house, they cleaned it up, and Phil was very good at cooking and cleaning. Isaac didn't argue with Phil when cleaning the house, so he was stunned. Stuffy. Because Kahn issued several orders after they became servants, one of which was that elves were not allowed to harm themselves through self-mutilation without his permission. The best way to do something wrong should be to reflect on it, so as to create greater value for the owner, instead of self-harming and injuring themselves, and asking the owner to spend galleons to treat their injuries, which is a secondary loss for the owner. Kahn instilled this truth in Phil and Isaac, and it was quickly accepted by them as the truth. One night, after Phil and Isaac cleaned the entire building, Kahn called in for questioning. Phil, Isaac, do you know attack-type magic? After the 2 house elves heard this sentence, their protruding green eyes suddenly flashed panic, their hands were a little panicked and they didn't know where to put them, and they said tremblingly, Master, the elves will never attack the master. Phil, I need you to protect me, and when I'm not around, you also need to protect my goddaughter Hermione Granger, so you must have a certain strength, understand? Kahn unquestionably interrupted Phil's words, putting his master's safety first. After hearing this sentence, Phil and Isaac directly ignored the rule that elves cannot train attack magic, and instead considered the owner's safety. Master, our magic is somewhat different from that of wizards, but the attack magic is similar. After listening to the answers of the 2 elves, Kahn knew a little about the strength of the house elves. There are some differences between magic power and magic and wizards, which are based on different races. However, house elves are born masters of magic, and many magics are performed slightly better than a pure-blood wizard. This is because the house elves have not touched wands, but according to Phil and Isaac, they have never used wands since they were born, and there is no wand master who specially makes wands for elves, so they don't know the effect of wands on them. How much strength has improved? Afterwards, Kahn took out 10 wands and asked Phil and Isaac to choose one to familiarize themselves with. If it is useful, it will belong to them. It is also necessary to clear the memory of the witnesses, which is Kahn's request to Phil and Isaac. Hermione is now learning from Gaitel every day. In addition to potions, Gaitel can also teach Hermione about the knowledge of spells in the first 5th grade, so Kahn added 50 galleons to Gaitel weeks because of the extension of her teaching hours. The house elves also moved into Kahn's new home in Diagon Alley, and now Isaac lives in Diagon Alley, while Phil runs back and forth with Kahn. With the protection of Phil and Isaac, Kahn's 2 homes are very safe. Phil and Isaac even added a basic protective spell to the house. Those with weaker magic power than them are impossible to break through the elf spell. Dragon blood is so hard to buy. It seems that other than trading with those powerful wizards, the only option is to try your luck in Nocturne Alley. Kahn never went to Nocturne Alley because he was afraid of being cheated. Those dark wizards are more ruthless than capitalists. Kahn only wants money at most. Those dark wizards will not only cheat money, but also kill you. However, it is too difficult to buy things through formal channels, even dragon blood, let alone unicorn blood, phoenix blood, etc. It is really difficult for Kahn. Maybe a donation to Hogwarts? Kahn remembered that the funding of Hogwarts had always been a problem, and the reason why Lucius Malfoy was able to become a school trustee should be a very important reason for donating money. After much thought, Kahn decided to go to Nocturne Alley, at least to collect the blood and flesh genes of some magical creatures. Please follow up, this week is very critical, it depends on this week whether you want to take off or stretch your hips. Although Nocturne Alley and Diagon Alley are only separated by a wall, they are completely different in terms of environment and atmosphere. After Kahn walked in here, the black wizard wandering in the alley immediately set his sights on him, a newcomer, but Kahn was not afraid. Anyone who dared to come looking for trouble should prepare for the art of explosion. He had 5 detonating talismans and 10 caddies of explosives on his body. The death of Shadow Clone just made Kahn feel uncomfortable for a while, but it is hard to say for people like Nocturne Lane. The houses within 10 meters nearby are not collapsed, even if their spells are used well. A strengthening spell was used on every single brick. However, these black wizards only waited and watched temporarily, and did not choose to act. When he came to the Bogenbach store, Kahn took a look and walked in. The room was dark and filled with various items, but Kahn was very careful not to touch anything. This guest looks very strange, does he come from somewhere else? A thin-looking man with shrewd eyes appeared behind the counter, tapping the table rhythmically with his fingers, showing a Philistine smile of a businessman. You can use galleons to exchange for any service you want at the Bogenbach store, this strange gentleman. I hope it's really what you said, Garen is not a problem for me, as long as you can get the things on the list. Kahn didn't care about Bogenbach's flattering words, and directly took out the list of items he needed, put them on the counter and pushed them over. Bogenbach smiled silently, and then picked up the list to look at it, but after seeing the list, the expression on his face changed, and the more he looked at it, the faster it changed, and he couldn't tell what it was in the end expression. No one can get these things, the phoenix is clearly recorded in the British wizarding world at Hogwarts, and no one would take such a big risk to deal with a unicorn. After listening to Bogenbach's words, Kahn asked back, that is to say, apart from the ones just now, you can get the rest, including Felicia. The Bogenbach store's relationship can be developed to Romania. As for the Felicia, it just needs some galleons. If the flesh and blood of the dragon can be obtained, the flesh and blood of some magical creatures is naturally a solution for Bogenbach, but the most difficult phoenix and unicorn have no way out. If Kahn really wants it, he can only go to looking for Dumbledore. 2,000 galleons, this is just a deposit, come back here in 20 days, this guest. When Bogenbach talked about Garen, his eyes kept looking at Kahn, and the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. In addition to that cabinet, you have to fix it, and someone will send money later. After saying this, Kahn stopped talking. This thing is a pair. If you don't find the other one, it won't work even if you fix it. Bojanbok stopped after saying this. Seeing that Kahn didn't act, he knew that his plan was firm, maybe because he knew the whereabouts of another cabinet. After a while, another person with exactly the same appearance walked into the Bojanbok store. Bojanbok's eyes widened a lot after seeing Kahn's other shadow clone, but then he thought of Polyjuice Potion. Drinking the compound decoction can indeed play a role in confusing, but taking the potion is a sign of cowardice. In Nocturne Alley, it is best to use strength to deter those greedy black wizards. Bojanbok thought in his heart, this has nothing to do with him, he just collect the money. If the other party dies in Nocturne Alley, he can earn exactly 2,000 galleons. After confirming that the deposit was correct, Bojanbok waved his hand to indicate that there was no problem. After that, Kahn didn't plan to stay here anymore. He wanted to buy some other black magic items. However, Kahn is not knowledgeable enough, and rash purchases may be punished. Well, even if it was the materials and potions he bought just now, he would ask the elf to check for traces of black magic after he returned. Safe journey, sir. You should pray for other people. After Kahn replied this sentence, he left here. After Kahn left, Bojanbok quickly collected the deposit of 2,000 galleons, but he was a little curious about Kahn's confidence, so he followed and prepared to take a look from a distance. But when Bojanbok had just stepped out of the store, there was a loud explosion in the distance. The sound was like a thunderbolt out of thin air, which directly shocked Bojanbok. He stepped on the ground and sat on the ground. After a second, he came back to his senses. He quickly cast an armor curse on himself, and followed the other black wizards who came walk towards the direction of the explosion together. Before he got close, Bojanbok heard some wizards screaming in pain. That unfamiliar wizard exploded all of a sudden. Dark magic is definitely powerful black magic. They are like twins who look exactly alike. After collecting the news for a while, Bojanbok rushed to his store with his calves. He didn't expect that the customer today would be so crazy. He used such a powerful black magic just because he didn't agree. At least 4 or 5 dark wizards who had been in Nocturne Alley all year round died. After Bojanbok returned to the store, he suddenly found a note on the counter, which read, "Don't forget the time of the transaction, Mr. Bojanbok." What a crazy guy. Bojanbok trembled, and then he honestly went to prepare the items for the transaction. It seems that he can't make a wrong decision about this business, otherwise, if he comes to his store, the loss will far exceed 5,000 galleons. This incident is said to have attracted the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic, because the sound was transmitted to Diagon Alley. Usually the Aurors don't come to Nocturne Alley very often because there is no big trouble, but this time the movement is too big, they can't not coming. After Shadow Clone died, Kahn's eyes glowed faintly red. Just now Chakra returned with the memory of death, which caused some bad effects on him. After encountering this situation, Extremis quickly repaired it. Kahn's brain. Within a second, Kahn felt back to normal, and even the elves around him didn't notice the change he had just made. There was a sudden knock on the door. After Phil went to open the door, Hermione's proud little steps revealed her unconcealable joy. She also thanked Phil when she entered the room, which made Phil feel at a loss. Finally went to the basement and cried. "Godfather Kahn, this is the result of my time, the potion for treating scabies, and Guy Teller's evaluation is very good. It's amazing, as expected of my goddaughter, I knew you would be fine with your talent, but, Hermione, you can take a proper rest, and if you want, I can show you around London." Kahn persuaded Hermione after seeing the dark circles under her eyes, she is still a little scalper, she should work properly and not be overly squeezed. Besides, I would like to ask you one more thing. After you start school, I hope you will help me deliver a letter to Professor Dumbledore at Hogwarts. Then there are a few worlds back and forth, but mainly Hokage. As for the issue of time, don't worry about those, the protagonist grows in age but doesn't grow old. Kahn had a rare period of peace, and after a day of playing with Hermione in London, he focused part of his attention on the world of the common people. He separated several shadow clones, used transformation technique plus money to clear the way, and got several identification cards. Then Kahn exchanged some pounds and went to the stock market to make a little money. This year happened to be a good opportunity to make wealth, but it was too late, and all the money that should be earned was taken away by the financial oligarchs. Kahn could only rely on his memory to earn a little money. But even so, it can increase the wealth in his hands several times, and Kahn can use the money to exchange for gold, so as to exchange for magical resources in the wizarding world. Half of the money earned is used to develop the local strength, and the other half is used to buy gold. After obtaining the legal status, Kahn does not need to rely on the help of the security company to rent a house as before, and can reasonably invest in some businesses as a local citizen. These things are naturally handed over to Shadow Clone. Kahn now has a lot of chakra. After 3 Shadow Clones are separated, Shadow Clone can maintain the transformation technique for a whole day, which is difficult for others to detect, and the side effects of Shadow Clone it can also be offset by the extremist virus, which can just sort out the impact of a large amount of memory. He just understands the memory of Shadow Clone. If there is no accident, Kahn will not deal with it. Although there are wizards here, Kahn's ninjutsu is no worse than magic, especially Shadow Clone plus transformation technique, which is basically cautious to the ultimate. The human bomb tactic that terrorists are best at, is now being used very smoothly by Kahn. In Diagon Alley, Kahn was also more honest, and the Ministry of Magic also dispatched Aurors at the intersection of Diagon Alley and Nocturne Alley, just to investigate those extremely terrorist dark wizards. Fortunately, the last explosion happened in Nocturne Alley, and the dead were also dark wizards. It is hard for Fudge to imagine what kind of criticism he would receive if this happened in Diagon Alley. Maybe the Daily Prophet would use 3 pages to describe it his incompetence. So in the recent period, almost all Aurors have been working overtime. Even if they can't find the mastermind behind the Nocturne Alley explosion, they still have to show the Ministry of Magic's determination to eradicate evil. Before Hermione started school and during the period when Kahn and Bokenbach responded to the letter, he stayed at home in Diagon Alley very honestly, except for occasionally going out to buy some food from the wizarding world. Unfortunately, most of the magic desserts here need magic power to come manufacturing. There is no way to industrialize mass production, otherwise Kahn would be a dessert tycoon in the Marvel world. How many days until Hermione starts school? Godfather Kahn, look at my work. After Hermione walked into the room, she used her wand to maintain the levitation charm a little proudly, and the objects she used the levitation charm were 2 bottles of potion, a bottle of life and death water and blood tonic. Look, it's definitely the perfect potion that Guy Turl praised. Looks pretty good, Hermione, give me these 2 bottles as a collection, just in case I get hurt. Kahn took the potion, and he was not stingy with his own praise. A girl of this age who loves to show off just needs the approval and praise of others. As long as Hermione behaves well, Kahn will praise her. As for the white face and urging, there are Guy Terra and Hogwarts professors, enough to keep Hermione from being overly complacent. If it doesn't work, Kahn will also act as a bad face a few times. It was intended to be given to the Godfather. Hermione was very happy after receiving the compliment. During the period of consulting Guy Tell, she basically finished learning the potions and spells of the 1st grade. Although it was only a quick course, she was very proficient in both spells and potions. Next, Hermione has a lot of time to read books and practice other subjects. Guy Tell also told Kahn that Hermione can relax before going to school, and spend the rest of the time after reading a book every day doing other things, although Kahn thinks that Hermione will continue to demand herself don't waste time. But Kahn can give the Grangers some information about Hermione's condition, so that they can help discipline them, but I don't know if it's Kahn's illusion. The Grangers don't seem to ask him much about Hermione's condition recently, some traces of stalking. Is this the elixir of felicity? Kahn took the potion in his hand and looked it over. The lucky potion can change the illusory luck, but this kind of good luck is illusory. In fact, the blessing potion changes the user himself. And you can't drink too much. If you take too much, it will have bad effects, such as arrogance, dizziness and so on. After Kahn got the traded item from Bojenbach, he didn't take it back directly, but asked someone to check it to make sure it was true or not. After returning, he asked Phil and Isaac to check for traces of black magic. Just feel relieved. Felicia can't be stored indefinitely, it's better to take it within the so-called shelf life, otherwise, if you buy it home and store it, and find out that the effect of the medicine expires, then the galleon spent will be lost. However, Kahn has a space backpack, so he doesn't need to care about these things, and Felicity Elixir is not a masterpiece. Although it is difficult to brew, there will still be 1 or 2 bottles in circulation on the market every year. Finally, it is absolutely possible to brew Felicia. Therefore, Kahn divided the Felix Elixir into 3 parts. This is what the owner of the Slug Magic Pharmacy told Kahn. Taking 1/3 of a bottle of Felix Elixir at a time is the most appropriate dose. Keep a spare for yourself, take another to try, and give the last one to Hermione. As Kahn's goddaughter, she is entitled to 1/3 of the Felicia. As for the flesh and blood of other magical creatures, Kahn kept them well, and planned to study the feasibility of merging with the new extremis virus after returning home. Kahn was going to wait here until after school started, which happened to be the time to reply to the Ministry of Magic's application for opening a store, and when school started, Kahn could also ask Hermione to deliver a letter to Dumbledore for him. Time passed quickly, and within a few days it was the day Hogwarts started school. Kahn also tried Felix Elixir that day, and after drinking it, he felt that his brain was abnormally clear, and at the same time other complex emotions were suppressed, allowing him to enter a more rational state. At this time, Kahn wrote a letter to Dumbledore, which was roughly 1/3 greetings and compliments, 1/3 yearning for Hogwarts, and finally a little as of the squib couldn't understand the sadness of the wizarding school, and at the same time donated a 5,000 galleon education grant to Hogwarts. I hope to contribute to the education of Hogwarts. There is also a Gringotts Fund transfer statement in the envelope. Whoever gets this statement can take 5,000 galleons from Kahn's personal warehouse. It was only at the end of the letter that Kahn mentioned his yearning for magical creatures, and asked Dumbledore where he could buy phoenix blood and body tissues, for which he was willing to pay 30,000 galleons. Mom, Dad, and Godfather, just send them here. I'm going to get in the car. Hermione pushed her suitcase and said to the Grangers and Kahn that she could have stretched the bag with no traces, but Guy Tell reminded that freshmen had better not be independent, and after arriving at Hogwarts, there were elves to help with the suitcases, so Hermione took her own. But some of her equipment has been replaced with the best ones, such as dragon leather gloves and cauldrons, because she has a godfather with a lot of money. Godfather, I will forward your letter to Professor Dumbledore, please rest assured. Hermione held her head high and said to Kahn that after studying with Guy Tell for a month, she was not nervous at all about going to Hogwarts alone, and even looked forward to it, because Guy Tell gave her evaluation except for some theories the knowledge still needs to be memorized, and she is no worse than a second-grade student now. Then please, Hermione, I may go abroad in a while, if you need help, write to Phil and Isaac, or Guy Tell. Kahn told Hermione that the matter of the first grade could be resolved by contacting the house elves and Guy Tell, and Kahn affirmed that Hermione would be their second master when he was away. Guy Tell was also hired by Kahn as a store clerk, because his grocery store application has passed the review of the Ministry of Magic, and now it can be fully opened in a few steps, and Kahn also bought an extra house in Diagon Alley as a storefront. At present, it mainly recycles potions and magic materials, etc. At the same time, it sells some potions brewed by Guy Terra. Kahn also wants to collect some other valuable alchemy products, but without professional appraisers, it is easy to be caught by some malicious people. Wizards pit money. In terms of potions and magic materials, Guy Tell can check them out, so I can rest assured for the time being. Kahn hopes to discover the value of magical biological materials through research, so the quantity is necessary. Guy Tell's potions can be regarded as a consolation, if no one buys them. If so, then Kahn will take it home and use it himself. Now what he hopes most is the flesh and blood gene of the phoenix, so Kahn has made a lot of preparations. In order to make himself more likely to get the phoenix blood gene, Kahn went to some bookstores to find out the address of Newt Scamander. Newt had written a book, so the people in the bookstore must know his whereabouts. However, the people in the bookstore did not tell Kahn the whereabouts of Newt Scamander, but he did not give up, but left a letter, hoping that they could pass it on to Newt Scamander. There was another greeting in the letter, and there was a donation, which Mr. Scamander hoped would be used for the protection of magical creatures. At the end, he asked Newt Scamander about how to obtain the phoenix flesh gene. After getting on the Hogwarts Express, Hermione found an unoccupied box to sit in. After a while, a little fat man knocked on the door and asked. Hermione was born in a Muggle family. Life, but the essence of liking to help others and expressing oneself at the same time has not changed. She gave up her seat directly and welcomed Neville in. During the period, when the two chatted acquaintedly, the knowledge displayed by Hermione also made Neville more and more admirable. He was naturally timid, and although he had courage in his heart, he didn't show it very much, so he looked forward to Hermione Granger. A person who is good at expressing himself. The two chatted more and more happily, one likes to perform, and the other likes to watch other people's performance. When Neville found that her toad was missing, Hermione even offered to help find it, because Neville was a good listener and would applaud when she heard her talk, so Hermione was very willing to help Neville. The two asked one by one in the workshop box. Although it was not very good to do so, Hermione did a good job of being polite and did not arouse the resentment of the people in the compartment. The other party can also strangle to death with a smile. When she was in the next carriage, Hermione suddenly saw 3 students who were about her height gathered in front of a box, so she stepped forward and asked, "Excuse me, may I bother you, have you ever seen a toad?" "That's Neville Longbottom's pet." "Neville, that Longbottom who doesn't look like a pure-blood family at all. It seems that he forgot his pet this time. Will he forget the way home next time?" The pale-faced first-year boy at the head said mockingly, and the 2 people around him immediately laughed. Although Neville was a little angry when he heard it, his natural timidity made him unable to make any resistance, so he could only silently lower his head. "Why do you laugh at Neville? It seems that you are a pure-blood wizard who likes to laugh at others. Let me tell you, even if this kind of thing is not in the wizarding world, it is also a manifestation of impoliteness and upbringing." Hermione was not afraid of the 3 people on the opposite side. She slightly raised her small head and said to Draco Malfoy, but she had already secretly clenched her magic wand in her sleeve, although she couldn't do what the Godfather said to strike first, but if the other party has bad intentions, she can protect herself. "Uneducated? It looks like you don't know the history of the pure-blood family, you ignorant mudblood." Draco Malfoy's angry little face hadn't finished his words when he saw the change of eyes of the little girl on the opposite side, quickly pulled out a wand, and shouted loudly at him. "Seal your tongue and lock your throat." A spell flashed, and Della Comelfort suddenly found herself speechless. "If you can't speak, it's best not to speak, you come from a pure-blood family." Hermione suddenly didn't know the name of the other party, but Harry Potter in the box saw it, and reminded him very smartly. Draco Malfoy. Hermione followed Harry Potter's words and continued, "Student Malfoy from a pure-blood family." Draco found that he couldn't speak a word, so he asked Brack and Goyle for help, but they had nothing to do, they could only drag Malfoy back to their car. "Looks like you can't find your toad here either, Neville, let's look elsewhere." Hermione was in a bad mood. Although she had heard from the Godfather a long time ago that purebloods disdain Muggle-born wizards, this was the first time she had encountered them. After nodding with Ron Weasley and Harry Potter, Hermione and Neville then left, but they searched almost the entire carriage, but they couldn't find Neville's toad. It wasn't until they got out of the car and boarded the boat that they arrived at Hogwarts Castle that Neville found his toad under Hagrid's reminder. Seeing Neville find her own toad, Hermione's mood was slightly better, but after seeing Della, who was also a first-year student, her mood turned bad again. But now, Hermione is more concerned about delivering the letter to Professor Dumbledore, because Godfather Kahn doesn't have much time to stay in London, so Hermione wants to help the godfather finish this matter as soon as possible. On the second day of class, Hermione Granger found an opportunity after class because of her outstanding performance. She handed the letter to Professor McGonagall and explained the situation to her. After receiving Professor McGonagall's assurance, Hermione Granger, a big stone was put down in Min's heart, and she could concentrate on studying. Dumbledore, I think you can take a look at this letter. The godfather of a student passed it to you through me. He doesn't seem to know your address. Professor McGonagall came to the principal's office and said to Dumbledore, and then put the letter on the table. The student's godfather? I probably know who this gentleman is. After Dumbledore saw the name on the letter, he slowly opened the letter, but he opened his eyes slightly after seeing the contents of the letter. Professor McGonagall, do you want to take a look? This Mr. Pinter seems to have met you, and he also sent a letter to Newt. Mr. Pinter? Professor McGonagall took the letter from Dumbledore, but after seeing the content of the letter, she was also a little surprised, and adjusted her glasses. No wonder, Scamander, I remembered, I thought it's Granger's family, but I just found out yesterday that this Mr. Pinter seems to be a squib. So, Dumbledore, what's your opinion? Only you can decide on this matter, after all. He is the master of the Phoenix, and Dumbledore wants to give him some advice, which Professor McGonagall will never say. Yes, only I can make the decision. Although Fuji supports me, I can feel his fear of me. I am not Tom. Dumbledore touched Fox's feathers, and after a while, he made a decision after Professor McGonagall left for a long time. This will make Hogwarts better, won't it, Fox? Damn, I saw that Hokage ran a lot, but I can't just write a world. The cost is really not small, but the reward is also great. The smile on Kahn's face couldn't stop after he came back. He waited for Dumbledore's reply in the last few days. The White Demon King was unexpectedly generous. In addition to the flesh and blood of the Phoenix, there were also feathers and tears, all of which were very precious materials. Gold consumes less than 1/3, and the size of the magic world is not big, so that's all there is to it. The flesh and blood of the 4 dragon species, as well as materials from other magical creatures. Garen's power is indeed great. The materials of these magical creatures need to be preserved. Except for those to be studied, the rest can be placed in the space backpack grid of his system. As for research, Rice is a good choice. Let him set up a team dedicated to serving me. After thinking about it for a while, Kahn found a suitable candidate. Rice is a researcher in Killian's research team, with excellent academic qualifications and research ability, so he is a more suitable candidate for Kahn. He agreed to join Killian's research team because the Extremis virus has a chance to cure his daughter, but now the Extremis virus project is being promoted by Kahn, and Kahn that Killian promised him can do it. The most important thing is that Rice is short of money to treat his daughter, and he can only barely let the hospital maintain his daughter's treatment by all means. This is why Rice helps Kahn with homework every time. $1,000 is really generous. Betty, ask the driver to pick me up to the Biological Research Center, and how are you doing with the things I gave you last time? Betty Ross was startled when she received a call from Kahn suddenly. The boss disappeared for several days and then contacted her suddenly. I know the boss. Driver Paul will be waiting for you at your door in half an hour. The work is going smoothly. At present, 7 people can be invited to join the job. Although Betty's assistant is named at the Biological Research Center, she also needs to arrange Kahn's life itinerary, which is a must for high salaries. However, she prefers that her boss disappear for a long time, so that she can slowly explore the experimental projects of the Biological Research Center with some orders from the boss. 20 minutes later. Paul drove to Kahn's house. The driver Laura had hired was a steady and quiet driver. When Kahn arrived at the Biological Research Center, Betty was already waiting for him at the gate of the research center. After Kahn got off the car, Betty hurried up to greet him. After greeting Kahn, he began to report to Kahn the recent affairs of the Biological Research Center. Betty's identity is quite useful. She has already contacted 19 experts or researchers in biological genetics, but only 7 of them clearly accepted the invitation. The rest either have a project in hand, or are not very interested in Kahn's confidential project. Thinking that his research center is pretending. The 7 people who accepted the invitation were not well known, and they seemed to be marginal figures in the original team, but Betty gave a high evaluation to the 7 people, and Kahn's biological research center was indeed not well known, so he invited these people to join. It just so happened that Kahn planned to find a research team for Rice and let him see who among the 7 people could be used. When he was about to reach the research room, Kahn stopped and said to Betty, "Betty, this is the end of today's report. Your work ability is beyond my imagination. Next, please book me a place for dinner. If it's okay, you can add 1 more person." "Okay, boss." Betty was angry but agreed with a smile on her face. What she wanted to see was the research project in the laboratory, but Kahn obviously wouldn't let her in. The security here is usually very strict, even if the boss's assistant doesn't have an ID card. "Can't get in." Betty smiled and turned away, but she had other ideas in mind. "Ladies and gentlemen, how is the research going?" After Kahn entered the laboratory, he asked Maya and Killian about the research project. Seeing the boss coming, Maya and Killian introduced the research progress of the extremis virus respectively. According to the idea pointed out by Kahn, they cultured the cell genes and extremis virus of 2 different animals together, and they have successfully succeeded in animals such as mice and apes. Success rate. If it succeeds, the next step is to carry out market research. Extremis virus is very effective. It can repair both the cellular level and bioelectricity. If the effect is not weakened, then Kahn is creating superhumans. At least the effect must be weakened by 90% before Kahn will be sold. At that time, the effect of the extremis virus can only be the regeneration of the broken arm, and all other augmentation effects will disappear, and the recovery of the broken limb depends on the dose of serum injected. Kahn will be sold to the outside world. This is not for profit, but for stability. If the extremis virus serum can only heal severed limbs, they are an excellent biomedical company, but if they can mass-produce superhumans and do not have the strength of Umbrella, then Kahn is fighting against the whole world. After listening to Maya and Killian's report, Kahn told them to speed up the progress, and then asked about Rice. "Mr. Rice, I need to build another research team, and you are very suitable for my selection criteria." Facing Kahn's invitation, Rice froze for a moment. Rice raised his head and looked left and right, and other people's eyes also looked at Rice. His usual performance can only be said to follow every step, but Killian is indeed the best. Helper. Suddenly called away by Kahn, Killian also felt a little bit reluctant, but the extremis project has seen a breakthrough direction, and Kahn is still the boss. He knows what Les wants, and Killian has no ability to stop it, so he can do whatever. Never mind. Then Rice was called to another research room, which has not been used since it was built. "Mr. Rice, I need you to help me do a research. In return, your daughter will be given the mature extremis virus serum for the first time, and the company will also be responsible for the treatment costs during this period, and you, just need it is enough to listen to my order and keep it absolutely confidential." After hearing this sentence, Rice was still a little dazed, but then he realized that this was his opportunity. For his daughter, Rice quickly nodded in agreement. "Very good, Mr. Rice, I hope you can remember what I said. Next, I will arrange research tasks for you. As for manpower, I recommend you. You can also find someone yourself, but you must be able to keep secrets." A Kahn boss walked in from another door and said to him. After seeing this scene, Rice's shocked eyes widened like copper bells. After speaking to Rice, the 2 Kahns walked out of the research room one after the other. This move is also to warn and deter Rice. Although he is usually very honest, there is no guarantee that there may be a little bit of leakage. The research here is the flesh and blood cells of magical creatures, and there must be no mistakes. As for the matter of Shadow Clone, there is a high probability that Rice will not tell it, and no one will believe it even if he tells it, and he will not give Rice a chance to tell it. Kahn plans to triple the security and monitoring of this research site, but unfortunately he doesn't have the artificial intelligence like Jarvis, otherwise he can hand over the work with confidence. After dinner, Paul drove Kahn to the gate of the villa. After Kahn got out of the car, he stopped Betty, who was about to open the door to get out of the car. "Betty, although I really want to invite you in for a cup of tea, but it may not be convenient recently, I will invite you as a guest next time." Hearing Kahn's words, Betty's hand on the door lock was a little embarrassed. She didn't know whether to continue to push the door, and entangled to go in and sit for a while, but Kahn didn't give her time to entangle, and directly signaled the driver to let Paul drive away, sent Betty home. After dealing with Marvel, Kahn will also go to the world of Hokage. With the ability to protect himself, the new extremist virus plus the space shuttle of the trading system, unless second Hokage is revived and engraved the mark of Flying Thunder God on his body, this can threaten his life. After Kahn returned to the Hokage world, he could take revenge, especially the two guys, third Hokage and Danzo, who could command Umbu to attack him, and they were the only two of them. Xia Chuan, long time no see. When seeing Kahn, Xia Chuan was stunned for a moment, but then she reacted and hurried forward to say hello. "Boss, are you back?" When Kahn came back, he inquired about the year. He had not been away for a short time, and there were many things to deal with when he came back, but the most important thing was Xia Chuan's place, but Xia Chuan's complexion changed a little bit. "You seemed surprised just now, Xia Chuan, what happened?" After Kahn asked this question, he found that Xia Chuan lowered his head without resistance, as if admitting his mistake, so he continued, "Go and prepare the recent account book, Xia Chuan, you know I don't value money very much. If it is a loss, don't feel bad about the money." "I see, boss, let's prepare." After finishing speaking, Xia Chuan was about to leave, but before she left, Kahn stopped her again. "Wait a minute, give you a Chamber of Commerce badge." Xia Chuan was stunned for a moment, although he didn't quite understand what Kahn meant, but still followed his instructions, took off the badge on the collar and handed it to Kahn, took a new one from him and put it on. Then Xia Chuan left the house, preparing to sort out the accounts of the property in recent months. She was in charge of the general accounts of the Chamber of Commerce, and even some accounts in Boziguo and Konoha village would be handed over to Xia Chuan. After Xia Chuan left, Kahn took out the eavesdropping chip in the badge, then took out a computer from the space backpack, and uploaded it to see what happened to Xia Chuan. The timeline is relatively long, so Kahn went straight to audio to text, and then went through it quickly. After reading it, he finally knew why something was wrong with Xia Chuan. After a while, Xia Chuan knocked on the door and walked in with some accounting documents, and respectfully said to Kahn, "Boss, here are the accounts, which are all divided by region, category, etc. There is also a list of personnel additions." "Well, I see." Kahn picked it up and looked at it briefly. "The income is very good, especially the casino. In more than 4 months, the income has increased by 50% compared to before. And Huchuan County also opened one. There are now a total of 4 casinos, and the income next year is expected to be even more gratifying. Although the income from desserts is not as high as that of casinos, they are still very popular among the civilians in the Land of Fire, and most of them are bought by ninjas. Sweets that are full of calories can replace Bingliangwen to some extent, but they do not have the ability to quickly restore chakra ability. The ledger in Konoha only has a backup, and Chihai did not expand aggressively, and chose to maintain it during Kahn's departure. The donation to the orphanage has been going on, and Chihai is very sensible and doing some good deeds in the name of Kahn. Make his reputation better and better. After the war, the orphanages in Konoha village and even outside the village ensured that more and more war orphans were clothed and fed, all thanks to Kahn. Commoners in other places, even if their parents are present, may not be able to eat enough. But the price of this is a lot of expenses. At least 70% of the income of the 13 shops in Konoha village, plus Kahn's income from writing books, is invested in funding the orphanage. As for Nami's ledger, the usual one doesn't look much different. The transaction with Miss Shinobi was done by Kahn himself, but he'll have to go there again depending on the time. After Xia Chuan put down the ledger, he did not choose to leave, but continued to wait for Kahn in the house, and only raised his head to ask. "Xia Chuan, is there anything else?" Hearing this, Xia Chuan pondered for a while, and finally made a decision and took out a list, and said to Kahn, "Boss, this is the newly recruited personnel. I think some of them cannot adapt to the Chamber of Commerce, so. It's not important, Xia Chuan, but I'm glad you can tell me about it." Kahn smiled, put aside the list she handed over, and then continued to say to Xia Chuan, "Recently adjust your affairs, it is enough to only be responsible for desserts and food expansion, and I will let others take over the casino and others." "I see, boss." Although part of the power was removed, Xia Chuan was relieved. For some reason, she felt that the boss seemed to know everything, as if she had been seen through her inner thoughts. But that's fine, she will have an excuse in the future. Kahn's boss treats her very well and trusts her, he also likes to do good deeds, and he doesn't do anything excessive. It violates the principles of the Senju clan. After Xia Chuan left, Kahn began to think about the Chamber of Commerce, at least to find a few people who could replace Xia Chuan, replace it with someone else first. Kahn's expectations for Yakushi Nanoyu are not low. In a few years, Nanoyu will probably be able to graduate from Tsunade. By then, Yakushi Nanoyu should be the first one under Kahn's command to enjoy the new extremist virus serum. Ninja people. After a while, Kahn asked Kakuzu's subordinates to come over, and then asked him to pass a task to Kakuzu. "Please send a mission message to Kakuzu. There will be a group of caravans going to the Kingdom of Waves in the near future. This is the route and personnel list. It is best not to leave any of them." Kahn told Kakuzu's subordinates, and then gave him the details of the task. The above people are all subordinates that Konoha has placed in recently, and there may be some secrets, but Kahn needs to carefully identify them. But this group of people is doomed, and Kahn has no intention of keeping them alive. Tell Kakuzu-san, the mission reward is in the escort box. After getting the mission, Kakuzu's subordinates left to summon. Konoha's spies may be a bit capable, but they definitely won't be Jonin. Even Chunin is a bit reluctant, and it seems that only Yakushi has the ability to spy and strength at the same time. Dealing with a few miscellaneous fish who pretend to be excellent and not capable enough, they can earn 20 million taels. Kakuzu should really change his beliefs. Belief in money is not as good as his belief in Kahn. After dealing with the Fire Nation, Kahn found that he still had a lot of things to deal with. The adopted war orphans had to start weapons training, and next, they would build war orphan shelters in the Fire Nation and even other small countries. After solving the trouble, Kahn can also reap the good name and the reserves of his men. Modern firearms units need to be large-scale to be lethal. Fortunately, Kahn can use Shadow Clone to do things now, and thanks to Hashirama cells, his Shadow Clone can last for a long time. There is also the transaction of Kirigakure, which has been delayed for a while from the agreed time. Although the Wave Country has reserves for Kirigakure to buy, Kahn still needs to make a trip. I don't know if Mist Shinobi's blood family will have the intention to cooperate, but Kahn is not involved in the business of armaments and weapons for the time being, which is a bit difficult. "I'm sorry, Your Excellency Kirigakure, business has been busy recently, so there has been a delay." Kahn apologized and said that it was 2 months later than agreed, and what Kirigakure needed was medicine. If it was 2 months late, there might be a few casualties. However, the ninja of Mist Shinobi did not turn his face off, but said understandingly, "It's okay, the stock you reserved in the Wave Country Pharmacy is enough for us to use some time ago, and after this transaction, Mist Shinobi's medicines can be used again. It's been a long time. At present, there are 7 Kahn shipping ships, 3 of which were bought and 3 of which were built by ourselves. At this time, there are already gas engine ships, but it is strange that there is no industrial revolution when such power machines appear." Very. After Kahn, the ninja of Kirigakure, confirmed the transaction, he was ready to load the ship. Mist Shinobi will follow the whole process. After all, the value of this trip is more than 100 million taels. Mist Shinobi sent a Jonin and 5 Chunin, but according to Kahn's request, they all hid their identities and did not wear forehead protectors. It's just that Kahn saw that the Mist Shinobi team leader ninja seemed to have something to say to him. After finding a chance, Kahn took the initiative to ask, "Do you have something to say to me? Am I being too obvious?" "Sorry, Mr. Kahn." The Mist Shinobi ninja looked around, and then said with a slightly solemn expression, "Let me introduce myself, I am Jonin from Mist Shinobi, and I came to Mr. Kahn this time to buy a batch of extra supplies. There is no shortage of medicines. It's nothing to buy supplies privately, but Kirigakure's situation is getting worse and worse recently. Third Mizukage issued many cruel and severe ninja regulations. One of them is to ensure that the information is not leaked. To destroy the brain. There are also some regulations for ninjas, the number of tasks that must be completed every month. If not enough, more dangerous enemy country tasks will be performed. Even the graduation exam of ninja school has become more and more ruthless. In the graduation exam, if you put on a metal kunai and shuriken, even if one side is seriously injured, you will not be stopped by the examiner. On the contrary, if you kill the opponent, you can still get a lot of high rating. This change made Terumi Nobu feel even more bad. They are just a small ninja clan. There are only 3 Jonin and 10 Chunin in the clan, but they are also within the scope of Mizukage's policy. Moreover, Third Mizukage didn't care about the development of the village, and the ninja fighting sentiment in the village gradually increased. There were several times of fighting between ninjas that almost involved civilian merchants. Kahn nodded slowly after listening to Teramixon's words. He never expected that such a big thing would happen to Kirigakure after he hadn't come for a few months. Your Excellency Kahn, about what I just said. Materials, of course, I am a businessman, so I have no reason to refuse Zhao Meisong's transaction request. Kahn readily agreed, and then continued, it's just that I think the deal can go deeper, Terumi-san, it's dangerous to put all eggs in one basket, we don't guard against it. After that, Kahn talked about some in-depth cooperation with Terumishin. At the beginning, Kahn didn't trust Terumishin too much, but the benefits can still be earned, Kirigakure's artisan delivery, private task entrustment, etc. It is still only the early days of Blood Mist, and it is not realistic to recruit Terumi Nobu. In a few years, Kahn will be able to recruit some Mist Shinobi's descendant families through Terumi Nobu. Not all blood successor clans are like the Taketorai clan, at least many of the Shui clan fled and kept their names incognito. After sending Terumishin away, Kahn took care of the business of the Nami country. There are 2 factories here, but the fresh food factory is nothing. This is the benevolence of the boss Kahn, who just gave the local fishermen a way to make money. There is less money and more things to do, but it can win the hearts of the local people in the Kingdom of Waves. At least this factory after its establishment, more than 70% of the local fishermen have to rely on the boss of Kahn for food. The pharmaceutical factory is more important. There are 50 guards, and the employees are all locals. The 2 leaders of the guards are personally selected by Kahn. The whole family relies on him for food, and the probability of betrayal is very small. For the time being, Kahn needs to make up for the chemical raw materials, so those who want to steal drug secrets don't even think about it. As for the guards in the Kingdom of Waves, Kahn directly asked them to practice guns. Bullet consumption is not considered an expense for him, as long as these people can practice guns proficiently. Recruiting 1,000 gun guards is less than 1/10 of the target. There are only so many people for the time being, this is the reward amount. Kahn's shadow clone handed over a long list to the people in the underground gold exchange. Because the amount was too large, it even alarmed the person in charge of the gold exchange in this area. The situation is also very understanding. It seems that Your Excellency has a lot of hatred for the Nation of Fire, but it doesn't matter. There are still a lot of crazy people in the ninja world. Others are okay to say, but the first 2 may have to hang for a long time. Pointing to the names of the 2 people at the top of the list, the person from the underground gold exchange said to Kahn, Third Hokage and Danzo of Konoha village may not be easy to assassinate, because the information on these two people is very difficult to come by. Even if they leave the village, there may not be anyone. You know, it's all about probability. 100 million taels per person, it should be the biggest reward we have ever received here. If there is more, I am afraid that the shadows of other ninja villages will be tempted. This is 100 million taels, the richest daimyo mansion in the Nation of Fire. During the non-war period, Konoha was allocated 100 million taels a year. Other income needs to rely on the daimyo of the Nation of Fire to order the nobles and businessmen to carry out tasks entrusted to Konoha. Other ninja villages have less funds allocated, the Land of Thunder is better, and the three countries of soil and water, Hufan, each village has less funding. If it is not for the lack of information, the shadow of other ninja villages may really lead the village. The elite went to ambush 3rd Hokage and Danzo. Shadow is more difficult to kill, but it is not without chance. Enchantment, ninja equipment, secret art, each ninja village has its own means of suppressing the bottom of the box. Kahn's shadow clone said, "I'll be sending out regular scouts." After speaking, Kahn's shadow clone left the underground gold exchange and disintegrated into a cloud of smoke in a deserted place. Kahn's body received this memory, rubbed his forehead and thought, although the probability is very small, it is still a countermeasure. Moreover, Kahn's means of revenge are not limited to this one. His shadow clone also changed different people and went to underground gold exchanges in other big countries. This time, the object of his bounty is the ninja stronghold of Konoha Frontier Defense. For ninja villages, each ninja village pulled out 3 of Konoha's frontier ninja strongholds, could cost them nearly 100 ninjas, which was considered a major loss for Konoha during the non-war period. In this way, Konoha will be in pain at least for a while, and there may be doubts on Kahn's head, but there is a greater chance that he should think about dealing with war. Non-battlefield dead shadows include 2nd generation fire, 2nd generation thunder, 3rd generation wind, 4th generation wind, and 4th generation water. Hiruzen, what did you call me for? Danzo walked into Hokage's office and found that not only Mitokado Hamura and Yutatane Koharu, but also 3 disciples of Nara Shiba, Hataki Sakumo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, can be solved. Danzo frowned slightly, thinking in his heart, then sat down in his seat. Danzo, you're late. After Sarutobi Hiruzen said something about Danzo, he put down the dry smoke, and said to the people in the room with a serious face, "Now that everyone is here, let me tell you about the information from the front line, the country of fire and the country of rivers, the country of grass, the country of Tang, and several border strongholds along the southeast coast were all attacked and killed." After the information was finished, the others frowned. These 4 directions were defending against the other 4 major ninja villages, but now something happened at the same time. Nara Looting asked, "Master Hokage, is it the hands of the 4 great ninja villages?" They won't admit it, but apart from them, being able to destroy 3 strongholds at about the same time basically doesn't require much evidence. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a gloomy face, "It has only been a little over 3 years since the end of the war. Peace has been achieved for such a short period of time. Is war going to start again?" What worries him the most is that all the border defense bases in the 4 directions have accidents, and the other 4 major ninja villages have united. This is not a good sign. Danzo, we need information. Root is responsible for the affairs of the country of grass and the country of Sichuan, and I will hand over the rest to Umbu to investigate. Danzo nodded with a bit of a bad face. "I see." He originally wanted to cooperate with Orochimaru recently. He provided resources and Orochimaru provided technology to jointly study the extremis virus, but he did not expect to encounter this. Once the war starts, all the routes will be dispatched. He is about to use the resources assisted by Hokage to convince Orochimaru, but he did not expect to encounter a change. "Master Hokage, double the number of ninjas stationed at the border. It is best to send 1 or 2 ninja brigades, and at the same time send an elite squad into the enemy's territory to retaliate, but it is best not to reveal our identities." Nara Looting suggested, and after saying this, he also looked in the direction of Hataki Sakumo. At present, Konoha has the highest rate of mission completion, and a ninja who is best at lurking in the enemy's territory. This kind of mission can only be perfectly completed by Hatake Tsukumo. As for Sannin, his strength is enough, but his combat style is a bit obvious. Besides, it's better to prepare for war, supply logistics, cancel the vacation of the standing ninja, and send envoys to other ninja villages to inquire about this matter, but the time is best separated from the task of infiltrating revenge. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Nara Shirawa said in order, necessary pre-war preparations are still necessary. Jiraiya suddenly said, the 4 great ninja villages attacked Konoha at the same time. Mr. Sarutobi, there must be a conspiracy against Konoha behind this. Do you want me to check the information? You stay in Konoha, I will notify you if there is a task, don't worry about other things. Sarutobi Hiruzen said angrily, looking for information. Don't think that he doesn't know what Jiraiya is up to, what kind of war orphans he wants to take care of in the Land of Rain, and he stays there for nearly 3 years. If he wasn't his disciple, he would have been defined as rebellious long ago. Lead the students honestly. Since you have accepted the disciples, you should take responsibility. After Jiraiya thought of his outstanding disciple, he gave up the idea of going out to collect folk songs. Okay, I know. After finishing Jiraiya, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Tsunade again. Some time ago, because of some things, he and Tsunade had a very unpleasant dispute, but recently it has eased a little. Tsunade, the medical ninjas need to be organized, and, the stock of medicine. It's enough for daily consumption, but once a war starts, the stock is definitely not enough. Tsunade sighed in his heart, and then said to Sarutobi Hiruzen in a slightly unhappy tone. Her home. I've already asked. Kahn's approval is required for large quantities of purchases. Xia Chuan is only in charge of management and has no power to sell drugs. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly and said, but he's not here now, can you contact him? How do I get in touch with him? Why isn't Kahn here, old man? Don't you know the reason? Tsunade. Jiraiya tugged on Tsunade's clothes, signaling her not to confront the old man in front of so many people. After Tsunade was pulled by Jiraiya, she restrained her dissatisfaction for a while, and for Konoha's sake, she still said, I will try my best to contact him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was a bit grim, but he continued to talk about other things, the daimyo's contact, and the preparation of military supplies. After more than 2 hours of deliberation, the discussion was considered over. After leaving the Hokage building, Tsunade said with some displeasure, everyone has been provoked by them, and now I'm going to contact you again, Ba, the old man who only knows how to order others. Tsunade, so the teacher is not very good. Jiraiya. Old talker, Jiraiya, do you want to get spanked? Tsunade gestured to Jiraiya with a fist, and Jiraiya was so frightened that she dared not speak, then she snorted coldly and walked towards Konoha Hospital. Now she also has 3 students with her, and she needs to take a period of time every day to instruct them, and is also in charge of medical reform, and now she has to find someone again, and a bunch of troubles are pushed on her, so it's no wonder she isn't irritable. After Tsunade left, Jiraiya held Orochimaru's arm and asked him, Orochimaru, what's wrong with Tsunade? Because of some things, Tsunade is very dissatisfied with Sarutobi-sensei, but you'd better ask your Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru laughed hoarsely, and then continued, I'm going to teach Nawaki, Jiraiya, let's part here bar. From what you said, I want to teach my disciples too, Orochimaru, do you want to compare who can teach your disciples? Jiraiya thought of the genius disciple recommended by Sarutobi teacher, and said to Orochimaru with a smile. You might as well go see Nawaki before saying this, Jiraiya. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he left. During this period of time, he specially trained Nawaki on how to deal with the enemy. He specially picked some tasks and trained for more than 2 months. Orochimaru even secretly made traps, causing Nawaki to lose his arms and legs. It took 7 or 8 times before he got rid of his arrogance and impulsivity. Now Nawaki, who has mastered with style and some snake ninjutsu, has few rivals among the younger generation in Konoha. Fart Snake, my master Jiraiya's disciple is still very strong. Jiraiya said unconvinced, and then hurriedly went to Namikaze Minato. He was going to give Namikaze Minato intensive training during his stay in the village, and then gave him a sigh of relief. After Kahn returned to Konoha, he planned to visit the dessert shop as usual. However, he suddenly felt that the atmosphere in Konoha village was very strange. There were more ninjas on the street, and they were all fully armed. There are also more patrols by the guard, and there are usually civilians on the streets chatting, but now they can't be seen. It's like a war is coming. Is the effect so good? Kahn shook his head and thought about it, then walked towards the dessert shop. I haven't seen her for a while, and Kahn suddenly felt that Kushina had grown a lot. She was only 13 years old, and she showed a beautiful scenery in her clothes, with fiery red waist-length hair, silky black stockings and the fair thighs, and the smile that bloomed when he saw Kahn. Smiling so happily, it seems that you have saved a lot of money, take out your little orange wallet. Kahn's tone is gentle, but the words he speaks are like highway robbers. Kushina's smile stopped abruptly like a goose being strangled, she almost choked on Kahn's words. How did such beautiful lips say such cold words? No, why did she feel that the boss's lips very beautiful? Where's the wallet? Kahn urged again, and put his hand in front of Kushina. What a waste of my emotion, boss. Kushina's small face twisted into the shape of a green lemon, and then reluctantly took out the small orange purse from the ninja bag. She has been practicing sealing for a long time and rarely accepts tasks. The money that came down was not much. What made Kushina furious the most was that Kahn actually counted the money in front of her, and after counting, he smiled and returned the small orange wallet to her, saying, "It's only enough for half a month's interest, keep working hard Kushina." Kushina said with a pitiful face, "Save some for me, I still need to buy food." "Don't eat snacks, I can save 10% for you to buy snacks in the future." This kind of bullying seems too much, Kahn thought for a while, took out a chocolate frog, and handed it to Kushina. "Try this, a chocolate frog that can jump, but you have to be careful, or you will really be caught by it, escape." Escape? Boss, what are you talking about? Kushina opened the package without knowing why, and saw a frog-shaped chocolate inside, but this chocolate really jumped, and jumped out of the box in Kushina's hand with a straight leg. But Kushina's reaction was also quick, and she caught the frog halfway through the jump, but the chocolate frog was still struggling in her hands, and stopped after a while. "Boss, is this a frog? Or chocolate?" "Chocolate frog, you can only jump for a while, you can eat it now." Kahn is a magic snack bought directly from the dessert shop in Diagon Alley. There are no magic cards and English instructions inside, and the most concise packaging. Kushina took a shallow taste and found that it was really chocolate, and the taste was not bad, so she squinted her eyes and ate all the remaining chocolate frogs. After she finished eating, she approached Kahn again with a smile on her face. "Boss, that one just now. Shoulders are a little sore." Kushina began to massage Kahn very interestingly with her delicate little hands, but she suddenly found that there was some chocolate stuck to Kahn's collar, which may be left by the chocolate frog she just ate. Kushina thought after seeing this scene. After a while, he continued to massage without changing his face, as if nothing had happened. At this time, a yellow-haired boy with a forehead protector ran past nearby. Namikaze Minato was originally summoned by the teacher to go to the number 3 training ground to practice, but he seemed to see a familiar figure when he passed by. He took 2 steps back and saw Kushina working hard on Kahn's massage. With a flattering smile. But Namikaze Minato can tell that Kushina is happy now, and that's not a sign of being forced. Kushina. Namikaze Minato felt a little stuffy in his chest, and then took a deep breath. He wants to be Hokage and become more excellent, so that he can win back the girl he likes. After making a decision in his heart, Namikaze Minato hurried to the number 3 training ground. His training volume today will be doubled. This guy is back. After Tsunade brought the prepared meal to the table, Nawaki and Kushina's faces immediately turned bitter. It was clear that they were paid by the task of 3 people and now they are 2 people, and they can eat well every day when they order takeout. But Miss Tsunade insisted on doing it herself, saying that ninjas should save money, so she and Nawaki ate Tsunade's food every day. It's disgusting not to say anything when you come back. Kushina suddenly became wary, and she asked cautiously, Sister Tsunade, what can you do with the boss? Of course it's about buying medicine, Nawaki. Recently I took some time to check your recent practice results. If you are as careless as last time, you are going to lie down in Konoha Hospital. Speaking of this, Tsunade suddenly remembered that Nawaki had been injected with the new extremis virus. Even if he was seriously injured, he could recover on the spot unless the chakra in his body was exhausted, so he changed his words and said, You know the consequences. Nawaki nodded quickly. He experienced death and loss, and Mr. Orochimaru often helped the enemy ambush him, which gave him a lot of memory. Kushina suddenly said, Miss Tsunade, can I carry out the task of leaving the village? After hearing this sentence, Tsunade fell silent for a while, and after she made a mental note, she said to Kushina, Kushina, you'd better slow down the time to do the task now, when you can control 9 like Grandma Mito the power of tails. Kushina fell silent all of a sudden, just getting used to the power of 9 tails. It took her 2 months to use 9 tails chakra at will like Grandma Mito, and she doesn't know when it will be. Although Grandma Mito told her to fill it with love, Kushina felt that she had found love, but she didn't know how to fill it up, and Grandma Mito didn't say in detail. When it comes to Jinchuriki, Tsunade doesn't have much power. She can guarantee that Kushina can practice and do tasks freely every day. It is the limit. If she leaves the village, no one in Konoha will agree. Although Kushina wanted to quickly control the power of 9 tails, no one taught her at all, so she could only explore slowly by herself. Next day. After Tsunade got up, he went directly to the place where Kahn lived. You guy didn't even say anything to me when you came back. You don't treat me as a friend. Kahn glanced at Tsunade angrily, then brought her a breakfast and said, What's the rush? How do you know? Tsunade was surprised, and then picked up breakfast and ate it. The bread tasted good, but she didn't like milk, but it was served by Kahn. She quickly finished it in 2 or 3 bites, and then told Kahn to find him the goal of. Konoha wants to buy another batch of medicines and medical supplies. The quantity is the same as before. When will you be able? Wait a minute, Tsunade, don't speak so fast. Kahn put down his glass, smiled and said, Let's talk about the price first. Tsunade asked doubtfully, What's the problem with the price? Isn't it still the same as before? Before she finished speaking, she saw Kahn stretch out 2 fingers. Kahn said with a smile, Recently, the production has been very troublesome, and Guetsuin did too much last time, so the price should be raised appropriately. 20%, that's it. Twice. After Tsunade heard Kahn's words, Brown's bright pupils stared round, and asked in disbelief, Twice? This is too expensive. Konoha can't afford such a high price. Tsunade, there are people in Konoha who know what they have done. The double price is for your sake, otherwise you won't be able to buy it for 4 times. Kahn's attitude is very decisive. Based on what Umbu did last time, it is not too much for him not to sell to Konoha, but considering his investment in Konoha, Yakushi Nanoyu and other ninja school students have only doubled. Not too much. Just tell them that, don't let this matter affect my friendship with you. Afterwards, seeing that Kahn could not be persuaded, Tsunade was furious and prepared to send a message to Konoha's senior management, but she was not without gains. Tsunade got 2 chocolate frogs, and eating these things in front of Jiraiya should be very good effect. Tsunade originally wanted to ask for a few more, but was misled by Kahn's words, I don't bring much this time, and the rest will be for Kushina. After sending Tsunade away, Kahn saw the letter from Yakushi Nanoyu, which seemed to be a simple greeting letter, but Yakushi Nanoyu had already started to send Kahn a message with secret codes. Kahn has handed over the funding of the orphanage Jonin school to Yakushi Nanoyu, and she will connect those people, ninja equipment consumption, daily expenses, etc., are all sent to them by Yakushi Nanoyu. Nanoyu doesn't have a deep affection for Konoha. She is most grateful to the orphanage and Kahn, and Kahn also supports the orphanage. In the eyes of Yakushi Nanoyu, repaying Kahn is the meaning of her becoming stronger. 4 people from the 5th grade, 6 people from the 4th grade, 2 people from the 3rd grade, 7 people from the 2nd grade, 4 people from the 1st grade, and some people were picked up by Umbu. No, now you did a good job, and there are suggestions. For the high evaluation, it is of course no problem that appropriate ninjutsu funding can be provided. After reading Nanoyu's report during this period, Kahn felt that he earned money by harvesting her. With his status as Tsunade's disciple, Yakushi Nanoyu got along quite well in Konoha and almost developed an underground organization. Genin who just graduated can only know shuriken and 3-body technique, but if they have a sea-level ninjutsu, their survival rate on the battlefield will be greatly improved, and the most indispensable thing for Kahn is low-level ninjutsu, with all 5 attributes have. Afterwards, Kahn also wrote back a letter to Yakushi Nanoyu. Since she graduated, the two have rarely seen each other, and it seems to outsiders that their relationship has faded. Training ground number 3. Looking at her disciple, Jiraiya couldn't help feeling relieved. The amount of training yesterday was enough to make an adult fall down, but it seems that it has not reached the limit of Namikaze Minato. The other 2 students are already too tired to get up. Only Namikaze Minato can persist in today's training. Minato, I have seen your determination to become stronger. After getting along for a period of time, whether it is character or talent, you are very suitable to be the disciple of my Toad Boy Jiraiya-sama. Today I will officially accept you as a disciple. Jiraiya poses in a very rustic pose. After being stunned for a while, Namikaze Minato applauds embarrassingly, and said to Jiraiya, I am very honored to be Master Jiraiya's disciple, and I will ask Master to give me more advice in the future. Okay, as a meeting ceremony for Master, I will teach you a very powerful technique today, summoning technique. Jiraiya also inspected Namikaze Minato for a few days. His disciple has a good foundation and can also be a sea-level wind style. Now he needs a unique move that can reverse the situation in the fight. Remember the seal of summoning technique, Haisuyushin Wei, summoning technique. He used the summoning technique in Jiraiya's seal, a puff of smoke appeared, and a 2-meter-tall toad appeared under his feet, with a huge scroll in its mouth. This is the summoning scroll of Mount Myaboku, Minato. After signing the contract on it, you can also use the summoning technique to summon toads to help you fight in the future. When Jiraiya hadn't finished introducing summoning technique in Mount Myaboku, Toad Chu suddenly spoke to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, Master Fukasaku asked me to call you over, and said that Master Fukasaku is looking for you, and don't resist when I summon you later. Teacher Jiraiya, is it right for me to come here? They should have something to discuss with you, otherwise I'd better go back to practice. Namikaze Minato asked in a low voice with some trepidation in his heart. He had just signed the summoning contract and was called to the summoning holy place in Legendary, which made him feel very nervous. It doesn't matter, you are also a contractor of Mount Myaboku now, and a disciple of my master Jiraiya, there is nothing wrong with getting to know Toad in advance. Jiraiya then leaned over to Namikaze Minato and whispered in the ear, if you can build a good relationship with them, it will help you a lot in future battles. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato remembered the huge toad he saw just now, nodded and said, I know Teacher Jiraiya, I will behave well. Jiraiya nodded and patted Namikaze Minato. He was more and more satisfied with this apprentice, with a gentle attitude, solid foundation, high talent in practice, and clear goals. The old man recommended a good apprentice to him. After walking for a while, the two came to the depths of Mount Myaboku. The natural energy here is very rich, and the toad oil flowing down from the top of the mountain is constantly gurgling. This is the place where the Grand Master of Mount Myaboku lives. Jiraiya only came once. Today it was the second time I was called over. When Fukasaku saw Jiraiya, he greeted him and said, Little Jiraiya, you're here, who's there? This is my disciple, Boss Fukasaku, who just signed a summoning contract with Mount Myaboku, and I feel that with his talent, he is more suitable for that practice than me. Jiraiya laughed, and said in a very proud tone, although he has not been together for a long time, he can already feel that Namikaze Minato's talent is far superior to him. Fukasaku nodded and said, "Since you are also a contractor of Mount Mayaboku, let's listen to it together." It is very difficult for the elder to make a prediction once. Immortal Jima on the side retorted in an unhappy tone, "What kind of prophecy is talking in sleep? Old lady, how can you say that about the old man? An old guy who was sleepy, I was still cooking, so he called me over." The quarrel between Fukasaku and Shima wakes Great Toad Sage from his sleep. Okay, stop arguing." Seeing that Great Toad Sage was woken up, Fukasaku and Shima also stopped talking, waiting for it to talk about the prophecy, but Great Toad Sage was silent for a while, then moved slightly, and said to Jiraiya, There, what's the matter with you two?" Immortal Shima yelled at Great Toad Sage angrily when he heard this, "You stupid old guy, didn't you want to call little Jiraiya over?" "Oh, so it's little Jiraiya, I remembered. So which one of you is little Jiraiya?" Great Toad Sage will be confused for a while after prophecy, and Mount Mayaboku is used to it, but Shima doesn't really believe in Great Toad Sage's prophecy, she thinks this is the old guy who sleeps all day. About the latest prophecy, little Jiraiya, a gap has been opened in the future of the ninja world. Should you guide the child of destiny to reform the ninja world according to the original future, or go to another path, the world of ninjas may end because of this. The end of the ninja world? Is that the end of the world? Jiraiya asked anxiously after hearing the words, "Great Toad Sage, can you clarify, what is that gap?" Well. The Great Toad Sage fell silent, as if trying to recall the prophecy it had seen, but after living for thousands of years, its memory was already very bad, no matter how hard it tried to recall, there were only fragmentary fragments. It should be a person. He and Destiny Child are two extremes. In short, it is best to find this person. If he is left alone, then even Destiny Child will not be able to save the ninja world, little Jiraiya. Hearing Great Toad Sage's words, Jiraiya was a little anxious and helpless. The characteristics were too general, whether it was Destiny's Child or another person, he couldn't find them at all. "It doesn't fit with the ninja world, it's probably the one you're looking for, little Jiraiya." After saying this, Great Toad Sage felt a little tired, and then fell asleep directly. Did not get much useful news, Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato left Mount Mayaboku, feeling a little heavy. Destiny's Child has not been found yet, Konoha is facing a war again, and now they get such bad news from the Great Toad Sage. After returning to Konoha, seeing that Jiraiya was not in a good mood, Namikaze Minato couldn't help but comforted him when he saw Jiraiya yesterday. "Mr. Jiraiya, I am also a contractor of Mount Mayaboku, so I am here to help Bar." Hearing this, Jiraiya felt a little better, and then laughed and said, "Okay, let's start with becoming stronger, otherwise, with your current strength, it won't be of much help." "Yes, I will definitely work hard, Teacher Jiraiya." Namikaze Minato said with a firm tone, not only for what Mr. Jiraiya is worried about, but also for the people he likes. Tsunade passed on Kahn's words to Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Sarutobi Hiruzen almost crushed the pipe in his hand when he heard the request to double the price. "Tsunade, this price. Old man, don't look for me, Kahn is very decisive, and he said that you know what you have done, and now I am the only one who doesn't know, and I am caught in the middle." Tsunade was very dissatisfied and said that she is now getting angry at both sides. From today onwards, she will not do this kind of thing. The Konoha hospital she manages is not the logistics department. After dropping this sentence, Tsunade left the Hokage building, and after she left, Sarutobi Hiruzen called Danzo, Mitokado Hamura, and Udatane Koharu over. Sarutobi Hiruzen relayed Tsunade's words to several people after they were all present. Boom! After hearing this, Udatane Koharu slapped the table angrily and said, "Twice the amount. This guy is taking it for granted. The price is already very high now. Where will Konoha get the money if he doubles it?" Mitokado Hamura suddenly frowned and asked, "Isn't the cooperation in the past very good? It stands to reason that the price will suddenly increase." "Hiruzen, Danzo, what have you done? Yudatane Koharu is in charge of finance, while Mitokado Hamura is in charge of logistics. Originally, during this period of time, he was already very busy because of the military supplies, and there was such a big problem with medical supplies, for 2 years, and the most critical medicines are only available in Kahn. As for other medical supplies such as bandages, Mitokado Hamura heard that many of them have been acquired by the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. There is no time, and it is not certain whether there are businessmen in small countries. In the face of Mitokado Hamura's inquiry, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were silent. That matter was a fundamental move, but Sarutobi Hiruzen gave acquiescence, but they did not expect to fail. A businessman from another country dares to threaten us, Hiruzen, let the root solve this matter. Yudatane Koharu suggested with a sullen expression, as for how to solve it, it is best to ask the drug formula. It is not that Konoha Hospital has tried to crack it, but it has not been effective, and Tsunade, who is the most powerful to crack the drug formula, is busy with other things. Danzo said in a deep voice, it's hard, the root has already tried it, he seems to know a kind of spacetime ninjutsu, unless he is trapped with a targeted enchantment. As second Hokage's disciples, they naturally knew the troubles of time and space ninjutsu. If they hadn't covered their retreat back then, and with the magic weapon and strength of Golden Horn and Silver Horn, with the strength of second generation, the opponent couldn't kill him at all. The 2 root squads are considered top-notch in terms of strength, and the average jonin can be captured, but in the face of space ninjutsu, no matter how many people there are, it is useless. As for the poisoning in advance, it is even more useless. As for poisoning and illusions, it's probably useless. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo know how resilient Nawaki is after being injected with the extremis virus. Basic illusion immunity, toxin immunity, and severed limbs can be fully recovered within a minute. His resilience is nothing to him at all. And Kahn can also master the mysterious space ninjutsu. After listening to the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, Mitokado Hamura only felt dizzy for a while, and the pressure came to his side, but he couldn't help it. Mitokado Hamura glanced at Yudatane Koharu, and then said, it is too late to find a new businessman, if you can scrape together the money. Absolutely impossible, unless Hiruzen goes to the daimyo to apply for a batch of war funds. Yudatane Koharu refused straight away. Konoha Village's income is only so small. After buying all the medical supplies, it is estimated that even the pension will be gone. So after hearing Mitokado Hamura's words, she directly threw the problem to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After Sarutobi Hiruzen took a few puffs of dry tobacco, he waited for a while when no one spoke, and then slowly said, I'll let Tsunade talk about it, if it's not possible, buy some spares first, yen, and you should try to find as many as possible during this time, some other people. I see, Hiruzen. Although he agreed, Mitokado Hamura felt helpless, and now he was wondering how it is possible. The medicines of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce are about to be sold to the whole country of fire, and in case he comes to bundle sales, you can't take them apart to buy. Hiruzen, give me the enchantment class for a while. Danzo made up his mind, not only for Konoha, but also for his own hands and eyes. He must restore his strength. After seeing Nawaki's ability, Danzo's desire for extremis virus serum reached ultimate, recovering any injuries plus would style blood inheritance, if let him get this power, then 4th Hokage's position. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with fixed eyes after hearing the words, Danzo, do you want to? Danzo said decisively, that's right, that's the one. Teacher Tobarama left an enchantment for spacetime ninjutsu, but it hasn't been perfected yet. If the enchantment class and the sealing class are perfected together, there may be a chance. After a moment of silence in Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, okay, the sealing class and enchantment class are for you for now. Miss Tsunade, Senior Orochimaru. Kushina blushed, and coyly stopped beating Kahn's legs. In the past 2 days, no one cared about her. In order to earn those magical snacks, Kushina gradually changed from rubbing her shoulders to beating her back, and now she is beating her legs again. But today, when she was trying to exchange her labor for magic snacks, she was suddenly seen by Tsunade and Orochimaru who came in. This made Kushina feel very shy, and she could convince herself without anyone, but after being seen by an acquaintance. Tsunade snorted and said, "You be asterisk 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 d, you let Kushina do this kind of thing. There's nothing wrong with exchanging labor for payment, Tsunade." Kahn stroked Kushina's red hair and smiled, then took out a bag of magic snacks from the side cabinet and handed it to Kushina. "Let's go here first today." "Thank you, boss." Kushina took the bag of snacks with a happy smile on her face, but she immediately realized that Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kahn had something to talk about, so she got up and patted the black stockings and said goodbye to them. But after Kushina left, she suddenly remembered that she wanted to complain to the boss. Grandma Mito passed away, and she also became a monster. For a little food, helped the boss pinch his legs and shoulders. "Damn boss." Kushina gave a chuckle, and then hopped like a bunny to the ceiling class. She is currently working in the ceiling class. Although she is the youngest one, her ceiling skills rank among the top. Before Kushina left, Tsunade saw the number of snacks in the bag with the tip of his eyes, planning in his mind to get at least half of them from Kushina when he went back. Recently, her expenses have been too high. All the mission rewards of herself and Nawaki have been used to pay off the gambling debts, which has caused Tsunade to find someone to have a meal, whether it is drinking or buying food. For example, right now, Nawaki was sent by Tsunade to practice gymnastics, and Orochimaru was dragged by her to find Kahn, ready to have a drink after talking about things. Konoha's purchase of medical supplies has almost been negotiated, and they have no other choice but to accept the price proposed by Kahn. Unless Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo are sure to take Kahn down in one fell swoop, and press him and all the secrets of the forces behind him without leaking the news, before that, Konoha has nothing to do. Tsunade came to deliver the list of medical supplies Konoha needed, but it happened that Kahn had something to ask Orochimaru, so he went with him. Kahn's izakaya, just a few steps away. After being seated, Tsunade waited for the wine to be delivered, and drank a bottle happily. Such a heroic look, if it weren't for her beautiful face and striking figure, she wouldn't be able to match women at all. While the three of them were chatting and drinking, a person suddenly raised the curtain and poked his head in. After seeing Tsunade and Orochimaru, he said in surprise, "I thought I heard wrong, but it turned out to be you, Tsunade, Orochimaru." It was another Sannin, Jiraiya, who was probing. When Kahn met him on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, he remembered that he was going to stay in the Land of Rain to teach the three Nagato, but he had returned. And that person at the beginning was called Kahn. "Right, Tsunade, let's make a table, there are 3 people on my side." Tsunade glanced at Jiraiya and just said, "Whatever you want, just remember to pay the bill." In addition to Jiraiya, the other 2 are Kahn Met, Konoha Jonin Kato Dan, and Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya came back late, so he didn't know what happened halfway, and no one was willing to tell him. After all, what Konoha did was not honest. However, Jiraiya's ability to activate the atmosphere is good. Even Kahn chatted with him because of Yahiko Konan and others from the Land of Rain. Although Kahn didn't want to have too much involvement with the Nagato trio at that time, he was transplanted into Rinnegan. Nagato has at least 2 white Zetsu staring at him. After drinking too much, Jiraiya also talked more. After drinking a glass of wine, he said with some annoyance, "The ninja world has not been very peaceful recently, and the journey to find the Child of Destiny will be delayed for a long time." The Great Toad Sage predicted that Jiraiya did not hide this matter, and he even planned to publish a book, the content of which is to find the story of Destiny's child changing the ninja world. Therefore, many people in Konoha know Jiraiya's thoughts, but not many people agree he is the one. Even Tsunade and Orochimaru scoffed at the idea of the so-called Destiny Child, and Jiraiya, more naive than a first-year ninja school student introducing himself. But Jiraiya has a hard mouth, always insisting that the world she expects will definitely come true, and soon argues with Tsunade. "Kahn, do you think the Jiraiya thing might come true?" Tsunade blushed and brought the flames of war to Kahn. Both she and Jiraiya have strong tempers, and usually don't like Jiraiya's disrespectful behavior, so Tsunade probably disagrees with what he said. After Tsunade finished speaking, Jiraiya and others also looked at Kahn, as if they were waiting for his conclusion, but Namake's Minato and Kato Dan had strange eyes, as if they were looking at him. Peace is not difficult for a period of time, but it is impossible to completely eliminate war. Without war, there will be no peace. These two words are reflected in opposites, just like light and darkness. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by a drunken Jiraiya. It seems that you are also on Tsunade's side. Just wait, Master Jiraiya, will find Destiny's Child sooner or later, and let him change this ninja world. Kahn smiled. He didn't bother arguing with Jiraiya about right and wrong, but the ninja shouted to eliminate war, which is simply betraying his own class. Ninjas rely on wars and missions to obtain the value of existence. Ninja regulations, mission commissions, and the contract signed between Ninja Village and the Land of Fire, no matter from which point of view, ninjas are weapons of war. If you want to eliminate war, you must first eliminate the group of ninjas. But that has nothing to do with Kahn. Whether in war or peace, he has a way to make money. After it was over, Kahn knew that he had returned to his residence, and after a while, Orochimaru walked in. Kahn-kun, what can I do for you? Although Orochimaru drank a lot of alcohol, as long as he uses chakra, the alcohol in his body will evaporate completely. This is a means that every powerful ninja must master. And Orochimaru had already seen that Kahn had something to look for him, so after the end, he went around and followed Kahn to his house. I want to ask you something, I don't know if you are willing to accept it. After serving 2 cups of tea, Kahn saw the expression on Orochimaru's face beckoning him to continue, so he said, I want to entrust you to develop a spell seal technique, which can influence or control a person with chakra. Can it be realized? Influence or control a person, this kind of spell is not difficult. There are many similar ones in the ninja world. If you want to influence a person, you only need to make a slight change. Orochimaru said very easily that this spell seal technique is only the most primary. It is as powerful as the seal of tongue vortex at the root, which can control the cursed person from revealing the secret of the caster. A request like Kahn's can be achieved with a little modification. After all, chakra involves spiritual energy. Kahn-kun, I think the two of us can deepen our cooperation a little bit. Orochimaru smiled and said to Kahn, although Danzo also came to him, but Danzo was too petty, and he was inquiring about the extremis virus serum inside and out, and the resources he could provide were only money and experimental subjects. As Hokage's disciple, he is qualified to watch forbidden technique, and what Danzo can provide, Kahn can also provide, and what Kahn can provide, Danzo may not be able to provide. In Orochimaru's mind, Kahn is the first cooperation object. Danzo just extracts value from him and doesn't bring him any benefits. Kahn has what he wants. Of course, Orochimaru, it would be great if the high-level Konoha could be like you. Kahn originally planned to cooperate with Orochimaru for a long time, but now he is being targeted by the high-level Konoha. Once this matter is exposed, Orochimaru and him may not be able to please. However, our cooperation needs to be concealed. If it is exposed, even if you are a disciple of Hokage, it will be very troublesome. Unless you become the 4th Hokage, then our cooperation will expand. You have status and full strength. I have the skills and resources. The words, 4th Hokage, made Orochimaru think for a while. Among the current ninjas in Konoha village, there are only a few ninjas who are qualified to be the 4th Hokage, Hatake Sakumo, San Nin, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, etc. The rest were either not nearly old enough, or lacking in strength and prestige. I'm afraid it will take many years for the 4th Hokage to have a chance, but it is not an easy task to hide Umbu from the village, especially Mr. Kahn. Your situation is not very good. My summoning snake is a good choice, not only can send messages and items, but also take the initiative to remind, as long as Mr. Kahn, you are not afraid of snakes. Kahn was slightly startled when he heard the words, and then thought about it. He originally wanted to give Orochimaru a remote communication device, but there are no signal towers in the ninja world, and if they send things to each other, the snake in Ryuchi Cave is indeed a good choice. Kind of disgusting. But in this case, Kahn's whereabouts may be controlled by Orochimaru, but at most it is only the whereabouts of the ninja world, and Ryuchi Cave also has a lot of benefits for Kahn. Snake plus dragon genes, I don't know what kind of changes will happen, maybe Kahn can open a magical animal theme park in the Marvel world. Okay, Orochimaru. In the next few days, Kahn enjoyed more time. In addition to Kushina's massage, he also gave Yakushi Nanoyu a set of communication equipment and small signal equipment. The range is enough to cover the entire Konoha, which can make Yakushi Nanoyu more contact other people covertly. Kahn can also contact Yakushi Nanoyu through this, and others will never find out. Danzo also had a lot of gains. He gave the information left by Mr. Tobarama to the enchantment class, and transferred many people from the sealing class, and finally perfected the enchantment that can restrain space ninjutsu. In this enchantment, even the summoning technique can't be used. After Danzo tested it himself, he went to Sarutobi Hiruzen with this news. Hiruzen, you made it, when will you do it? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke and said slowly, tomorrow night, I will give Tsunade a mission first, and then I will send 3 Umbu teams. I'll also send 2 root squads, so it's absolutely safe. After Danzo finished speaking, he secretly thought in his heart that as long as he took Kahn, he could repair his injuries. Now he seems to see himself injected with the new extremis virus serum, and then controls would style to become the 4th Hokage. In the middle of the night is like a pitch-black curtain, completely covering the stars in the sky. Kahn does not sleep at all in the middle of the night. With his current body and energy, he rests for about 3 hours a day, which can fully support a day's activities. At night, Kahn usually studies biological knowledge. He feels that his talent should not be wasted, and if he wants to continue to become stronger in the future, he will definitely start with human biology. It is impossible for Kahn to hand over all of his body to the researchers under him, at most let them be responsible for part of it. The new extremis virus does not help much in the improvement of the human body, but it is equivalent to a key to unlock the evolution, allowing Kahn's body to be continuously repaired and optimized. Every repair and optimization will promote his evolution towards the most perfect life form. With more fused genes or abilities, Kahn will have more Duanyi skills to deal with danger, until finally he becomes omnipotent. It's just that this road is still far away. Now it's just a kind of Hashirama cell fusion, and then it's good to be able to successfully integrate the Phoenix gene and the Dragon gene. Kahn glanced at other places, and suddenly found that someone had touched near his residence, and there were more than one. Since the last Cloud Shinobi incident, Kahn has taken the opportunity to renovate the storefront, and has also done a good job on the houses inside. A layer of iron sheets has been laid under the floor to prevent people from sneaking in with Earth style, and the camera has added thermal imaging function, it can capture very clearly in the dark. Sneaky, there are at least 4 people, Sarutobi Hiruzen really is. Kahn shook his head and said, the spies are not so arrogant, and they will send out so many people at once. This is really treating the Konoha Guard as blind. Now it is not Uchiha after the Nine Tails Rebellion. The guard is shouldering the responsibility of Konoha village security work, patrolling the whole village every night. There is no one around to give you a big one this time. Kahn is also determined to give Sarutobi Hiruzen a hard time. For this reason, he doesn't even plan to buy his own shop. He directly takes out 20 kilograms of TNT explosives from the space backpack, which is powerful enough to destroy all buildings within tens of meters. The half of the nearby street has been developed into a commercial street by Kahn, and the civilians in Konoha village have been relocated to other places, so there is no accidental injury, and at most one store will be lost. If Konoha does not intend to compensate afterwards, then Kahn will buy it and rebuild the neighborhood. Oh, I'm getting ready to enter the barrier. Then prepare a little more for you. Looking through the camera, Kahn suddenly found a layer of dark red barriers in the dark sky outside. If you don't look carefully, you can't see clearly, and you can see these barriers no matter which direction the camera is switched to. Regarding Konoha's behavior, Kahn was not polite, and took out another 30 kilograms of TNT. The coverage of the enchantment was very small, just enough to fully exert the power of TNT, but he only hoped that Konoha's enchantment would be strong a little, otherwise the power of TNT will definitely spread far. About there. Kahn had sensed that someone was approaching the house, and teleported directly back to the Marvel world through the system space, and then teleported back again. Umbu and Genbu's people sneaked in from every window, but suddenly felt that there was no one in the house. Kahn's house is not small. After a long period of purchase, half of the street nearby is his, and there is not only his living place behind the dessert shop, but also a large warehouse. Captain, the situation is wrong, there seems to be no one. One of the Umbu members checked with sensory ninjutsu, and told the captain that there was no one else in the room except Umbu and the root people. But a few minutes ago, they were quite sure that someone was living in the house. Search for a place to hide. Captain Umbu's sub-captain ordered that it is impossible for all 12 Umbu and 8 Genbu to come in. Now only half of them have entered, and the remaining people are strictly guarding other places in the barrier to prevent the mission target from directly breaking through the barrier. The house of about 200 square meters was quickly searched by 10 people, but no one was found. Finally they gathered in front of TNT explosives, and an Umbu member asked, "Captain, what is this?" "Clocks and the like, the time is not allowed, where did the mission target go?" After setting up the enchantment, they also used perception ninjutsu once. At that time, the mission target was still in the house, but they couldn't find anyone after they entered. Searching for Ashimi. Just as the Umbu team leader finished speaking, a dazzling fire flashed in the room. Boom! There was a loud thunderclap, followed by a fiery blast from Kahn's house. With the earth-shattering bang, billows of smoke rose into the sky like a dust storm covering the sky. Accompanied by the bewitching bloom of scarlet flames, the houses in the enchantment are instantly destroyed, like enchanting and gorgeous flowers from the other side, competing for beauty. Under the power of this explosion, no one can carry it alive. Even if Nawaki is thrown in, the probability of death is as high as 90%. After all, the prerequisite for the extremis virus to repair the body is that the head and most of the body are there, but 50 kilograms of TNT is enough to blow anyone into pieces. If they can be put together afterwards, Kagaya-ji will bless him. Under this violent movement, the whole Konoha heard it, and everyone, even the civilians living in the farthest distance, heard the loud noise like a thunderclap. What sound? Tsunade was awakened directly from sleep, then got up and wrapped up the exposed snow-white roundness, then wiped her saliva, quickly changed her clothes and rushed outside. "Kushina, you stay at home, someone protects you, Nawaki." "Forget it, come with me." Tsunade originally wanted Nawaki to stay at the clan ground, but when she spoke, Nawaki had already changed into ninja clothes, and Kushina was still in pajamas. Except for Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Hatake Sakumo, Kato Dan, and members of the Uchiha Guard were all awakened, and the ninjas of the Ino, Shika, Cho clan and the Hyuga clan even immediately changed into Jonin vests. The movement was so loud that they even suspected that an enemy had entered Konoha village. "Danzo, what's going on?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted at Danzo with a livid face. The explosion just now directly shattered the spacetime isolation barrier, and even the 6 members of the barrier class who arranged the barrier were directly shocked to death by the powerful impact. If the ninjas in the enchantment class are like this, then Umbu and the root members in the enchantment must be dead. 3 Umbu teams, Sarutobi Hiruzen feels his heart bleed just thinking about it. His direct subordinate Umbu only has more than 70 people, and now there are 12 people gone. "How do I know? I've been with you all the time, Hiruzen, are you going to doubt me?" Danzo also said with an ugly face. He also lost 2 root teams, and Hiruzen's tone just now, is he trying to make him take the blame? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Although it was proposed by him, both the enchantment class and the sealing class can only be mobilized with Hokage's warrant, and the people who have just entered are mainly Umbu, so why should he be responsible for any accidents? "Hiruzen, you. Danzo, it's all your fault tonight, you have to shut yourself up and reflect on this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Danzo in a dignified tone. When he said this, his body was full of ninja aura. Wars may break out in the ninja world at any time. This matter must be exposed as soon as possible, but I will not restrict the actions of the roots. After all, the roots still need to contribute outside. Based on the violent explosion just now, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo believed that Kahn was not dead. The explosion was almost the same as last time, but this time it was more violent. The other party must have the certainty of escape. They miscalculated, thinking that a space-time isolation barrier can trap people. What happened? Be alert, search the nearby people and corpses. The first one to come was still the Uchiha Guard, and there were armed ninjas on duty in the middle of the night, so when Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo didn't show up, they came at the first time. After seeing the horrors in the vicinity, the ninjas of the Uchiha Guard immediately activated the Sharingan, and then searched very vigilantly. After a while, ninjas from Hyuga, Ino, Shika, Cho and other ninjas also came one after another. The ninjas of the guard team also invited ninjas from the Hyuga clan to help. In this case, Baiyen is indeed better than Sharingan, it's easier to use. This kind of situation looks like a violent explosion. If there is a detonating symbol that has not been triggered, then they will suffer. What happened? Where are the people inside? Tsunade, a body flicker technique, came here and shouted angrily when he saw the Kahn dessert shop that was almost blown into pieces. Seeing that Tsunade wanted to rush over, the Uchiha Guard immediately stepped forward to stop him and said, "Tsunade Jonin, please don't go over, in case there are still untriggered detonators that accidentally injure you." Even they dare not go forward, they have to wait for the ninjas of the Hyuga clan to investigate before they dare to go forward. Jiraiya also stepped forward and stopped Tsunade. "Tsunade, wait for the guards to investigate, you can't solve anything in the past now. An explosion of this magnitude is impossible to cause injuries. If that person is really there inside, it's best to let the ninjas from the corpse collection department come." After a while, more and more ninjas gathered here, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and 2 advisor elders also appeared. "Captain Tomasuk, please ask the security team to take care of the surrounding areas. Umbu is here to take over. Everyone else should go back as soon as possible. Don't let the enemy divert our attention. After this matter is cleared up, I will hold a Jonin meeting tomorrow." Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly arranged the affairs here with a few words, and at the same time evacuated the surrounding ninjas, otherwise an Umbu's body would be dug out from the ruins later. How should he explain? Just when the ninjas around were about to disperse, a person suddenly came from a distance, and after seeing this scene, he asked loudly, "What's going on here? Where's my house?" Seeing Kahn coming at this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that his cerebral blood vessels were about to explode. "So you have the nerve to ask?" But Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that he couldn't do anything to the opponent. Even the time-space isolation enchantment that isolated the summoning technique was useless. Sarutobi Hiruzen had fewer and fewer means to deal with this kind of people. Now that the other party is willing to come back, there is a high probability that they are planning to laugh at them, and it is unlikely that they will completely tear their face. Otherwise, they can leave directly and go to other ninja villages to do business, although medicines and other medical supplies have already appeared in Kirigakura. Kahn-san preliminarily infers that there are enemies preparing to harm you. Fortunately, they didn't find out your whereabouts, otherwise they may cause danger to you. Third Hokage said to Kahn that his hands behind his back had fingernail marks. There were 3 Umbu squads and 1 Umbu squad leader. Before the ninja war was likely to happen, Umbu suffered such a serious loss. Sarutobi Hiruzen regretted it. He should not have listened to Danzo's words and shot Kahn without accurate information and absolute certainty. Another enemy? Still destroying my home like this? Kahn showed anger after hearing the words, and immediately scolded the enemy. It must be Cloud Shinobi, these despicable guys, they were the ones who wanted to attack me last time, and they are coming again this time. Among the people present who have not yet left, there are several ninjas from the Uchiha Guard, who also experienced the previous incident. Hearing what Kahn said, they suddenly remembered that there seemed to be Umbu's guidance in the Cloud Shinobi spy incident. Finally, the security team did not investigate carefully, but was taken over by Umbu. And this time it is again. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned blue, but he forced a smile and said, although we haven't found out yet, the probability of what you said is very high. Cloud Shinobi has always been rude and barbaric, and this time it is very likely that they did what they did. But please rest assured, I will inform you as soon as I have checked the situation. Of course I believe in the promise of third Hokage, just my house and goods. Kahn looked at the ruins beside him with a distressed face. He had exploded too quickly just now, and now he remembered that a batch of goods had just been delivered a few days ago, and now they are all unusable. Thanks to the scope of the time-space isolation barrier, the radius of the explosion was about 30 meters, affecting 3 shops in Kahn, and the surrounding roads were blasted to the point where it was impossible to pass the car. The surrounding houses of 100 meters needed to be overhauled, otherwise risk of collapse. After hearing Kahn's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, and then said in a deep voice, this time, it was Konoha's negligence that led to the enemy's invasion, so the loss of the house and buildings will naturally be borne by Muyicheng. It is rare for Sarutobi Hiruzen to be smart enough not to cover everything. He only bears the loss of shops and houses, and he does not recognize the rest. Kahn's dessert shop and pharmacy are the shops with the most customers in Konoha, who knows how many goods he has. House, it's okay, then thank you third Hokage, I believe that under your leadership, Konoha will definitely be able to find out the truth and punish Cloud Shinobi's gang of thugs severely. Kahn knew that no matter how hard he pushed, he would not get anything useful. What's more, Sarutobi Hiruzen's loss tonight should be serious, otherwise his face would not be so ugly. The lesson of this time will definitely make him engraved in his heart, such a strong explosion in addition to the suspected spacetime ninjutsu. If you provoke him again, be careful that Kahn will also send art to the Hokage building. The ninjas in the distance also left here slowly under the explanation of Umbu and the guard ninjas. Then Uchiha left another team to guard around, and he took the other 3 teams to appease the civilians. The loud noise just now woke up almost all the civilians from their sleep, and the security team needed to explain to them. Then me. Before Kahn finished speaking, Tsunade came to Kahn's side in an instant, wrapped his bare arms around his neck and said, go to my place and rest, don't worry, the Senju tribe will never have enemies. Forget it, Tsunade. It's okay, it's not like you haven't lived there before. Tsunade said decisively, which made Jiraiya on the side very puzzled. What happened during his absence? Why is this guy staying at Tsunade's house? And this intimate look, that whiteness, damn it. Jiraiya is very envious, he can't see clearly here, but if it is from Kahn's angle, he should be able to see very clearly. Then let's do this, Kahn-san will be entrusted to you, Tsunade, and I will also let Umbu guard around the Senju tribe. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a final word, he just wanted to let the people around here leave quickly, let him bring Umbu's body back. Jiraiya, Duan-kun, Sakumo, go back and rest early, there is a Jonin meeting tomorrow. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Kato Dan and Hitaki Sakumo said in unison. Yes, Master Hokage. As for Jiraiya, he had to figure out what happened during his absence in Konoha village. If Orochimaru didn't tell him, then he wouldn't leave. After this decision flashed in his mind, Jiraiya told Namikaze Minato, and then chased after Orochimaru with a blinking body. Let's go, we have a lot of time tonight. Tsunade said to Kahn in a low voice, she would never believe in such things as Cloud Shinobi spies. Cloud Shinobi spies would not be so stupid, bringing tens of thousands of detonators at once to detonate at the same time, just to assassinate Kahn. This happened just after the village purchased a batch of medicine from Kahn at a high price. Just now the old man's face was also a little strange, this time it might be the same as last time, but without Kushina involved. After returning to the Senju tribe's land, only one house was lit, and the rest of the houses were deserted. After Tsunade opened the door and went in, Kushina, who had been staying in the living room, immediately ran to the door stepping on small slippers. Before she finished asking, she saw Kahn and asked with a smile, "Miss Tsunade, boss? Do you want to stay here?" Kahn said as he changed his shoes, "Well, tonight, or maybe soon, Kushina." Kushina shook her head with a smile, it's okay, Miss Tsunade won't care. You two guys." Tsunade made a decision for him when he saw the two people talking in a few words, and then angrily pulled Kahn into his room, and said to Nawaki and Kushina at the same time, "You two have a rest, the next thing has nothing to do with you." After Tsunade dragged Kahn back to the room, Kushina dared to say angrily, "What, Miss Tsunade is really? Nawaki, what happened tonight? Why did the boss come here?" "I don't know, but it's serious tonight, Kushina." Nawaki was trained by Orochimaru to be cautious. Just when he arrived near the Kahn dessert shop, he immediately found the traces on the ground that seemed to be separated by an enchantment. Coupled with various abnormal behaviors, he must be a spy with Cloud Shinobi. It doesn't matter. If you want to know, you can only ask Kahn-san and sister. Although Nawaki suggested this to Kushina, he intends to ask Orochimaru tomorrow. Anyway, it is really hard to feel at ease when such an explosion occurs in Konoha village. If you don't give an explanation tomorrow, it is estimated that the civilians in Konoha village will surround the Hokage building. Honestly, what's going on? After Tsunade brought Kahn into the house, he asked with a serious expression. However, Kahn frowned after looking around the room, the fallen wine bottles, scattered gambling equipment and clothes hanging around, and the one on the bed seemed to be. After noticing Kahn's gaze, Tsunade blushed immediately, then quickly rubbed up all the scattered clothes and threw them into the closet. No matter how powerful a female ninja is, it would be embarrassing for others to see such clothes, and it was she who took the initiative to bring people into the house. "Tsunade, I can only tell you what happened to me. I noticed someone sneaking into my room when I was up at night, and then I escaped from the room by my own means. As for the huge explosion, it may be those people Kushina knew about touching the mechanism in the house." Speaking of this, Kahn pretended to be puzzled and said, "But although the mechanism I left behind will explode, the power of the explosion seems strange. How come it seems to be confined in one place?" "That's an enchantment technique, someone arranged it in advance, so that the explosion didn't spread out." Biting his fingers, Tsunade thought to himself, as for why the barrier was arranged, is there any other answer? In addition to trapping people and catching enemies, why should the enchantment be placed in such a place? Have you noticed who it is? Also, Tsunade asked some other things, and Kahn answered truthfully, he was a victim, and he could answer everything except the TNT bomb. "Phew, I know about this. I will inquire about it for you tomorrow. You should stay at my house recently, until your place is repaired." Tsunade let out a long breath, and said to Kahn solemnly. Kahn nodded in response, and then said to Tsunade, "I see, then you should rest early, you seem to be so busy that you don't even have time to rest." Tsunade smiled after hearing this, and then waved Kahn out. When he came to the room where he lived last time, Kahn tidied up and lay down on the bed. "I don't know how many people Sarutobi Hiruzen lost tonight, but I can ask about it from Orochimaru or Tsunade tomorrow, but seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's ugly face just now, the loss should be quite a lot. Hee hee." Kahn couldn't help laughing silently for a while. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is honest, don't mess with him in the future, why bother with a businessman? "Boss, are you asleep?" Suddenly a low voice questioned from outside the house. Kahn got up immediately after hearing the words, and opened the door. Kushina lowered her head slightly, walked in on tiptoe, and then quickly and softly closed the door. After kneeling by the bed, Kushina asked, "Boss, what happened tonight?" "Hey, a terrible thing, probably related to the Cloud Shinobi spy, the explosion just now really made my head buzzing." Kahn didn't want to tell Kushina about the dirty politics, so he blamed Cloud Shinobi, who were brutal anyway. The Cloud Shinobi gang, what an annoying enemy. Kushina cursed Cloud Shinobi empathetically, but when she saw Kahn rubbing his eyebrows, she couldn't help but patted her kneeling leg, and said with a trembling voice, "Boss, let me give you a massage head." "What? I'll give you a massage, and you have to give me more snacks in the future. Kushina said with a little shortness of breath, and patted her thigh while speaking, signaling Kahn to put her head there. This was a book she secretly saw in a book and found from Nawaki. The Jonin meeting. The Jonin in the village received the news early, and all the Jonin came to the Hokage building except for some family ninjas and ninjas who had to be stationed at their posts. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and 2 other consultants walked into the room with solemn faces. Besides them, Orochimaru also had an ugly face, which was the result of being pestered by Jiraiya all night. About last night's explosion, Umbu worked all night and only found the bodies of 3 enemies. It was preliminarily inferred that the roots wanted to keep alive during the pursuit of the enemies, so they used a barrier to trap them, but unexpectedly the other party paid attention to killing the fish, and directly detonated the detonating talisman on his body. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, not only referring to the corpses of the roots as enemies, but also throwing all these actions on the action of the root, it was their carelessness that led to the opportunity for the enemy to use the detonating talisman. Mitokado Hamura then said, the enemy not only has the intention of inquiring about information, but with so many detonating symbols on his body, he might have planned to come to Konoha to make a big fuss, but he just happened to be trapped in that place by the barrier at the root. After Mitokado Hamura finished speaking, Yuditane Koharu also said, except for the loss of 2 teams at the root, there is no casualty list for the time being, but some residential buildings have been damaged and need to be repaired. Danzo's face was as deep as a deep pool without waves. He had nothing to say. This incident has been determined, and it is the root's responsibility, and the war is imminent, and Umbu's personnel loss must be made up for by the root. The root draws 2 teams to supplement Umbu. Anyway, the root was originally established in the name of the Umbu Training Department. This was Sarutobi Hiruzen's method of restricting Danzo at the beginning, but it has not been transferred from the root in this name. Tsunade snorted silently from below. Anyway, she would not believe these people's nonsense, but neither Kahn nor the old man would tell her the truth. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen told everyone about the attack and killing of the ninja stronghold stationed on the border. The combination of this incident and the explosion last night was enough to convince 90% of the ninjas that it was the enemy's deeds. After finishing the matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the opportunity to dispatch some ninjas to various ninja clans, among which the Hyuga, Inazuka, and Aburane clans were the majority, mainly to form a reconnaissance patrol team, and at the same time prepare for possible wars. After the meeting was dissolved, each Jonin left the Hokage building, and at the same time the Shiryu Jibwa guards explained to the villagers what happened last night. Tsunade, wait a minute. After Jiraiya left the Hokage building, she quickly caught up with Tsunade who hadn't left yet. Tsunade stopped, turned around and asked, what's the matter, Jiraiya? It's nothing, I just wanted to ask you, do you think what the old man said is true? Jiraiya scratched his head and asked, he spent a whole night with Orochimaru last night, but the guy still didn't tell him anything. Just now those who came to the Jonin meeting were all shadow clone. Tsunade rolled his eyes helplessly. How do I know? You really want to know? Why don't you just ask the old man? I don't know more about this than you. Then can you tell me about Kahn? I met him on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain, and I don't know much about him yet. Tsunade frowned slightly and said, you ask him what he is doing, a common businessman forgets. Konoha Hospital has something else to do. I'll go first, Jiraiya. After speaking, Tsunade turned around directly, flicked Gold's twin ponytails, and left. Tsunade doesn't want to talk to anyone about him right now after asking about something amiss from Kahn last night. It was obviously just a transaction with a businessman from another country, and Konoha Kahn was neither the first nor the last, but now it has reached this level. Jiraiya scratched her head and left after Tsunade made it clear that she didn't want to talk about it. He couldn't ask anywhere, so he could only give up temporarily. After yesterday's incident, Jiraiya found that the war was really approaching, and he planned to help his students improve their mission experience. There is also Namake's Minato. Thinking of this disciple, Jiraiya feels very relieved. Namake's Minato is different from the other 2 students. He does not blindly want to learn powerful techniques from him, but prepares to sharpen his own fighting style. There is no powerful technique, only powerful people. Being able to think of this at this age, Jiraiya had to admit in his heart that this disciple might achieve better than him in the future. It's just that after getting along with this disciple for a while, Jiraiya also found that many of his techniques are not suitable for Namake's Minato, not suitable for his fighting style. Namake's Minato is more like an assassin, using various means to cover up his purpose, and finally achieve the killing blow. Teach him a body flicker technique? But I'm not very good at body flicker technique, why don't you ask the old man? Thinking of this, Jiraiya hurriedly turned around and walked towards the Hokage building. His understanding of the art was not as good as Mr. Sarutobi's, or the entire Konoha's understanding of the art was no better than Mr. Sarutobi's. Asking him is the best choice. Kushina, what are you doing? Kahn asked curiously. When he came back, he saw Kushina holding a bunch of scrolls. He went to talk to Chihai today about the rebuilding of the store and his own house. This time, he wanted to build it stronger. He planned to strengthen the steel plate at the bottom by 2 more layers. However, the 13 shops were all affected. For at least a month or 2, they would not be able to open shops to make money, the broken ones had to be rebuilt, and the unbroken ones had to be repaired, and the common villagers might not dare to go there in a short time. Consumption. This is the sealing technique. I have learned a lot. The remaining advanced sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are more difficult. I plan to practice it again at night. Boss, do you want to learn the sealing technique? After Kushina explained, she suddenly blinked and looked at Kahn, but after looking at it for a while, she looked away embarrassedly. Today, she can always recall that when she massaged the boss last night, she was a little too bold. Forget it, I'm leaving Konoha soon, and I still have some business to do outside, and it's not good for you to teach the sealing technique privately, won't third Hokage punish you if he finds out? After thinking about it for a while, Kahn refused, saying that he wanted to learn a little bit, but it would be too revealing of his inner thoughts to agree. Kushina muttered and said, these are the sealing techniques of our Uzumaki clan. Some of them don't have Konoha. Grandma Mito said that I can pass them on to others. The further you go, the lower the voice, because Kushina remembered that Grandma Mito told her that she could teach it to someone she recognized, but she didn't seem to think much about it now, thinking about teaching it to the boss. Maybe it won't work this time, wait until next time. Kahn stroked Kushina's red hair and it felt smooth, next time I come back, I will bring you some new gifts. Kushina narrowed her eyes when she heard the words, then turned her head unconsciously, let her red hair rub against Kahn's palm, and while enjoying the feeling, said in a low voice, then I will prepare some beginner's guides for you. Explanation of sealing technique. As for leaving Konoha, Kahn does have this plan. He handled things in Konoha pretty much the same way, whether it was the people who were placed in his chamber of commerce, or Umbu who wanted to attack him last night. After going through this pain, at least Konoha could calm down for a while. Next, he wants to open up business outside. Kirigakura alone is not enough. The land of the winds is located in a desert, rich in oil and mineral resources, but that's all. Kahn can use food and other basic materials and medical supplies to trade with Sand Shinobi Village in exchange for the ownership of oil and mineral veins. As for medicines, Kahn can also directly give Sand Shinobi unprocessed powdered medicines, and then tell them the dosage. As for making pills or tablets, it is Sand Shinobi Village's own choice. Even if Konoha Shinobi is aware of it, as long as he doesn't catch the transaction scene, Kahn will not admit it. Moreover, Sand Shinobi, who has received a large amount of supplies, will rapidly expand his ambitions. If ninjas cannot prove their strength through war, where will the mission come from? The reason why Luosha chose to cooperate with Orochimaru to launch the Konoha collapse plan is because the daimyo of the country of wind gave all the tasks of his country to Konoha. Luosha had no choice but to cooperate with Orochimaru in order to prove the strength of Sand Shinobi Village. The ninja world is simply like an uncivilized feudal world. Although industrialization has already appeared, neither the daimyo nor the ninjas have seen the importance of industrialization. Kahn's departure was only shared with Tsunade, Kushina, Orochimaru, and Yakushi no. Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen also got the news of Kahn's departure from the village, because Kahn left Konoha in a fair manner, and they naturally knew about it through the gatekeeper Chunin. Danzo, don't attack him for the time being. If you are not completely sure, let me handle this matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Danzo after exhaling a puff of dry smoke. How difficult it is for a person who controls spacetime ninjutsu. The two of them only need to imagine teacher Tobirama to understand, and Kahn's time-space ninjutsu, even the barrier cannot be isolated, and there is that kind of terrifying explosion. After carefully recalling the method, Sarutobi Hiruzen found that the explosion was not the movement of the detonating symbol at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen can imagine what a troublesome situation that would be if Kahn was determined to retaliate. There is only another time-space ninjutsu that can deal with spacetime ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of the blonde boy he met yesterday, and secretly sighed in his heart. He hoped that Namikaze Minato could learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Otherwise, even Kahn would not be able to deal with Konoha, let alone the forces behind him. Training Ground 4 at Konoha Village. There are only Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato here, and the other two students are practicing ninjutsu in other places. Jiraiya did not let them go, but taught them a sea-level ninjutsu that suits their chakra attributes and may be able to cooperate. It is very rare for genin to learn sea-level ninjutsu. Jiraiya gave it to them because he saw that the other party was a civilian ninja. Minato, Flying Thunder God technique can only be studied by you. As for spacetime ninjutsu, even I, the teacher, am not very good at it. Jiraiya laughed, not hiding what he was not good at, and then he said to Namikaze Minato solemnly, "But if you need anything, I can satisfy you, master." "Thank you very much for your help, teacher Jiraiya." Namikaze Minato bowed and said, he is really very grateful to Jiraiya. You must know that Flying Thunder God technique is a forbidden technique developed by second Hokage, and most people do not have the qualifications to connect with it, but teacher Jiraiya was able to ask third Hokage for this technique for him forbidden technique. "But Minato, you don't seem to be in a good mood recently, is something wrong?" Jiraiya asked curiously. He discovered this situation a few days ago, so thinking that he has a lot of free time today, he planned to use his rich life experience to enlighten his disciples. After hearing Jiraiya's question, Namikaze Minato was silent for a while, and then slowly said, "Mr. Jiraiya, how can I make someone I like me too? The environment in the Land of Winds is very harsh. At least 70% of the land is covered by deserts. The ninjas in Sand Shinobi Village suffer from wind and sand for half of the year, so turbans and veils are almost a must for them. The attitude of first Kazekage is already obvious. They would rather not have a tailed beast, but also want money and land, because Sand Shinobi Village is really not a place where ordinary people can stay. The country's resources are poor, so Fengying of all dynasties has always welcomed businessmen from other countries. But the welcome is useless. This place directly dispels the idea of 80% of ninja businessmen coming here to do business. Oil has not been widely used, and iron ore is also sold in other countries. The poverty of Sand Shinobi Village is out of place in the ninja world. Famous. So after third Kazekage knew about Kahn's coming, he was more concerned, and even entertained him himself, unlike third Mizukage who was so ignorant. "Mr. Kahn, I wonder what kind of deal you plan to do with Sand Shinobi Village." In Kazekage's office, besides third Kazekage, there is also a young ninja with short brown hair, who looks like third Kazekage's right and left hand. This is a list of materials that can be traded by the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. Finally, please don't worry about the efficacy of the medicine, Sand Shinobi Village. Our medicines have already been sold in some areas of the Fire Country, and the effect can be guaranteed. While speaking, Kahn handed third Kazekage a list of transactions, which included food, canned seafood, medicines, gauze bandages and other medical supplies, which were basically what Sand Shinobi Village currently needed. The first few items can guarantee the supply of materials in the village, and the latter can be used as war reserves. Some time ago, someone in the underground gold exchange in the Kingdom of the Wind announced the destruction of Konoha's ninja stronghold on the Huchuan border. Third Kazekage couldn't hold back, and dispatched 3 Umbu teams to remove all of Konoha's ninja strongholds. Afterwards, Konoha came to ask, and they refused to admit it. Anyway, there was no evidence. Thanks to this, Sand Shinobi Village's funds were a little richer, but Third Kazekage calculated in his mind, and wanted to buy in large quantities. Wanliang is still a little stretched. Konoha village must be suspicious of them. According to Sand Shinobi Umbu's investigation, Konoha dispatched most of the ninjas on the border of Fire Country and River Country. Trend. The price is still reasonable, but can it be cheaper? Third Kazekage often deals with businessmen from other countries, and is quite clear about the price of food. The price Kahn gave to Sand Shinobi Village is indeed cheaper than that of other businessmen, but the medicine behind it is a bit more expensive. Sand Shinobi Village knows a little about Konoha's medicine, and it is indeed a good thing on the battlefield, but the price. Sand Shinobi Village can't afford it. The above price is already very low, at least I can't change it, but Kazekage-sama, Sand Shinobi Village also has what we need. I think the two sides can exchange what we need. The oil, iron ore and other resources of the Wind Kingdom are all what our Chamber of Commerce needs. Kahn told Third Kazekage that both parties have the intention of trading, and after hearing Kahn's suggestion, Third Kazekage also felt that it was very feasible. There is only some controversy over the price. He thinks that medicines are too expensive, and Sand Shinobi Village needs to process the finished products themselves, but oil and iron ore have almost a fixed price, so Sand Shinobi Village is still a bit disadvantaged. In the end, it was Kahn who promised to entrust a certain number of tasks to Sand Shinobi Village every year, so that Third Kazekage agreed to this transaction. The number of tasks completed by Ninja Village each year can reflect the strength of Ninja Village to a certain extent, and can also increase ninja income and task experience. As for the location of the transaction, it is better to put it near the sea in the country of Wind. We are going to establish a base in the country of Tea. When the time comes, the goods needed by your village will be directly delivered to this location by sea. Kahn pointed to the map and said to Third Kazekage, if it is transported by land, the Land of Fire is an unavoidable place. If Konoha knows that he is trading with Sand Shinobi Village, he will definitely use some means to destroy it. The Land of Fire is their place, and it would be difficult for Kahn to prevent it, unless he delivered the goods himself or used all the sealing scrolls, but this is not realistic. Therefore, it is better to ship by sea, since it is kept secret and the speed is not slow. At least the gas engine ship transports goods faster than the horse-drawn carriage. After determining the content and time of the transaction, Third Kazekage signed a transaction contract with Kahn. Luo Sha, go call other high-level officials and prepare for a meeting. After Kahn left, Third Kazekage immediately told Luo Sha that now there is a larger supplier of materials, and they can exchange resources in the Kingdom of Wind. If Kahn's supply capacity is confirmed, Sand Shinobi Village will prepare war materials reserve. In the last ninja war, Sand Shinobi Village was dragged down until the supply of materials was not available, and even the poison of the puppet master was completely deciphered by Tsunade, so he conceded defeat. This time, Third Kazekage has already made a decision in his heart. After stocking up the supplies, he must conquer the country of Sichuan and merge it into the country of Wind. Only in this way can Sand Shinobi Village have more land to cultivate food and get rid of the embarrassment of buying food from outside. Why is the sealing technique so similar to the principles of mathematics? When Kahn took people to the country of Tea, he would take out the scroll of the sealing technique that Kushina gave him when he had nothing to do. It was the simplest principle of sealing technique, and finally there were two simplest sealing techniques, one is to seal chakra, and the other is to seal action. It contains not only a detailed explanation of the sealing technique, but also Kushina's own cultivation process. Judging by the color of the ink, it should have been written in the last few days. Not only must you have precise chakra control ability, but you must also have a certain foundation for mathematical ability. This is a bit like the principle of a matrix. No wonder the textbook knowledge in ninja school is a bit supersyllabus. It seems that the students are already being screened in school. Talent. Kahn's chakra control ability is not bad. He has practiced climbing trees and treading water in private before, and also learned some ninjutsu. Chakra control ability can't be said to be a genius, but it is better than some chunin. He is really interested in sealing art. Ninjutsu and taijutsu have limits in the ninja world, but sealing art does not seem to exist. Even the immortal Kaguya was sealed in the end, and Kahn is most interested in the ninja world. It is a tailed beast. If you want to get your hands on this creature, it is necessary to learn the sealing technique well. It's just that there's no need to learn it yourself, just leave this kind of thing to Shadow Clone. The biggest bug of Shadow Clone is that it can bring back memory. As long as it can bear it, it can save a lot of time. After Kahn returned to the Marvel world, he planned to use Shadow Clone plus transformation technique to learn from those people in the Biological Research Center. Kahn's memory is already relatively good. If he spends 3 times as long learning and understanding, his biological research level will become higher and higher. By the way, I should leave a portion of the dragon's flesh and blood to Orochimaru. Maybe the next time I meet this guy, I will have something new to discover. Kahn suddenly remembered this incident. When he left Konoha, he only remembered to greet and guard against Sarutobi Hiruzen, but forgot about it. Fortunately, he learned the summoning technique and signed a summoning contract with Ryuchi Cave. Kahn wrote a letter to Orochimaru on the carriage, and also attached a magic photo of the dragon, and finally the letter, the magic photo and the flesh and blood of the dragon, all put it into the sealed scroll. It is difficult to make a sealing scroll, but it is very convenient to use. The sealing formula has been drawn in advance. As long as the sealing formula on the scroll is activated, all items can be sealed in. Summoning technique. Kahn directly summoned a 2-meter-long white snake. This is a special summoning snake for him to communicate with Orochimaru. It has chakra in its body, and it is a Ryuchi Cave snake that understands human language. After summoning it, Kahn stuffed the sealing scroll into the mouth of the little white snake, and then lifted the summoning technique. After the little white snake returned to Ryuchi Cave, it would send a message to Orochimaru. Kahn's first summoning was a green snake, almost 2 meters long, which was closer to him. He intends to use this green snake to see if he can bring it to the Marvel world with a space backpack, using freezing or other methods. If he can bring it, it can be used to watch the nursing home, bring the house elf. This is the real housekeeper. Although the country of tea faces the sea on 3 sides and is only adjacent to the country of fire, it is not very safe. Kirigakure and Sand Shinobi Village also often go to war, but Sand Shinobi generally does not fight Mist Shinobi on the sea surface. After arriving on land, Mist Shinobi Ninja has no help from the environment and will stalemate with Sand Shinobi Village Ninja. After all, Kirigakure is not as good as Tsunade, a kind of medical master who can break all poisons. The country of tea is a country where both sides compete for interests, but fortunately there are only 2 ninja villages, unlike the country of rain, where the 3 kingdoms are at war. As long as there is war, there is no room for civilians to live in the country. The civilians in the country of tea can live far away from the battlefield where the 2 ninja villages are fighting. Kahn plans to build a port here, a military camp and arsenal, as well as a centralized commodity factory. If nothing else, the country of tea will become his base camp in the future. After Kahn's power develops, you can persuade Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi to avoid the country of tea and fight. If they still want to buy medicines and other commodities from Kahn, they must give this face. The land of tea is not small, and the daimyo is cowardly and incompetent. He brutally suppresses the civilians in his own country, and turns a blind eye to the killing of Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. To deal with such people, as long as the force in his hand is stronger than him, he naturally dare not provoke Kahn. This time Kahn brought 30 guards and 10 members of the Chamber of Commerce. 20 of them were gunners specially trained by him, and the other 10 were warriors. 4 of these 10 possessed chakra, which is regarded as a chakra in the country of tea. A lot of force. Buying land, hiring people, planning and building factories. Kahn stayed in the country of tea for a while, and decided to leave after arranging everything to his subordinates. Because he received a letter from Terumi, he has arrived in Nami country and is waiting for him in the Chamber of Commerce. Thanks to Izuboto and the beautiful boy holding Remlam who passed by for 100 rewards. Thanks to Brother Wujo for the 500 rewards. Thank you Devil Cat for the 5,000 reward. At present, the first order is 1,300, which exceeds the target of 100, the monthly ticket is 200, and there are 2 rewards from the Rudder Master, a total of 5 changes, 3,000 characters. The second update every day remains unchanged, and the third is added. I strive to achieve 10,000 daily updates. Today's update may be at 1:30 or 2 o'clock, the reader can't wait to go to bed first, staying up late is not good for your health. Kahn-san, I'm really sorry to call you back. After seeing Kahn, Terumi said very sorry to him. Kahn waved his hand at this, changed the subject and asked, Exain-kun, what happened? There are 2 things. The first thing is that the craftsman that Kahn-san said last time had news. The shipyard is almost unable to hold on. There are nearly 100 workers who have not been resettled. There is a plan to sell them. I let one change. The cousin with the surname is going to buy it, and then it can be handed over to Kahn-san. Hearing what Terumi Xin said about this, a smile appeared on Kahn's face. It is more gratifying to get these nearly 100 skilled workers than to recruit 5 jonins. I'm sorry to trouble you, Shinjuan, the corresponding reward will be handed over to you later. Kahn smiled and said to him, he didn't expect Terumi Xin to give him such a big surprise so soon. Xin-kun, what's the second thing? Third Mizukage is getting more and more crazy, he seems to have completely lost his mind. When Terumishin talked about third Mizukage, fear and disgust appeared unconsciously on his face. After he calmed down a bit, he continued to say to Kahn, some time ago, 2 mission teams went to the vicinity of the fire country to perform missions. But they were discovered by the opponent, and after a battle, they were defeated, 2 of them died and 2 were captured, and the remaining 4 escaped and were executed by third Mizukage. Death? In what name? Kahn asked in amazement, did he lose his mind and go crazy? He went to the front line to work for you, and he would be executed when he came back. The crime of leaking information, because the 4 people did not kill their captured companions before they fled, so Konoha village may get the content of their mission. Terumi Xin's tone was full of resentment and dissatisfaction with Mizukage, and one of the executed ninjas was his former teammate. Not only that, but third Mizukage also developed the blood mist policy to the ninja school. The latest ninja school graduates even stipulated the number of deaths. Among the 4 people, 1 must be eliminated. Kahn asked suddenly, the competition is conducted in a small team, and more than half of the eliminated are ninjas from blood succession families. Terumishin froze for a moment after hearing the words, he didn't say anything, but Kahn guessed the information unexpectedly, then Terumishin nodded and continued, that's right, it's basically the same as Kahn-san said. It seems that you, Mizukage, are about to tear your face apart in order to target the blood successor ninja, Shinjuan, what are you going to do? Terumi shook his head, and was a little confused when asked this question, I don't know, I hope Gensher and the others can stop Shizuikage-sama's actions, our Terumi clan is just a small ninja, and we shouldn't be killed by Mizukage-sama targeted, mainly, at my daughter. His daughter was just at Jonin school, but in this situation, even ninja school is not safe. It's not a good idea to pin the hope of the whole family on the kindness of others, Shinjuan. Kahn shook his head, and said in contrast to Meishin, if the internal conflicts are too large, there is indeed a solution, but the method chosen by third Mizukage is too rough, Shinjuan, why don't you find an opportunity to persuade the outside world to go to war, if you die in the war, at least you can earn some military exploits for your family, and third Mizukage should not be very good at catching the family members of the dead heroes. War. Is this not good? Once the war starts, there will be many casualties. Terumishin thought hesitantly for a while, but still didn't feel very good. Not good? Then what choice do you have? Discuss with third Mizukage. Will he listen to you, unless your entire blood-inherited ninja clan relinquishes power and becomes his subordinate, or the whole family defects and launches a coup to elect a new Mizukage, or use war to transfer internal contradictions? There should be many solutions, but Kahn believes that the most suitable for them is war, and it is more in line with his interests. Without the war, medicines and other medical items would be unsaleable, and there are many other benefits that Kahn can earn during the war. As for the blood mist policy against third Mizukage, Kahn does not know whether the current third Mizukage is manipulated or influenced by Uchiha Madara. If not, it is okay to say that there is a chance to deal with him through political means. But if it is manipulated by Uchiha Madara, nothing will work. No political means can affect Uchiha Madara. Only a coup can save Kirigakure. At the beginning, Tarumishin only wanted the family to have a foreign aid. After all, Kahn could talk to Yuanshire. If their family was targeted by third Mizukage, they could surrender to Yuanshire through Kahn. But today, when Amaterasu Meishin complained to Kahn, he gradually felt that what he said made sense. The possibility of a coup d'état is unlikely, unless all the blood successor ninja clans work together, but the Taketorai clan and the Yuki clan will not fight each other. Although the relationship between the two clans is not as great as Uchiha and Senju's hatred, it is absolutely not the kind that can sit down and discuss peacefully. What's more, third Mizukage itself is a strong man of 5 Kage levels. He also has Umbu and Ninja 7 under his command, as well as many supporters. Tarumishin can imagine the result of the coup, that is, the death of their entire family, including his 5-year-old daughter, Tarumi Mei. The more Tarumi Nobu thinks about it, the more he feels uncomfortable, and there is Kahn who seems to enlighten him, but actually hides his words to lead him to the war. An hour later, Tarumishin checked the time, and it was almost time to get up and say goodbye. Kahn-san, I learned a lot from talking with you today. I will think carefully about your suggestion when I go back. After hearing Tarumi Nobu's words, Kahn felt that this guy seemed too honest, and he felt a little sorry for deceiving this kind of person, so he said, Exine-kun, if you can't stay in Kirigakure any longer, you might as well come to my place. In the future, Kirigakure's blood mist policy will become more and more powerful. Uchiha Obito will take over from Uchiha Madara, and Kirigakure will be ruined. At that time, Mist Shinobi's ability to hunt down the rebels will become weaker and weaker, and they can stay in the land of waves even if they don't kill them. It's easy for Kahn to save a few people. I see, thanks Kahn-san. Tarumi said with a touch of confidence. After saying goodbye, he returned to Kirigakure. He was able to leave here because of the mission and the cover of the clan. After Tarumishin left, Kahn shook his head and said, Ninja is too easy to deceive. The matter of Kirigakure has been temporarily left behind by him, and there are still a lot of things about the industry that Kahn needs to deal with. With his current financial resources, the scale of adopting war orphans can be slightly larger. There is no need to worry about the Land of Fire for the time being. The stable environment is suitable for Xia Chuan's development. Her current power has been cut a lot. It is impossible for Konoha to continue to make a fuss about her. Kahn is now mainly in charge of the affairs of the Land of Waves and the Land of Tea. When things in these two places are on the right track, he is going to return to the Marvel world. Inside Konoha village. Kushina just came out of the enchantment class, and today she completed another sea-level task to help the enchantment class repair the runes. Her performance naturally won the praise of everyone. Although she is only 14 years old, Kushina was personally taught by Uzumaki Mido, the first seal technique in Konoha for several years. In addition to her talent in seal technique, the entire Konoha there are only a few who can surpass her in the sealing technique. Classmate Kushina. When she was about to go home, Kushina was suddenly stopped by a person. When she looked carefully, she found that it was Namikaze Minato, a classmate from the ninja school. It's you, Namikaze Minato-san, what's the matter? Kushina took a small step back holding the scroll and asked, although the last time she encountered Cloud Shinobi spies had nothing to do with Namikaze Minato, but Kushina felt very awkward in her heart, so she didn't want to have a relationship with Namikaze Minato after seeing him. Friend. How about going to have a meal together, you should have time, classmate Kushina. After Namikaze Minato finished speaking, he took out a bouquet of flowers from behind and handed it to Kushina, trying to put on a tough attitude on his face. After Kushina saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and after leaving a sentence, he bypassed Namikaze Minato and left, "I don't have time." Namikaze Minato was also a little panicked when he saw this, but he continued, "Kushina, I will definitely become the strongest ninja when the time comes." Search. A kunai directly brushed Namikaze Minato's hair and flew over, and stuck on the electric pole behind. "Go crazy and go elsewhere, don't come to me." After leaving this sentence, Kushina left in a hurry. Fortunately, there were few people just now, otherwise she would lose her adulthood. Namikaze Minato was also stunned by the kunai just now, and he didn't realize it until after Kushina left, then took out a book from his arms, and said doubtfully, "Why is it different from what teacher Jiraiya said?" But in the book the girl did agree, and her character is very similar to Kushina. After being puzzled, Namikaze Minato directly took the book and went to Jiraiya for advice. "What's the matter with that guy? Is it another hint from someone else?" After Kushina returned home, she was still a little angry, and then secretly thought in her heart that even if she wanted to eat, she would go with the boss. "Those guys laughed at me at school, and now they want to reconcile for granted." But thinking of Kahn, Kushina recalled the scene of massaging Kahn's head at night, and then coyed a few times in the living room with his face covered. Fortunately, Nawaki and Tsunade are not at home now, otherwise Kushina would be ashamed again. But what the boss said is true or not? He treats tailed beasts as human beings. Even if he can't make friends, he still has to do business with them like a businessman. But it's hard for me to meet Nine Tails now. Thinking of what Kahn said to her that night, Kushina wanted to give it a try, but when she transferred the tailed beast, she felt the violence of Nine Tails, and that kind of negative emotion was like a symbol of disaster. If it's really possible, then I can control the power of the tailed beast earlier, just like Grandma Mito. After thinking about it, Kushina decided to give it a try, but it might be dangerous to do so. After all, the seal on her body is sourced from her own chakra, which is arranged in conjunction with the Konoha sealing class. If Kushina himself was influenced by chakra of Nine Tails, then the seals arranged by Konoha sealing class would not be of much use. After all, they are not as good as one Uzumaki Mito. If there was a person with similar sealing skills as Uzumaki Mito to help Kushina transfer Nine Tails, then she can try to communicate with Nine Tails casually now. "I'm a little late, I'm sorry, it took me a while to eat supper." "You can really bring it back, but it's really dangerous. It's okay for snakes." "Xiaoqing, I've wronged you. I'll go and prepare something delicious for you." After speaking, Kahn took the green snake and walked to the kitchen. He remembered that there were a lot of meat in the refrigerator. The green snake of Ryuchi Cave hung on Kahn's body in fear and kept twisting its body. It felt like it was about to die just now. Snakes are extremely afraid of low temperature. If Kahn was not a contractor of Ryuchi Cave, the green snake would not be in any way will say yes to this. The green snake is also a snake with human nature. After a while, it will be able to speak human words. However, the snakes in Ryuchi Cave grow very fast. I am afraid that within 10 years, they will grow to a snake body several meters thick. At that time, Kahn tried his best to develop his own strength, and it should not be a big problem to protect a snake. After feeding all the meat in the refrigerator to the green snake, it stopped being emotional and fell asleep lazily in the living room. The environment in Kahn's villa was much better than that of Ryuchi Cave. The snake didn't blame Kahn for bringing it here frozen. "Why do you sleep when you're full?" Kahn kicked the green snake twice in disgust, but the green snake shook its tail like a rattlesnake, and continued to sleep without opening its eyes. He originally wanted to take the green snake to the Biology Research Center for a check, but now it is considered to be asleep also go with them. However, the business of the pharmaceutical wholesale company needs to be dealt with, as well as the recently accumulated mail, and the military security company that Laura is in charge of has also been established. Kahn separated 3 shadow clones, one dedicated to handling the accumulated emails and communicating with Laura, and the other 2 to check the monitoring of the Biological Research Center to see if there were any moths there when he was away. And he himself is going to the Biological Research Center. The optimization of the new extremist virus and the research of dragon's blood are the focus of his attention. Boss, why did you come here suddenly? I can ask Paul to pick me up. Oh my God. What is this? Betty went forward to greet Kahn, but when she saw a 2-meter-long snake brought out by him from the back seat, she was frightened and panicked. She involuntarily took 2 steps back and almost tripped over herself. Bring this snake to study. Don't worry, Betty, it won't attack people actively. You can come up and touch it. I don't like snakes, so forget it. Betty sternly refused, and she even stepped back a few meters. Kahn shook his head and said, Then you are out of luck. You dare not touch such a cute creature. Come on, tell me about recent events. The corners of Betty's mouth twitched. She doubted Kahn's aesthetics very much. When did the boa constrictor become cute? However, as an assistant, Betty Ross is still very qualified. A series of things such as property expenditure, personnel recruitment, equipment procurement, etc., were all reported to Kahn in an orderly manner, and emails were also sent. Betty couldn't control the content and progress of the experiment, and she couldn't even check the monitoring of the laboratory, which made Betty a little helpless, but everything else was done well, and she was absolutely qualified as an assistant. You've done a good job. I'll give your bonus some thought, Betty. After arriving at the door leading to the laboratory, Kahn hugged the green snake and told Betty that the next place was beyond her reach. Thank you. By the way, boss, there is a nice restaurant recently. If you are free tonight, I think it's okay. Seeing that Kahn was about to enter the experimental area, Betty quickly asked, she didn't come here for the annual salary of up to 1 million. Although it was tempting, she had other purposes. If you are an assistant, you may not be able to enter the experimental area for more than 10 years. It seems that if you want to understand the research inside, you must start with the boss. It's not that Betty Ross didn't intend to inquire from the researcher, but Kahn is also very strict in protecting this aspect. First of all, the non-disclosure agreement signed is very high in compensation, and secondly, he will let the security of the Biological Research Center monitor people who contact the researcher in private. After Betty Ross was questioned by the security once, she was afraid of alarming the enemy and gave up the plan in this regard. Go and reserve a seat, try it if you have time, and wait for the next time if you don't have time. After Kahn finished speaking, the door leading to the experimental area was closed, and Betty Ross's heart was filled with fire. Since Boss Kahn agreed, this is her chance. Last time Kahn took the initiative to invite her to dinner, this time there may be a chance to ask a little bit about the situation, or reveal his background. No matter how rich a college student is, he still knows that he should cooperate with the upper class. Betty Ross thinks so. Although she doesn't have much contact with her father, at least she can pull the tiger's skin and inquire about the experimental data from the side. AMS Research Venture Capital. Betty accidentally saw it. As a doctor of biology, she felt that this research was of great value, but before she could take any action, the AIM team was packaged and cut off. Kahn didn't know what Betty Ross was planning, and he didn't pay much attention to it. This guy's espionage methods are terrible. He first went to Rice's research laboratory. The new extremist virus only needs to be continuously optimized and improved, while Rice's side is related to whether Kahn can use magic. Mr. Kahn, I have sent you 3 emails and am about to ask Ms. Ross for your address. After seeing Kahn, Rice immediately spoke to him with great interest, and then took Kahn to the core laboratory. The core experiments were all done by me alone. There was absolutely no leakage. Others just helped me with data calculations and other operations. They didn't even know the research objects of this laboratory. Kahn nodded after hearing the words, affirming Rice's level of secrecy. He has received the shadow clone's memory, and Rice's secrecy work is really good. Mr. Kahn, although I don't know what these two types of biological cells are, but through research, both types of cells are very active, and one of them even broke the Hayflick limit theory. Until now, I still haven't seen the cells die. Rice said with a somewhat excited face that he has been researching for a long time, and in the experiment he also accelerated the speed of cell division. That kind of cells are still active until now. After 271 divisions, all cells are slowly rejuvenated from decline. Just like rebirth, he has not figured out the survival limit of this kind of cells so far. What about other aspects? How is the study of serum fused with another cell? Kahn asked the main point. He has known the characteristics of the phoenix for a long time, and now he mainly wants to know whether he can integrate with himself. Rice heard Kahn's question, swallowed his saliva, and replied, another serum that seems to have been injected with extremis virus, and there are traces of another kind of cells, but it is not strongly affected by the characteristics of extremis virus. Rejection, but for the insurance period, it is best to conduct several more human experiments. Although Rice was transferred here, the extremis virus on the other side is still under research, but the boss has already brought out a cell that has been injected with the extremis virus serum and another cell that can theoretically achieve longevity. Although Rice curious, but the memories of last time and his daughter made him dare not think too much. The test results are as smooth as the simulated data calculations. Is it just a matter of human trials? After reading the test data, Kahn felt a little tangled in his heart. Phoenix doesn't have much flesh and blood, so it can't support many clinical trials, and the emotions and thoughts of the experimental subjects are uncontrollable. A threat to Kahn and the lab. Rice said from the side, there have been many experiments on animals, and all the processes have been very smooth, and there was even no rejection during the experiment. But for safety, it is better to conduct human experiments. While explaining, Rice also took Kahn to observe all the experimental species. Create a fusion serum directly, less. Kahn carefully looked at the test data again, and it was because it went so smoothly that Les and he both had doubts. Kahn was fine, he was a personal experiencer of the new extremis virus and witnessed a success. And Rice's impression of extremis was still before he left Killian's team. Although Kahn sent a little bit of his own flesh and blood, after leaving the body, extremis did not have the support of bioelectricity, and the effect was weakened a lot. But this fusion is still successful, which is also the confidence that Kahn dared to try. If human experiments are carried out, unless the experimental subjects are transformed to be like him first, the data will still have no reference. Rice also said with some concern, but, Mr. Kahn. Just listen to me, Les. Kahn said unquestionably, I know the consequences, you just need to follow the instructions. At this point tomorrow, I will still come here and prepare everything. As for your team members, let them study the information I brought. Green Snake. Yes, Mr. Kahn. Rice knew that his boss had already made up his mind, so he had no choice but to agree. After leaving here, Kahn went next door again. The progress of Maya and Killian is still not slow. Both of them want to perfect this serum as soon as possible. Maya wants to create a product that can benefit mankind, and Killian only thought of revenge. The wealth and security that Kahn provides doesn't have Killian's hatred for Tony Stark. The guy is determined, but he has a lot of talent in those teams, so Kahn will do his best to keep it. It's best for Killian to leave alone. This guy is a bit dangerous, so it's good to leave, otherwise he may be labeled as a terrorist in the end. Boss, the location of the restaurant has been reserved. It is a newly opened restaurant, and it is said that the evaluation is very good. When Kahn came out, it was just in time for it to be dark, and Betty Ross came up to meet him immediately. She found that Kahn had a very good expression on his face, as if he had heard good news, which made Betty's heart itch even more. It's rare for you to notice that I like food, so let's go. Kahn looked at the time. After his body changed, he had more needs for food. Now he is just hungry, so let's see what Betty's plans are. Paul is ready, boss. Betty smiled slightly, and then led Kahn to the underground garage. but she suddenly thought that the restaurant she ordered today was quite advanced, so she wanted to change clothes. Betty also didn't save much in this regard, since Kahn never showed stinginess. "What's wrong?" Seeing Betty stop suddenly, Kahn couldn't help asking. Betty looked at the clothes on her body and said, "I was thinking, is it better to change clothes?" The hip-wrapping suit skirt, the slim white shirt, and the black silk enough to show the slender legs, Kahn looked up and down, but found nothing dirty. "This body is not bad, I am very hungry now, let's go quickly." Kahn made a decision, and then walked into the elevator. After hearing his words, Betty followed. "Paul, you go back, I will call you if necessary." After Kahn helped Betty out of the car, he said to the driver. Paul was also very sensible, and after confirming that the boss didn't need it, he drove away directly. After the driver Paul left, Kahn said to Betty Ross, "Okay, Miss Betty, do you need to go in and have a cup of tea?" "If you invite me, of course." Betty Ross wasn't that drunk. Although she wanted to get Kahn a little drunk, she didn't expect him to drink so well, and now she couldn't stand herself. It would be better if she could have a glass of vegetable juice. "Boss, don't you have any snakes in your house?" "Of course, the only one has been sent to the experiment center." After Kahn finished speaking, he opened the door and invited Betty in. "His villa is not small, but if you want to raise green snakes, you'd better change to a bigger one with better privacy. Anyway, Kahn doesn't need to worry about someone attacking him now, unless a dozen RPG rounds explode close to his face to hurt him." After serving alcoholic drinks, Kahn also told Betty about buying a house, which was within the scope of her work, but Betty Ross rolled her eyes, and she didn't want to talk about it now. "Boss, can I understand the contents of the laboratory? The recent expenditure is very high, which is not normal. You know, I am also a professional in cell biology. Maybe I can give some suggestions and better restrain the research." "Expenses." Kahn looked at Betty's flawed words, and smiled silently. Unfortunately, the lights in the room were not fully turned on, so Betty Ross didn't see his smile, but Kahn can also be sure that Betty Ross should act individually. If it is a team, that's sure to be the Fool's Party team. It seems that General Ross is very at ease with his daughter, and doesn't even care about her affairs. "What you said makes sense, Betty, but the research center is closed now, but there are some materials in my bedroom. Do you want to go up and have a look?" "Bedroom?" Betty Ross' breathing became a little short. In this state and at this time, she went to a man's bedroom. She seemed to be able to see the expression on Kahn's face clearly, but there was research progress on the extremist virus and Kahn's smile when he walked out of the laboratory in the afternoon. "Okay, boss, after reading the pilot project, I can make a better evaluation." Betty Ross agreed, but she was still trying to convince Kahn of the research center's interests. Then, under the leadership of Kahn, Betty followed him upstairs step by step. After entering the bedroom, Kahn only turned on a few small mood lights, then took out a document from the closet, and said to Betty, "Miss Betty, this is the project document about extremist virus. You can read these, but it takes some labor, like come over and give me a massage, or take the next step." "Boss, I can get a more professional." "Dear Miss Betty, I don't want to hear that for now. Maybe you can chat in my office tomorrow as an investor, but you won't be able to see this document tonight. The document is right in front of my eyes. If I leave now, I might not be able to see it later. Moreover, it's just a massage, and it's only 10 minutes. After the massage, ask for the document immediately." "I see, Mr. Kahn." Betty Ross took a deep breath to calm herself down. There was only one bed to sit on in the room, so Betty sat directly next to Kahn. "Is this kind of strength enough?" "Of course, I didn't expect you to do this, Miss Betty." "Mr. Kahn, I promised you a massage. You have also worked all day, you should be very tired now, Miss Betty. Relax, my massage skills are not bad." Under the effect of the alcohol and the fiery hands, Betty Ross only felt that the temperature in the room seemed to be getting higher and higher, and the movements of her hands also slowly stopped, changing from a server to an enjoyer. Tear. There was the sound of silk being torn, but Betty Ross didn't exclaim because she felt very comfortable. There was a rustle of clothes, and Betty Ross temporarily regained consciousness. "Sorry, Bruce." "Oh." Near noon, Betty Ross slowly opened her eyes. She felt a little confused for a while, but her body was very tired and numb all over. "You finally woke up. I thought you would sleep until the afternoon. There is milk by the bedside. Drink some to replenish your strength." Her black silk long legs wrapped around her hips last night were very attractive. After waking up, Betty Ross was still a little confused, but according to Kahn's words, she drank the milk on the bedside table. After she had some food in her stomach, Betty recovered a little. "What did I do last night?" Betty clutched her head and secretly thought that alcohol is really harmful. She obviously has a boyfriend, and she just hugged and kissed her boyfriend, but now she gave her body away, and she became Kahn's personal assistant, not to flirt with the rich man. "I do have a boyfriend." After hearing what Betty Ross said, Kahn was slightly surprised, and then saw the marks on the bed, and said apologetically, "Miss Betty, I didn't expect this, but everyone's emotions were up last night." Betty Ross also knew this was the case, so she was just annoyed, not hysterical. "Okay, let's forget what happened yesterday, Mr. Kahn. Can I see the progress of the extremist virus research now?" After the alcohol in her body dissipated, Betty also knew that she had probably been exposed. She drank a lot last night and spoke incoherently. Not only did she fail to extract information about the project, but she got herself into it. This is part of the research progress and experimental data. It is not the core, but it is enough to show the value of the experimental project. "Miss Betty, I would like to cooperate with your father. General Ross, who is dedicated to the research of super soldiers, should be very interested in this project." Interested? Kahn directly revealed Betty Ross's background. He had investigated Betty Ross's background before, and he was surprised that Betty Ross didn't hide much at all. "I think I will have a lot of common language with General Ross. This needs your help, Miss Betty." After Betty Ross read the progress and data that Kahn handed her, although she didn't reveal too much news, with Betty Ross's professional ability, she could still see something. "Boss Kahn, you already knew about my background? Miss Betty, have you concealed it?" Kahn shrugged helplessly. His rhetorical question made Betty Ross choke and didn't know what to say, but after reading the research progress and data that were not core, she was eager to see further core data. But Betty Ross knew that further data would not be shown to her unless she could convince her father. "You are such a crumb boss." Betty Ross complained in a bad mood. She got up from the bed and found that her clothes had been torn last night, and she couldn't wear any of them. But Kahn has already prepared a new set of clothes for Betty Ross, and after she went to the bathroom to take a shower, she put on the clothes Kahn gave her. It was similar to yesterday's, but Betty saw the black silk on her legs and became more and more. "I think her boss likes this set, otherwise there is no need to buy clothes that are so similar." Betty, who was dressed, was still a little weak, so she was retained by Kahn and had a sumptuous lunch. After lunch, Betty Ross left directly. When she left, she did not forget to take the project progress and data that Kahn gave her, which was an important information used to convince her father. "Mr. Rice, are you ready?" In the afternoon, after arriving at the Biological Research Center, Kahn came directly to Rice. After welcoming Kahn into the confidential laboratory, Rice took out a serum that had not been prepared for a long time from an encrypted cabinet. "Mr. Kahn, this is the fusion serum of those two cells. To be honest, although the data and all trials have been relatively successful, but I still recommend. Is the injection here, Mr. Rice? I believe you have already guessed it, but please keep it secret for me." At this time, another Kahn walked in from the outside. This is his shadow clone, although I believe that Rice is unlikely to have bad intentions, but just to be on the safe side, Kahn still chose to let the shadow clone watch from the sidelines. Seeing the two bosses again, and adding Kahn's words, Les couldn't help but swallowed his saliva again, then pointed to the test bed inside, and said in a trembling tone, "It's better to inject there, Mr. Kahn. This also enables direct observation of the data." This was originally a fixed bed prepared for recording wrong data, but Rice really didn't expect the boss to play in person. "Relax, Mr. Rice, I believe your research will be fine." Kahn's body comforted Rice, then took off his shirt and lay down directly on it. "For my daughter." Rice muttered a sentence in his heart, and then put the cell fusion serum into the syringe, then fixed Kahn on the bed, and connected some equipment monitoring lines, preparing to record all the changes in detail. "Mr. Kahn. I'm going to start." Kahn gestured to him, "Let's start boldly, Mr. Rice." Behind him was a cold-faced Kahn Pinter staring at him. Les couldn't be bold enough. He checked all the instruments very carefully, then gave Kahn a look, and then pressed the injection button. As the serum was injected into his body, Kahn could feel his body changing, his eyes turned red, and the blood vessels under his skin glowed red, which was the sign that Extremis began to repair his body. When Kahn was surprised, he didn't feel the same pain as last time, but he felt numb and itchy all over his body, as if he was about to change his skin. "The data is very successful, as expected, Mr. Kahn." Rice reminded aloud, and then quickly began to inject glucose and other nutrient solutions into Kahn. At this time, the body needs nutritional support for transformation. 20 minutes later, a lot of dead skin fell off Kahn's body, but he felt better and better, but he was a little empty, as if he had been hungry for a few days. Half an hour later, after Kahn's body data had completely stabilized, Les quickly asked, "Mr. Kahn, the injection is over, how do you feel?" At the same time as the questioning, Rice also undid the metal restraint on Kahn's body. After getting up from the bed, Kahn was a little weak and almost sat on the ground. Although the transformation of his body felt good, he felt extremely weak now, and the large amount of dead skin on his body made him very uncomfortable. At this time, Shadow Clone and Rice stepped forward to help Kahn up, and Rice also took some high-calorie food. "Mr. Kahn, the initial stage was very successful. You need to replenish now. After you regain your strength, go clean it up." After Kahn heard the words, he didn't say much. He quickly ate all the food in front of him. After recovering a little strength, he went to the bathroom in the laboratory to wash off all the dead skin on his body. However, just after the transformation, Kahn hadn't fully controlled his strength, and with a slight push, he broke the metal gate that was more than 10 millimeters thick and weighed 1,000 kilograms. "This door is not strong, change it tomorrow." Rice nodded with a shocked expression, "Okay, Mr. Kahn." After cleaning himself up, Kahn didn't stay in the laboratory for a long time. He took out a check for $1 million prepared in advance, stuffed it into Rice's hand, and left. But before leaving, Kahn also told Rice to give him a backup of his experimental data, and then delete all the rest. The trial was temporarily halted, and Kahn would restart it if needed later. Rice and his team also got a few days off. Others don't know why, and Rice won't gossip about it. Kahn went straight home, ordered a bunch of big meals to fill his stomach, and started training to control his strength. He can feel that his strength is much stronger than before, and he needs to exercise before he can go out, but now Kahn feels that he can easily overturn a car and throw it far away. If he can't restrain his strength, he will go out. Street is a hassle. There is also magic. This time Kahn felt a change in his body, but the reason for it is not magic is not yet certain. So Kahn took out a spell book, which he brought back from the world of Harry Potter, and a video of Guy Tell teaching Hermione. He made a lot of preparations in advance for learning magic in the future. Wingardium Leviosa. The first time he used the spell, Kahn felt a strange energy rushing out of his body, but he couldn't control it well and directly blew a big hole in the floor. This is magic power, can use magic, can control. Kahn recalled the feeling just now with some joy. It was the first time just now that he had no thought of controlling it at all. Looking back now, he felt that if he could control that energy, it should be easy. Wingardium Leviosa. The second time, because Kahn controlled the magic power, the vase in front of him slowly floated in the air. Successful. Kahn couldn't help laughing. He can use magic now, and the magic power in his body is very huge. It is a kind of power that emerges from the blood, and it is very easy to control. It should be the influence of the two magical creatures, Phoenix and Fire Dragon. Now Kahn feels that the magic power in his body is huge, and there seems to be another way to use it. Kahn slowly let go of the idea of control, and slowly followed the feeling to let the magic power rush to his throat, and then sprayed it out in one gulp. Boom! A hot and powerful flame spurted out directly from Kahn's mouth, instantly igniting a wall. Shet! After seeing this scene, Kahn yelled and ran to get a fire extinguisher. Thank you Li Jiayu for the 5,000 rewards. Thank you for the rewards from my brother who passed by the world from heaven to hell. The rudder owner adds more +1, and the monthly pass exceeds 200 +2. Now there are still 5 shifts left to pay back. Tonight's edition may be a bit later, just like yesterday. Book lovers should go to bed first if they can't wait. Staying up late is not good for your health. The power of the magical creatures gave Kahn an uncanny affinity for magic, though at the cost of a house. By the time he extinguished the front of the fire with a fire extinguisher, the house was half burnt, drawing the police and fire brigade. Since Kahn lived in a wealthy villa area, the distance between the villas was very large, and he went to put out the fire immediately, so it did not cause much damage. After the police and firefighters asked if they needed help, they went, the team left. Those who live here can be regarded as half of their fathers, and almost all of them are high-quality taxpayers. People can still live on the second floor, and the new residence has not yet been bought. The house here is the largest, and it is considered the most suitable place for Kahn to live in, so he has not changed his residence for the time being. Fortunately, the first floor was destroyed, so Kahn let go a little bit, tidied up briefly, and then continued to practice the spell. He also divided 3 shadow clones, 2 of which are learning sealing techniques and biological knowledge at home. It seems that only the main body has magic power, and the shadow clone cannot be used, so Kahn uses the main body to practice magic spells, and the last shadow clone is to deal with the affairs of the other 2 companies. Although he communicated with Laura through email and video, he still needs to pay attention to the military security company. This company does not aim to make money, and may take over some security or military operations issued by the US government in the future, but it is more to form its own armed forces. Kahn wants to build a zoo of magical creatures. This is just an unformed plan, but he needs to have his own armed forces, and after the extremist virus is released, Kahn also needs obedient armed forces to deter others. The fire breathing should be related to the fire dragon gene, allowing him to inherit the abilities of some magical creatures, as well as the affinity of magic power. I don't know if it is derived from the phoenix. Kahn is now learning magic spells very smoothly. For more than 90% of the spells, Kahn only needs to try a few more times before he can successfully release them. Wizards need the assistance of magic wands to release spells, and magical creatures rely on instinct. Now Kahn seemed to have inherited this instinct. He tried it with his wand, but felt a hindrance when releasing the spell. In just 5 days, Kahn has already learned all the spells he brought back except for the transfiguration technique. If placed in the world of Harry Potter, it would be an unimaginable existence. It is equivalent to turning the phoenix into a human form, and integrating Hashirama cells and fire dragon cells into the body, and finally injecting extremist virus to coordinate all heterogeneous genes to make them perfectly fused. That's pretty much the case with Kahn now. Moreover, his magic power is also very abundant. According to Guy Tell, even an adult wizard cannot continuously cast spells to fight for a whole day, but Kahn can practice spells with high intensity for a whole day. Feeling a little tired? The strength of the magic power determines the power of the spell to a certain extent. It can be seen from the spell of falling apart. When Kahn practiced this spell in the suburbs, he made a big hole in the ground with a diameter of 8 meters and a depth of 2 meters. Kahn was taken aback by the power of the spell. There is also the iron armor curse. Although there is no test, Kahn feels that the RPG rocket launcher cannot threaten him. With his current physical strength, he can tear a steel plate 7 or 8 millimeters apart. Even if the iron armor curse is broken, it may not be able to hurt him. The remaining spells may need to be learned in Harry Potter's world, such as Legilimency, Apparition, Animagus, and some black magic. Regular magic can be taught by some down-and-out wizards, and black magic only needs to be taught. Can I ask the black wizard? Kahn slowly thought about it. There are many magics that make him very greedy, especially Apparition and Animagus. If you don't learn these two, it feels like learning magic is useless. By the way, Snape, both spells and potions have profound attainments, and their weaknesses are obvious. It seems that I need to discuss with Orochimaru. If Orochimaru has learned impure world reincarnation, I hope to trade it from him, or Kahn to supervise it. Teach him all the magic spells, and potion cooperation, in exchange for the time Snape and Lily Evans communicate. If this is not enough, Kahn can also get James Potter out of the dirt and let Snape hang upside down. Admiralty hangs him for a day. 2 days later, Betty Ross came to Kahn's villa with a few people, but seeing that the house was still on fire, Betty asked helplessly, "Boss, do you really need me to buy you a new residence?" "It was a bit of an accident, Betty. This must be General Ross." "Hello, I'm Kahn Pinter." Kahn shook hands with one of the men with white hair and the rank of Vice Admiral on his uniform. As for the others, except for 4 soldiers, the rest should be the researchers of General Ross's super soldier laboratory. "I checked your information, Kahn Pinter." General Ross stared at Kahn, and said slowly, "A few years ago, you were not very conspicuous, but after the death of your parents, you gradually showed extraordinary talents in the financial field, and your grades in school were also exceptionally good. It is developing more rapidly online and investing in the projects of the AIM team. Extremis virus, this serum is really amazing, but it's still a bit short of the super soldier I expected. Hee hee." Before General Ross finished speaking, Kahn chuckled twice, interrupted General Ross's next words, and said directly, "I didn't expect the generals of the military to negotiate in the business field." While speaking, Kahn took a metal cup from the counter at the side, and in front of General Ross and others, easily squeezed it into a metal ball with one hand, handed it to his hand and continued. "Strength close to the limit of the human body, super resilience. If General Ross is not interested, then I will find other people to cooperate. The Extremis virus project is mine. If you don't cooperate, General Ross, you can't get it." Kahn's eyes glowed slightly when he spoke. Ninjutsu and magic can make him ignore the modern army, and he doesn't need to bow down to politicians and generals. Cooperation is a win-win situation, but if you have other ideas, don't blame Kahn for being rude. With his current strength, he can easily kill all members of Congress and officials with solid power in the United States. "You were injected with the Extremis virus?" After seeing this scene, Betty Ross asked in surprise. Logically speaking, the experiment should have failed. How could he do the experiment himself? Kahn replied, "The test has been 99% successful, and now the civilian restoration of limbs is being studied, but the original Extremis virus still has not reached a 100% success rate." Betty Ross shook her head after hearing the words, "You dare to inject like this, you are too brave." Kahn thought in his heart that he injected the enhanced version with almost no failure rate, so of course he could try it. As for the inferior version that he wanted to cooperate with the military, although it can also strengthen the body and obtain a strong recovery ability, it still has self-explosion possible. General Ross held the metal ball, and thought decisively in his heart, "I want to go to your laboratory to have a look. If it is true as you said, I can approve the cooperation with you on behalf of the military, as well as the restoration of prosthetic limbs you mentioned." Serum. The military is only going to be approving more and more funding for the Super Soldier program every year. Then let's go, we will have a good cooperation. After finishing speaking, Kahn took General Ross and his team to the Biological Research Center. He did not mention other cooperation. The original Extremis virus serum and recovery serum are the main cooperation. If the military is willing to purchase, it is estimated that every year there are billions of dollars in profits. Stark Industries made its fortune relying on military orders. So far, Stark's arms still account for the majority of American military orders, and after today, Kahn will follow this path to develop his own business. In addition to restoring the serum, Tsunade promised him that the special medicine is about to bear fruit. 3 special medicines that can cure terminal illnesses. Kahn's biopharmaceutical company will develop into a pharmaceutical giant in just a few years, and no one can replace it. Pharmaceutical giant. Coupled with his background in cooperation with the military, as well as his own armed forces, he will then be able to build a magical creature paradise according to his own wishes. In this country of America, he can do whatever he wants. Good cooperation, General Ross. Pleasant cooperation, Mr. Kahn. After visiting Kahn's Biological Research Center and Kahn's ready-made serum product, after discussing with others for a few days, General Ross approved the cooperation with Kahn on behalf of the military. Even though Kahn threatened him very badly at the first meeting, General Ross had to admit that there is no more suitable product for super soldier serum in the whole of America than Extremis virus. The serum Captain America injected is a little better than the Extremis virus serum, but it has not been researched. The military laboratory did not research it, and other biological giants still did not research it. The only one that had some clues was dug out by Kahn. The signing of the contract went very smoothly. Kahn's company provides at least 100 Extremis virus serums every year, and the success rate of serum fusion must be maintained above 70%. The recovery medicine provides 2,000 pieces per year, and the military needs to purchase additional when the time comes. Give priority to the supply purchased by the military. As for the price, Extremis virus serum is $5 million a piece. This is the price determined after many negotiations. Kahn originally wanted to ask for more. $5 million is too cheap to create a super soldier. The serum value of Captain America definitely more than tens of millions. However, the military is only willing to give a price of $5 million on the grounds that the Extremis virus serum is very dangerous and will even harm its companions, to $5 million. The price of the recovery serum was finally determined at $200,000 a piece, which is similar to the final market price launched by Kahn, and it will be cheaper for the military. Moreover, this is an initial purchase, and the purchase will definitely increase in the future. Orders from the military alone can bring Kahn's company $900 million in annual revenue, and in addition to financial benefits, the most important thing is reputation. With the order from the military, Kahn's biopharmaceutical company will become famous, from a small company that is not very well known to one of the top companies in the industry. After signing the contract with General Ross, Kahn also made a few small requests by the way. One is his military security company. I hope that General Ross can give some suggestions for soldiers when they retire. Kahn's treatment for his staff is quite generous, and it is definitely a good place for veterans. The second is to hope that Betty Ross stays with him as a bridge for communication between the two sides. He uses Betty as an assistant very smoothly, whether it is for business or private. The pair of long black silk legs are very impactful. And Kahn observed for a while, Betty didn't tell about the incident after being drunk, and General Ross didn't know about it at all, so when Kahn made this request, General Ross agreed without much consideration, and he also needed to arrange one person pays attention to the progress of the Extremis virus serum. Betty Ross was also quite helpless with her father's arrangement. She had a boyfriend, and the relationship between the two was very good before the drunken incident, but as time went by, Betty was a little scared to find that she couldn't hate Kahn at all. After only a few days away, Betty found that Kahn had changed a lot. His skin, appearance, temperament, etc., everything about him was quite attractive to her. After that, Betty accepted Kahn's dinner invitation a few more times. After drinking a few glasses of red wine, Betty Ross fell into a sea of pleasure, thinking of her boyfriend from time to time, but it made her feel strangely exciting. After that, Betty Ross tried to put her energy into being busy, trying not to think about that kind of thing. I'm sorry, because of my handicapped driving, Chapter 83 was blocked. I will not do this again in the future, and I am really sorry for the bad reading experience for book lovers. By the way, do you want to change the update time to 8 o'clock in the morning? If you think it's a good morning, then tomorrow's update will be changed to 8 o'clock, and there will be two updates, one chapter and one post every day. Master Danzo, the people we sent to the Kahn Chamber of Commerce have lost contact, and now Xia Chuan is in charge of desserts and casinos, pills and other aspects, all replaced by other people. Genbu Ninja half-kneeled on the ground, and reported to Danzo the news from the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. It is not considered that all the people they sent were lost, and there are still a few who can be contacted. These few people were all sent in by Genbu himself, without Xia Chuan's help. Some time ago, the Kahn Chamber of Commerce developed very rapidly in the Land of Fire, so Genbu took the opportunity to insert many people. It's just that most of them don't have access to the core secrets, and they have to do a lot of work every day. Although they earn a lot, they are not sent to lurk in it to make money. Discovered? Or what? Danzo frowned and asked, although Sarutobi Hiruzen told him not to target Kahn anymore, it was related to his own recovery, and he couldn't just let it go. No matter how difficult it was, he would try to detect information on the extremis virus. Orochimaru kept prevaricating him, neither saying yes nor saying no, which made Danzo gradually lose his patience. The probability of being discovered is very high. According to the information inquired by other people and the information sent back by our disguised people, those people encountered robbers during a mission to deliver goods. Not only were they killed, but even goods were also stolen. After the root ninja paused, he continued to report to Danzo, on the surface, it was just an accident, but the people we sent in were placed in different positions, and it was not normal to call them together. After Danzo heard about it, a shadow flashed across his face, and he counted slowly. Did Xia Chuan reveal it? I don't know, but Xia Chuan's power has also been reduced a lot. According to my subordinates, it is unlikely. The root emissary's analysis makes some sense. Although Xia Chuan has lost his surname, he belongs to the Senju clan. Their roots are an organization that protects Konoha, and they also have a Hokage warrant. Xia Chuan's children are also in the ninja school. From that aspect, in other words, she didn't even dare to obey others and contradict others. But the people at the root have forgotten the essence of ninjas, which is to take money to do things. Although Xia Chuan is no longer a ninja, since she received Kahn's generous rewards, she should do good work for him. The Senju family has accumulated hundreds of years of family tradition. If in the Sengoku period, someone in the Senju family received money and did not do things, it would be considered an employer. The patriarch is going to kill this person himself and then apologize. Even if Danzo threatens or orders Xia Chuan with Konoha's high-ranking status, it will be difficult for her to accept it. Danzo thought for a while and asked ruthlessly, then I won't send anyone for the time being, and I will try my best to help those who are lurking in to climb up. Also, is there any medicine coming out of the ninja world? I don't know for now. Anyone can buy it in the 3 pharmacies in the Land of Fire, so it is widely spread, but those in the Land of Water are still the same. Medicines are very precious. There are few doctors in the ninja world, and most of them are exclusive to the nobles. Finally, there is a medicine that ordinary people can afford, which can treat some common diseases. Generally, families with a little money will buy some go back and spare. Continue to investigate, we must find definite evidence. Yes, Master Danzo. Now that there is a precedent of Kirigakure, Danzo does not believe that Kahn did not sell medicines to other countries, so he sent the route to various intersections in the country of fire, as well as important checkpoints in small countries to find out the news. For this reason, he also applied for a lot of funds from Sarutobi Hiruzen to expand Umbu's manpower, pretending to be a bandit and intercepting caravans from other countries. This kind of thing is not uncommon, anyway, it can weaken the power of other countries and strengthen the root of Umbu's strength. This is also the responsibility of the root. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a little embarrassed to let Danzo take the blame last time, so he approved his funding, and asked him to select 10 graduates from the ninja school to supplement the root tissue, which is considered to make up for it. It is said that there is a large pharmaceutical factory in the Land of Waves, but there are also as many guards. There are nearly 100 warriors and guards with guns, just to protect a pharmaceutical factory. To deal with these armed forces, at least one Jonin team is needed, but in this way it's too easy to expose. Even if there is no evidence, the other party can guess who did it. And Kahn's time-space ninjutsu can't even isolate the time-space barrier, which really makes the Konoha executives a little afraid. If they destroy the other party's factory, the Hokage building may be blown up in turn. The factory hasn't been built yet. Kahn came to the country of tea for inspection, but found that the progress made him quite uncomfortable, so he asked with a cold face, "The time and money I gave you should be very rich. If you don't have a suitable reason, you will go back to farming." The person in charge of the tea country pharmaceutical factory is a traveling merchant named Oki. Because the goods were robbed and he had no capital to turn over, he came to seek refuge with Kahn. The boss is an aristocrat from the tea country more than 10 miles away. He thinks that we recruit people here. It will reduce the number of people who will farm for him. When Kahn heard this reason, he wanted to slap him directly, but in the end he held back his strength and put his hand on Damo's shoulder. "Mr. Damo, is the guard I prepared for you a decoration? Go and get rid of him." "Well, the factory hasn't started working within 10 days, so you and that nobleman will accompany you to the Pure Land." "Yes, boss." When Damo heard Kahn's words, his whole body trembled, and he hurriedly went out to summon the guards, and was ready to deal with the nobleman of the tea country immediately. The hierarchy in the ninja world is still relatively strict. Oki was originally a traveling merchant, and he was naturally weak when he met the nobles, but Kahn does not need this kind of person. After he resolves this matter, let him take care of the pharmaceutical factory. The medicine that Kahn brought this time is the gospel for men in the ninja world. Once this medicine is sold, even nobles and daimyo will not miss it. But Damo, a waste, can't even deal with a noble from a small country. In the evening, Damo came back with someone, with more blood on his body. The nobleman and the guards were all shot and killed by the guards of the pharmaceutical factory. If so, he might really be going to the Pure Land. Therefore, Kahn stayed here for a while, but he also made arrangements here. Not only will there be a pharmaceutical factory here, but also an arsenal and ninja equipment manufacturing. More materials such as iron ore can be transported here. In the future, it will be a production base of Kahn. How can a small local nobleman make trouble? Even if the name of the country of tea is dissatisfied, Kahn will send him to the Pure Land. And Damo will not commit stupid things in a short time, unless he really wants to go to the Pure Land. Viagra is not used by ninjas, but daimyo and nobles must be inseparable. This kind of medicine is not used to make money, but to raise status. After watching the machines in the pharmaceutical factory start up, Kahn was about to leave, but before he left, he told him that he would transfer some guards from the Land of Waves to come here in a few days, and then Oki would just concentrate on the construction of the factory. After leaving the country of tea, Kahn regretted that he didn't learn to apparate, otherwise he could save a step and go directly to Konoha. When Kahn came to Konoha's door, he was let in without checking at all. Konoha's gatekeeper ninjas seem to be just a few teams. Kahn has been here many times, and they almost know each other. He left Ninja World for a little over a month, and Konoha should have repaired his house and shop long ago. When Kahn came here, he happened to see Nanami busy unloading goods. "Boss, you are here. Your room has been built. It is the last construction team and the blueprint you prepared. The shop is also preparing to reopen, but some goods have not been fully replenished." After Chihai saw Kahn, she temporarily put down her work and reported to him about the store. Delayed earning time for more than a month, coupled with non-stop support to the orphanage, almost exhausted the savings of the 13 shops in Konoha. Fortunately, Kahn's novel income was able to support Konoha consumption. Otherwise, Chihai can only ask Xia Chuan for help. "Good job, go get busy, Chihai." Kahn took a brief look, and then asked Chihai to do things. Konoha's work should be the easiest. You only need to keep an eye on the shop every day, and check the accounts every once in a while. Only when there are special circumstances, Chihai will be special. Busy. After entering the house, Kahn took out some miniature cameras and installed them inside and out. It was precisely because of the miniature cameras that he was able to discover the existence of Umbu in advance last time. He also took advantage of Konoha's lack of knowledge to bully them. If the technological level of the ninja world has developed to Konoha's 60 years, cameras, walkie-talkies, etc. should have been invented. After installing the camera, Kahn checked the room again. The structure of concrete and steel plates makes it difficult for ninjas to sneak in with escapism. When Kahn was checking the room, Kushina also came to the dessert shop with some displeasure. Before she could go in, she bumped into Nanami who came out of it. So Kushina asked, "Manager, can I buy something today?" Chihai shook her head and smiled, "Not yet, the desserts haven't been added yet, but Kushina, Boss Kahn is back." When she heard the first half of the sentence, Kushina's complexion immediately darkened. There was a troublesome guy pestering her all the time, and the dessert was cut off for more than a month. "Is it inside?" "It's not long since I went in." "The store manager, I'm going to help a friend and ask the boss, when can I get some desserts?" Kushina said quickly, then walked inside with her head lowered. Her 2 little feet were moving fast, as if she was about to run. Before Chihai had time to speak, she only saw a wisp of empty-colored hair floating in the air. "The corner is gone." Chihai shook her head and said, "You don't need to ask the boss, I can answer this kind of question." Then, she closed the door of the dessert shop and went to work in the nearby shop. "Boss, are you back?" After hearing footsteps, Kahn guessed that it might be Kushina, and there were only a few that could be let in by Nanami, and the pattering footsteps were exactly the same as Kushina. "Of course, after working outside for so long, I didn't rest at all. I'm almost exhausted." Kahn rubbed his neck on purpose, and hinted to Kushina that he was really busy. During the time in the Marvel world, besides practicing magic spells, he cooperated with the military. He often met with the middleman Betty Ross to practice Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, the kind of Betty who is obviously obsessed with Jiu-Jitsu but refuses it all the time. It is easy for people to have the idea of communicating. After Kushina heard the words, he stared at Kahn's face for a few seconds, and suddenly summoned up his courage and said, "Let me help you, boss, by rubbing your shoulders." After saying this, Kushina turned her head away with a flushed face, and then patted her kneeling thighs with 2 small hands. "Then I will trouble you, Kushina." Kahn immediately agreed, and put his head on Kushina's lap like last time, still wearing the familiar black stockings, with half of his skin exposed. Since Kahn praised Kushina for looking good in stockings last time, it seems that she hasn't seen her wear anything else. "Boss." In fact, Kushina had just finished speaking, and regretted it a bit. She had been busy outside for a day today, and now there might be a lot of dust on her legs, but Kahn's movements were too fast, and she lay down before she finished speaking, and turned her body sideways. Half of her face was stuck to her 2 thighs that were close together. It's too. Kushina's face turned red, she opened her mouth, but she couldn't speak at all. After Kahn lay down, the distance between the two was much closer, and she also took the opportunity to take a closer look at Kahn's face. Fortunately, Kahn closed his eyes now, otherwise Kushina would not dare to be so bold, but after watching for a while, Kushina nodded quietly. It was not her illusion, the boss's appearance really changed. Although the facial features haven't changed, but the more you look at it, the more comfortable it becomes. It's like appreciating beautiful things, which can make people immerse themselves in it. "That's great, if only I could keep looking at it like this," Kushina thought with a smile on the corner of her mouth. Kushina. After waiting for a while, Kushina still didn't make any move. Kahn opened his eyes to ask a question, but before he tilted his head, Kushina quickly closed his eyes with his small hands. "Start right away, I was recalling the steps just now," Kushina said with slightly red cheeks. In fact, she was a little lost just now, but how could she say this? Then Kushina began to knead. Kahn's body is much stronger now. Kushina massages like kneading steel. Slowly leached fine beads of sweat. Namikaze Minato, who had just finished training, was rushing to the location of the sealing class. Today he had a little breakthrough due to the Flying Thunder God technique, so he practiced happily for a long time, and slowly captured the feeling of using the Flying Thunder God imprint to transfer himself. However, the improvement in ninjutsu can only bring Namikaze Minato a little happiness. If he can get closer to Kushina, he will probably laugh out loud. Is the book recommended by Mr. Jiraiya useful? Why does Kushina seem to hate me more and more according to the above method? Namikaze Minato felt a little distressed when he thought of this. Since the first failure, he went back to ask Mr. Jiraiya, but Mr. Jiraiya assured him that the method in this is definitely a masterpiece of chasing girls. And Namikaze Minato went back to look at it himself, kept turning on the light until midnight, and finally thought about practicing tomorrow, so Namikaze Minato forced himself to put down the book in his hand, but even if he turned off the light and lay on the bed, he still thought about the contents of the book. It is indeed a good book. Namikaze Minato sincerely praised it after reading it, especially some ambiguous and bold plots in it, which made people yearn for the love in the book after reading it, and several times he laughed out loud under the quilt. It's too late to give Kushina a gift today, it shouldn't be a problem to break Kushina for a day. Namikaze Minato suddenly saw Kushina at the entrance of the Kahn dessert shop, and then he stopped immediately, hiding behind the telephone pole for a closer look. It is indeed Kushina. Only Kushina has such beautiful red hair. But now Kushina feels a little weird, her face is a little red, and the red hair on both sides is stuck to her face due to sweat, and she walks a little unsteadily, seems to be limping a bit. This is impossible. Namikaze Minato quickly hid in, took out the book that Mr. Jiraiya recommended to him from his arms, and turned to the page that impressed him deeply yesterday. All the same, no, I must be thinking too much. Namikaze Minato comforted himself, and when he poked his head out again, he found that the door of the dessert shop had been closed, and Kushina and Kahn were also walking elsewhere. From this direction, it should be the Senju tribe where Kushina lived. If it is going home, then it is impossible for him to catch up. He is just a disciple of Teacher Jiraiya, not Teacher Jiraiya. If he wants to go to the Senju tribe, he must first visit Master Tsunade. However, the scene I saw today made Namikaze Minato very uncomfortable, and the joy of practicing the Flying Thunder God technique seemed to have disappeared. Tomorrow, I must ask Teacher Jiraiya. On the other hand, Kahn was also very embarrassed to see Kushina's inconvenient walking. Just now, he relaxed his head and fell asleep with his pillow on Kushina's knees and legs. When she woke up, her legs were a little numb. Let me help you, Kushina, heal as before. After Kahn finished speaking, he directly cast a healing spell on Kushina, which can only heal some common injuries, but it is more versatile, just like healing jutsu in medical ninjutsu. The advanced healing magic in Harry Potter is to heal the wounded by black magic. Injured injuries, like ordinary injuries, are easier to deal with. Just like Kushina's difficulty in walking now, it's just that she has been under the Kahn pillow for too long, and her chi and blood are not smooth. After being treated with healing magic, Kushina soon felt that her legs had returned to normal. Kushina jumped on the spot, and asked in surprise, "Boss, was that medical ninjutsu just now?" It's not medical ninjutsu, but another ability that only I can use. After Kahn finished speaking, he and Kushina walked towards the Senju tribe. He still has something to do with Tsunade, and he doesn't know that she has completed the research and development of several specific drugs, but according to what he said a while ago, Tsunade has now completed the research and development of at least 2 specific drugs, and it is very likely that there are 3. 2 are enough for Kahn, enough for his biopharmaceutical company to occupy more profits in the pharmaceutical market in the Marvel world, and even become a leader. After arriving at Tsunade's house, Nawaki was already preparing dinner, and when he saw Kahn, he immediately prepared an extra one. After a while, Tsunade came back. When she saw Kahn, she just said, "You're here," without any surprise, and then called Nawaki. After eating, Tsunade called Kahn and came to the Senju land. When Konoha built the village, there were still many Senju people, but in just 20 years, only Tsunade and Nawaki lived in the Senju land. And Kushina, the rest are all unoccupied houses. Tsunade, is the special medicine ready? Kahn saw that Tsunade had been silent, so he took the initiative to ask. I knew you would ask this. I have prepared 3 types. Although I have found several people who have cured them all, you'd better experiment more and I will give you the formula when you go back. The last one has no time to study, and cases are hard to find. Tsunade folded his arms and said to Kahn. As expected of a medical master, your medical ninjutsu should be the best in the whole ninjutsu world, Tsunade. Kahn sincerely praised that he had developed 3 special medicines in such a short period of time. Hearing that, I'm afraid I'll cry. So, what's the matter with you calling me out? Tsunade shook his head and said, It's nothing, I just wanted to ask what your purpose is. It feels like you've been busy, so rich but not enjoying it like other businessmen. Kahn replied directly, Purpose, my purpose is very simple, that is, I can do whatever I want, and I am currently working hard in this direction. Tsunade, don't go around in circles, just talk directly if you have anything to say, I think we can be counted as friends. Tsunade fell silent for a while. Recently, she heard many people tell her about Konoha, Dei, and Kahn's various behaviors, which made her upset and angry. Recently, she didn't even drink her favorite wine and gambling. After Kahn, I called him out after dinner, just to ask him clearly. But she thought about it for a long time, and found that she had no position. To put it bluntly, Kahn is a businessman. Like other businessmen in the Land of Fire, she can do business with Konoha, and people from the Land of Thunder and Land of Earth. Besides, Kahn is not from the Nation of Fire. After Tsunade called out Kahn, he suddenly didn't know how to speak. Did you sell the medicine to other people? Of course, Konoha can't buy all of them. In addition to the pharmacies in the Land of Fire, you can also buy medicines in the Land of Waves. Now that they are produced, you must find a buyer. Otherwise, there are so many medicines, do you have to wait for them to rot? Kahn replied immediately, but how much truth to reveal was up to him to choose. Can the price of medicines be cheaper? Konoha needs these medicines and medical supplies very much. Tsunade wanted to say something else, but it ended up like this. Kahn thought for a while, and said to Tsunade, I can sell it to you cheaply, 30% lower than the first price, but if you buy it with Konoha, the price is the same as last time. Tsunade, I regard you as a friend, so I don't want to see you in trouble. In the case of Tsunade, it was probably because he listened to the wind too much, and his sensibility surpassed his rationality. He couldn't figure it out for a while, so he asked Kahn rashly. From Tsunade, Kahn can guess that someone in Konoha is hostile to him again, but this time it is more advanced, sowing dissension is better than rashly sending Umbu to kill him, and in terms of identity, the relationship between people in a village is always natural advantage. Tsunade received a batch of medical support from Kahn in his personal capacity, and it was cheaper than ever before, which made Tsunade feel a little ashamed. After going back, she was still a little embarrassed towards Kahn, and hurriedly handed over the finished products and formulas of the 3 terminally ill specific medicines prepared in advance to Kahn, and then went back to her room without saying anything else. At this time, Nawaki has already fallen asleep. He is either doing tasks every day or being trained by Orochimaru like a dead dog. After knowing the resilience of the new extremis virus, Orochimaru never holds back Nawaki, and frequently resorts to various vicious methods. And even use snake venom. That time Nawaki paid the price of 3 minutes of convulsions for his negligence. Since then Nawaki has been very careful about everything, and the only way to rest at home is to go home. Boss, are you finished? Just when Kahn was about to leave, Kushina tiptoed out of the kitchen hall and whispered to Kahn. Almost finished, Kushina, here you are. Kushina shook his head and said, It just occurred to me that I haven't asked you how you are doing with the sealing technique. If you learn it, do you want to learn some advanced ones? Hearing this, Kahn said with some emotion in his heart, Is it possible? The scroll you handed me last time recorded very detailed records. I almost understand the principle of the sealing technique, and it's time to use it. Kushina raised a finger between her lips. Shoo, it's not suitable here, let's go up and talk. The Tsunade house has a large area, and there are 3 large rooms on the first floor. Nawaki and Tsunade are on the first floor, and Kushina's room is on the second floor. Kahn always thinks that sealing is the only ninjutsu that can be used in other systems. If there is chakra, it will seal chakra. If there is no chakra, it will seal the body and spirit, that is, physical energy and spiritual energy. He doubts that sealing is not a product of the chakra system. It was an ability exclusive to this planet before Otsutsuki Kagaya. If the sealing technique is carefully explored, it may also involve the quantum realm, which can seal a tailed beast taller than a mountain in a human body. If Kahn finds a stronger energy body in other worlds in the future, maybe he can also become a Jinchuriki, provided that he wants to learn the sealing technique well, so he must learn from Kushina. Her sealing technique is improving every day, because other ninjas in the Konoha sealing class do not have the inheritance of the Uzumaki clan, and Konoha does not even have those advanced sealing techniques, only Kushina knows it. The temperless 8-sign seal that can seal the 9 tails, and the 1-for-1 ghoul seal are all the housekeeping skills of the Uzumaki clan. After Kahn went to Kushina's room, he began to ask her for advice, and used the most primary sealing technique in front of her, and then Kushina pointed out the shortcomings and so on. After studying for nearly 3 hours, Kahn reluctantly thanked Kushina and left after seeing the sleepy look on Kushina's face. Hiruzen definitely can't tolerate it, and if he can't help it, he will attack Kushina. Maybe he can still feel that Kushina is teaching him the sealing technique. Although Kushina said that he can pass it on, Sarutobi Hiruzen definitely doesn't want to see this situation. The next day. After getting the news of the medicine, Tsunade's mood improved a lot. She went to Hokage's office first, and when Mitokado Hamura arrived, she told them the good news last night and asked them to send her the money quickly. After buying supplies, I left the Hokage building directly. Mitokado Hamura was surprised at first to hear this, but then delighted. It is really good news for Konoha to be able to buy enough medicines and medical supplies. Mitokado Hamura went to the capital of the country of fire a while ago, but got nothing at all. If Tsunade did not bring good news, Mightyman would they all plan to send people to small countries such as Tang Country and Grass Country. Now they can buy medicines and medical supplies that are enough for Konoha to deal with a war at a price that is 30% cheaper than the first time. Even if they bought part of the medical supplies at twice the price, they are still making money now. Hiruzen, what do you think that guy is up to? Is he showing his affection to Konoha? Mitokado Hamura asked, suddenly taking such a big advantage. He was not used to it. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of tobacco and spit it out slowly. Shouldn't be showing favor to Konoha, otherwise he can come to you directly instead of selling it to Tsunade by name. I remember Tsunade said that because of the extremis virus, she wants to study several medicines. Tsunade told me about it a few days ago. Mitokado Hamura nodded slightly, so he is afraid that Tsunade will not give it to him. It is possible. Anyway, if you can buy such a thing, it will save you running around, yen. To be cautious, it is best to check all these medical supplies. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the dry smoke and told him that he had seen through the crystal ball that Namikaze Minato had learned the Flying Thunder God technique. After he mastered this ninjutsu, he would be Konoha's second ninja who knows time and space ninjutsu. Back then, second Hokage was known as the #1 speed in the ninja world, but now this title may be reproduced on his apprentice's disciples. Sarutobi Hiruzen is very clear about the troubles of spacetime ninjutsu, and Konoha will not be so afraid of Kahn's spacetime ninjutsu. As soon as Mitokado Hamura left, Jiraiya jumped in through the window and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen before his feet landed. Old man, Namikaze Minato has learned the Flying Thunder God technique, and their team can perform tasks independently. After hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice. I already know about this. What are your plans? I want to go out of the village to collect information, and about Destiny's Child. No, the situation in the ninja world is so tense now, you must stay in Konoha. But old man, things about Destiny's Child are just as important. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was a bit more serious, and he said to Jiraiya, now all the Jonin are in their posts, and Tsukumo hasn't come back for almost half a year. If you leave the village, you will be the same as Tsukumo. Jiraiya shook her head quickly after hearing the words, "No, no, I'm not suitable for Shoamo's kind of task at all. Sneaking into the enemy's territory to kill people and plant them on other ninja villages, his strongest method now is to summon the large summoning beast. When people see Toad, they will know that he is Jiraiya in Sannin, so how can he plant it? Then you stay in Konoha and wait for the mission." Sarutobi Hiruzen would not agree to let Jiraiya go when a war is very likely. He believes in the strength of Mount Myaboku, but he is not very interested in the prophecy of Destiny Child. Jiraiya has been in the country of rain for 3 years, which has made many people complain. If it weren't for him as a teacher, Jiraiya is still imprisoned in Konoha prison. Except for him, which Konoha shinobi can stay outside for 3 years during the war. After some disputes between master and apprentice, Jiraiya still did not get approval. He knew that if he left without saying goodbye this time, he might not be a Konoha shinobi, so he gave up the idea. Konoha Hospital. Mr. Tsunade, this is the document that was screened yesterday and needs your approval. Yakushi Nanoyu walked into Tsunade's office with documents more than half a meter high. After putting these documents on the table, he suddenly twitched his nose, then adjusted his glasses, and said to Tsunade with certainty, "Mr. Tsunade, you've been drinking, right?" "Nonsense, as the director of Konoha Hospital, how could I drink alcohol at work?" Tsunade patted the table and said, "It was alcohol just now. I am researching new medical ninjutsu, so the smell of alcohol has not dissipated. No, this is Ayakawa wine from Kahn's izakaya. The smell of medical alcohol is very pungent, but this wine has a delicate fragrance." Yakushi Nanoyu continued to sniff twice, and looked at the cabinet next to Tsunade, but Yakushi Nanoyu shook his head and said to Tsunade, "It's rare, teacher, you are in a better mood, but it's better to drink after get off work." "Okay, Nanoyu, I get it." Tsunade is also not easy to lose her temper with this responsible student. The key is that she is the wrong party, and there is no reason to lose her temper. Why was Tsunade-sensei in a bad mood a while ago? After sorting out the files, Yakushi Nanoyu pretended to ask casually. Tsunade thought about it for a while, and felt that it was no big deal to talk to Nanoyu, so he talked about his troubles some time ago. It was probably difficult for her to stand between the village and her friends, and that friend might hurt the village or something. "Mr. Kahn will not be like Mr. Tsunade said, the medicine that saves people will not harm the village. If you say that, then the doctors in other countries are also the source of harm to Konoha." Yakushi Nanoyu said to Tsunade with a calm face, but Tsunade couldn't see whether the eyes under the reflective lens were calm or not. "Mr. Kahn is supporting war orphans in 3 orphanages. Mr. Tsunade, why don't you ask those who vilified Mr. Kahn if they can do this?" After finishing speaking, Yakushi Nanoyu took his leave slightly and left Tsunade's office, leaving Tsunade in deep thought. Afterwards, Yakushi Nanoyu began to recall who has been closer to Mr. Tsunade during this period of time, and Mr. Tsunade's emotional changes began from that day. After Yakushi Nono recalled it carefully, she passed the news on the analyzed names, time and guesses through her and Kahn's unique means of communication. Although I feel sorry for Mr. Tsunade for doing this, if Yakushi Nanoyu is asked to choose between Kahn and Tsunade, she will definitely choose the former. The reason is the same as what she just said, Kahn is supporting children in 3 orphanages. It feels like we are an underground party. Next time I bring some good things, as long as I am in Konoha village, I can talk anytime. When Kahn said this, he glanced left and right at the dark Ryuchi cave. He was not used to this kind of place. It was dark and humid, maybe there would be big snakes crawling through the cave, and what is the slime on the ground? If it's about me, I can give it to you with the summoning snake, but the white snake immortal wants to meet the new contractor, so please let me call you here. Orochimaru smiled and said to Kahn, "Another reason is that Konoha village is not safe, which means that his teacher 3rd Hokage has almost regarded Kahn as an imaginary enemy. Based on this situation, he changed the meeting place to Ryuchi Cave. It may be because of the little pet I cultivated, or it may be that Ryuchi Cave has found a new contractor." After Kahn heard this sentence, he couldn't help asking curiously, "Orochimaru, are there few contractors in Ryuchi Cave? Isn't Nawaki, your apprentice? Orochimaru said. He didn't sign a contract with Ryuchi Cave, he just learned some snake ninjutsu. Nawaki's fighting style is not suitable for large-scale summoning, so he was not allowed to make a contract with Ryuchi Cave. As for the contractor of Ryuchi Cave, nearly for 100 years, only you and me. 2 people. Kahn thought about it, and if he remembers correctly, 3rd Kazekage also seemed to have signed a contract with the Orochi of Ryuchi Cave. Orochimaru seemed to know what Kahn was thinking, and before he could ask, he said in advance, there are some people who signed summoning contracts with the snakes in Ryuchi Cave alone, but you and I are the only ones who can sign summoning contracts with the entire Ryuchi Cave, because that the time is not right for you to sign a summoning contract with a certain snake. The summoning scroll of Ryuchi Cave has never been circulated outside. Even I signed the summoning contract after I came to Ryuchi Cave. Kahn nodded and said, so that's the case. Afterwards, the two walked some distance in the cave before Kahn saw a little light ahead. After walking out of the cave, the two came to an open place similar to the bottom of a cliff. Kahn felt something and turned his head to look to the side. Not far away he found a creature more than 10 meters long. The reason why he didn't say it was a snake was because the creature Kahn saw had 2 wings, the scales on his body were like metal, and his head was more ferocious, and 4 limbs grew out of his abdomen. Orochimaru, is this the result of your research? Kahn asked in a low voice. Not long after he finished speaking, the mist in the open space slowly dissipated, and then he saw the huge statue on the other side, the stone seat under the statue and the smoking white snake. Orochimaru nodded to Kahn, and then said to the white snake immortal, this is Kahn, another contractor. Hello, new contractor, since you have never summoned a snake with wisdom, you can only ask Orochimaru to bring you here. Immortal White said to Kahn that her voice was a bit like an old woman's, but it was very sharp, and she didn't speak much, and her voice was transmitted tens of meters away. After Orochimaru saw this scene, the interest in his eyes became even stronger. The white snake immortal, who used to ignore everyone, was so polite this time, and what about the other test object he put here? Kahn nodded to the white snake immortal, and asked straight to the point, White snake immortal, what do you want from me? Because of that creature over there. The white snake immortal didn't beat around the bush either. He raised his huge snake tail slightly, pointed at the dragon-like and snake-like creature in the distance and said, this was raised by Orochimaru. I heard that raising this kind of creature requires your support. Continuously cultivated. Well, this kind of creature is called a fire dragon in our country, but I don't know if it is the same dragon as you know. Kahn could sense the white snake immortal's desire for the dragon, but didn't know what it wanted. I would like to ask the two of you to do one thing. Can you provide Ryuchi Cave with a batch of such dragons after a period of time, but it's better to be purer than this bloodline. Kahn felt something was wrong, so he asked, White snake immortal, why do you want a dragon? Eat. Immortal White Snake replied directly, this kind of dragon is very attractive to us, and it is very beneficial. Their flesh and blood are better than humans or other creatures. Even though it hadn't eaten for hundreds of years, after seeing the 2 dragons that Orochimaru fostered here, it couldn't control its appetite again and ate one of them. After digesting, the white snake immortal felt very comfortable all over, just like when it practiced natural energy for the first time thousands of years ago. This kind of creature could help it evolve, so it asked Orochimaru, and then took Kahn, the real cargo owner, please come here. But Orochimaru's face was a bit ugly, and he said, eat. White snake immortal, last time you told me that another dragon went for food. Sorry, Orochimaru, Ryuchi Cave will make it up to you. The white snake fairy rarely bowed his head to Orochimaru, which also surprised Orochimaru. According to the information he collected, Ryuchi Cave may be the one with the worst attitude towards humans among the 3 summoning holy places. After Tsunade and Jiraiya's summoning beasts are summoned, they will take the initiative to help fight. His 10,000 snakes often make conditions with him, either human flesh or human flesh, and the white snake immortal is even more visionary. Just spoke a word with it. In the future, your agreement with 10,000 snakes will be cancelled. You can summon it to help you fight at any time, on any occasion, without the need for a sacrifice. Orochimaru frowned slightly and said, if that's the case, it's far from enough, not to mention the acquisition of dragons, just cultivating these 2 dragons has cost me a lot of energy. The relationship between him and Ryuchi Cave is very pure, not to mention non-intelligent snakes. Summoning thousands of snakes requires him to prepare a lot of enemy corpses every time, so after every fierce battle, he still needs to be busy for a while. Otherwise, one snake will not respond to his summoning next time. The White Snake Fairy continued, I can teach you the perfect sage mode and the fairy art of Ryuchi Cave. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and said, White Snake Immortal, I'm not completely ignorant of sage mode, such a dangerous technique, do you think we will succeed in practicing it? As for Kahn not speaking for the time being, he waited on the sidelines first, and after Orochimaru finished knocking a wave, he would strike again. That was when we didn't intervene. It is almost impossible for common ninjas to practice sage mode, but Ryuchi Cave has a way for you to practice successfully, even if the amount of chakra is a little short. This is something that the other 2 holy places cannot guarantee, even if it is Mount Myaboku is also a bit worse than Ryuchi Cave in this respect. Have you bragged? Kahn felt a little unbelievable when he heard the words of the White Snake Immortal, so he asked, can I ask the White Snake Immortal about the method you said? Immortal White Snake didn't hide anything after hearing the words, and said it directly, when you practice sage mode, just let Snake Princess help you, they can suck out the excess natural energy from your body, so that you can keep it in your body at all times. 3 states of energy balance. Orochimaru frowned slightly and asked, since there is such a method, why have I never heard of a ninja who successfully practiced sage mode in Ryuchi Cave? Before seeing the dragons you raise, they are all cannibals, and will not give any help to those who practice sage mode. After listening to the words of the White Snake Immortal, Orochimaru and Kahn looked at each other. Yes, there is no problem on my side. If there is enough supply, then I will continue to supply you with fire dragons, and I will follow what you said. Orochimaru smiled and agreed that it was time to change, but Ryuchi Cave had already obtained the most valuable thing for them, and he didn't know what else Kahn could ask for. As for the pure-blooded dragon that the White Snake Immortal wants, just adjust the genetic ratio during cultivation, and try a few more times to achieve it, but to be able to attract the White Snake Immortal, it seems that he has not fully understood the secrets in the body of the fire dragon. At the beginning, Orochimaru was only planning to raise a summoning beast that could fly into the sky. Now it seems that he neglected something. Kahn took half a step forward, smiled and said to the White Snake Immortal, White Snake Immortal, the flesh and blood of dragons is not so easy to get, even if it is me, I can only get a small part each time, and I have to bear a huge risk. After hearing these words, the White Snake Immortal suddenly realized that Kahn and Orochimaru planned to ask for things twice. What more do you want? If it's a summoning partner. No, I don't need that. If possible, I want a little flesh and blood from you. You White Snake Immortal and the 3 great snake princesses, every once in a while, a fist-sized piece of flesh is enough. Kahn smiled and said to the White Snake Immortal that in his opinion the most valuable things are the things on these 4 snakes, and Kahn remembered that they all have the ability to transform into adults, and the 3 major snake princesses can also partially show the characteristics of snakes. With the blood cells in their hands, they can still study or cultivate them. Orochimaru also thought of the value of the White Snake Immortal's flesh and blood, and narrowed his golden pupils, hoping that the White Snake Immortal would agree soon. Immortal White Snake thought for a while before agreeing, yes, but Ryuchi Cave needs 6 fire dragons every month. After hearing this, Orochimaru smiled and said, no problem, I will raise them directly in Ryuchi Cave as before. We made a lot of money this time, Mr. Kahn. When leaving Ryuchi Cave, Orochimaru said with a smile that he subconsciously put himself in the same camp as Kahn. But the harvest is really amazing, that is, the perfect sage mode training method and fairy art, as well as the flesh and blood cells of the white snake immortal and the 3 great snake princesses, especially the latter. Orochimaru dare not speak even if he wants to, but because of the fire dragon brought by Kahn, let him get it. Kahn said with a smile, "It's not a big deal, shouldn't the two of us cooperate to achieve a win-win situation, but is it difficult to cultivate a fire dragon?" Orochimaru shook his head and said, "It's not difficult, but I have to study what the white snake immortal said. That's magic power. The fire dragon was originally a magical creature in our place. I heard that the power of the fire dragon was stronger thousands of years ago, and it may have become weaker after thousands of years of evolution." While speaking, Kahn also demonstrated the existence of magic to Orochimaru, using the levitation charm to open his eyes. It turns out that there is still such power. Orochimaru looked at Kahn with a hint of enthusiasm, but he doesn't know much about magic now, so it's better to go step by step. "By the way, Mr. Kahn, the thing you entrusted to me has been successful. This is the spell seal you need. It will continue to affect the other party with the spiritual energy of the spellcaster, and you can also bestow your own chakra on them." Orochimaru took out a scroll and handed it to Kahn. He felt that Mr. Sarutobi was getting old and confused, and it would definitely not be a good thing for Konoha village if it went on like this. An uninhabited forest outside Konoha village. In order to increase the experience of the strong against the enemy for his disciples, Jiraiya has been doing it himself for several days. At this time, Namikaze Minato hides his body with the help of dense trees. Jiraiya is the same, this time it is not to teach ninjutsu to his disciples, but to cultivate Namikaze Minato's consciousness in dangerous battles, so he will not release water. Having said that, Jiraiya didn't show all his skills, otherwise he would use summoning technique directly. Once Gamma Fumita was summoned by him, Namikaze Minato would have no means to deal with the enemy. In the silent woods, apart from the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves, there seemed to be no living things here. Boom! A cloud of smoke suddenly appeared in the woods. It was someone who used a smoke bomb. Jiraiya, who was hiding behind the dense leaves, noticed the smoke bomb and was unmoved at all, just trying to lure him out like this. It seems that Master is going to teach Minato what a ninja is today. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just halfway through the thought in Jiraiya's mind, he heard several sounds of piercing through the air, and he didn't need to look up to know that it was the sound of a shuriken attacking him. Unexpectedly, Minato found his position first. Jiraiya jumped straight away from the bushes and onto the branch of another tree. But before he could confirm the location of Namikaze Minato, several kunai hit him. After the kunai, it was Namikaze Minato's wind-style ninjutsu. Attacking wave after wave, Namikaze Minato's fighting style is like this. He quickly records the enemy's reaction, and then it is like dealing with a marionette, letting the opponent fall into the trap step by step. Jiraiya jumps on the ground, escapes the kunai and then has to face the oncoming wind-style ninjutsu. Earth-style, earth flow wall. An earthen wall rose in front of Jiraiya, blocking the sharp wind blade, but Jiraiya felt a few kunai thrown on the earthen wall in front of him in the next second, accompanied by the faint sound of ignition. It's the detonator. After confirming in his heart, Jiraiya had no choice but to be gratified by this disciple's means. The offensive wave after wave, replaced by the ordinary Jonin, should be tired of coping at this time, and there may be a slight flaw in his mentality. And a flaw in mentality is the danger of death in a fight. Although Jiraiya was happy with Namikaze Minato's strength, he had decided not to release water to this apprentice, so he quickly sealed his hands and used 2 ninjutsu before the explosion. Boom! The explosion of the detonating talisman brought up a lot of fireworks and gray fog, but Jiraiya took the opportunity to jump out of the smoke of the detonating talisman. While in the air, a special flying thunder god kunai was mixed among several kunai. Throw it at Jiraiya. The detonating talisman fireworks just now also have the effect of affecting the vision, and in mid-air, it is difficult for ordinary ninjas to deal with such a tricky kunai throw. However, Jiraiya used ninjutsu to make her hair as hard as metal, wrapped her whole body, and prepared to bear the kunai, but the next second, Namikaze Minato suddenly appeared beside Jiraiya, and the kunai in her hand quickly revealed to him attacked at the weak point outside, but in the next second, a lot of White's long hair suddenly hit from the cloud of smoke that hadn't dissipated on the ground. After Namikaze Minato noticed the attack, he quickly turned around in the air, trying to cut off the hair with the kunai in his hand, but it was useless. The hair infused with chakra was also very hard, and Namikaze Minato didn't hold on for 2 seconds before being tied up by Jiraiya's hair. After the battle, Jiraiya made a point to Namikaze Minato, although the Flying Thunder God technique is convenient, but you want to integrate it into your own fighting style, you need to continue to sharpen. Your biggest shortcoming now is the lack of one-hit kills means, so I need to keep distracting me to create opportunities for myself. If you know a ninjutsu with strong attack power, you can use Flying Thunder God to try it out. If you can't hit it, you can leave immediately. You can learn from the sword technique of Senior Tsukumo. His Hitaki sword technique uses wind, the move of style chakra nature transformation. The power can easily cut through metal, at least my needle Jizo can't defend against it. Wind style nature transformation sword technique. Namikaze Minato nodded after hearing the words. This can indeed increase the lethality of his close-up attacks, but he doesn't know much about the sword technique, or he is not familiar with it at all. Moreover, the growth of sword skills is too difficult. If he wants to master sword skills, it is not an easy task. Namikaze Minato is smart, and he is very aware of his own shortcomings. The sword skills of wind-style chakra nature transformation can really increase his strength, but it can only increase a little. I see, Teacher Jiraiya, I have to go back and think about it. Namikaze Minato bowed to Jiraiya to thank him, thanks to Mr. Jiraiya for helping him a lot during this time. And Jiraiya knew that Mr. Sarutobi had placed great expectations on Namikaze Minato. The old man told him more than once to teach Namikaze Minato well, so he didn't even give them much team tasks. It's okay, you are my student, the teacher exists only to guide the disciples. Jiraiya laughed, and then changed his face immediately, and put his arm against Namikaze Minato with a mean smile on his face. Put it down beforehand, Minato, how are you chasing Kushina lately? Speaking of this incident, Namikaze Minato's face suddenly collapsed. He took out the book Vice Admiral from the ninja bag in a bad mood, and handed it to Jiraiya and said. Mr. Jiraiya, please return this book to you. The methods above are useless at all. It won't hurt to go back to Namikaze Minato, because he has already watched it, and watched it twice. Is it useless? It shouldn't be, this book is so well written. Jiraiya thought with a slight frown, and then he took out another book. It seemed that he had just bought it not long ago, and it was still new. Minato, look at this book is completely different from the other one. To be honest, I feel that this book is better written, and after reading it, I feel inspired. Maybe it's time to write a novel myself. Then I congratulate Teacher Jiraiya in advance. Namikaze Minato glanced at the cover of the new book that Jiraiya took out, and wanted to refuse it, but stretched out his hand unknowingly. After returning from Ryuchi Cave, Kahn and Orochimaru discussed the follow-up matters. The dragon blood and dragon meat in his hand totaled more than 2 kilograms. Since there are many types of dragons, and dragons are not rare in the Harry Potter world, Kahn's there is a lot in stock. These are enough for Orochimaru to consume for about 2 years. He already has successful experience, and then he can make some adjustments. As for practicing Sage Mode, Kahn plans to leave Konoha village before going to Ryuchi Cave to practice. The perfect Sage Mode can increase the power of ninjutsu several times, and can also comprehensively improve the user's physical strength, perception and resilience, etc. The most important thing is that Ryuchi Cave Sage art can control inorganic matter, which is a very powerful fairy art. It was an offer Kahn couldn't refuse. But he has to wait a few more days, because Kahn also wants a flying dragon mount, which is a different experience from a flying broom, with a completely different temperament, and he can even build a magic chariot, so that the dragon can fly pull. This is unimaginable in the world of Harry Potter, because the character of the fire dragon is very tyrannical. Even the dragon trainer cannot completely calm the fire dragon, but the fire dragon bred by Orochimaru is very obedient, as long as it is kept being chased by chakra influenced, it will be as obedient as Ryuchi Cave's summoning beast. It's just that it will take some time for Hulong's special breeding embryos, so Kahn decided to stay in Konoha for a while. And during this time, Kahn can learn the spell seal that Orochimaru gave him. After learning the seal technique, Kahn can cultivate a group of loyal subordinates after returning to the Marvel world. Those who have been planted with the seal will be constantly influenced by Kahn's chakra and become extremely loyal. Moreover, Kahn is still waiting for the news of the medicine from the country of tea. If it is produced there, it will be shipped to the country of Wave and then transferred to Chuanmu town. When the time comes, Kahn will take this batch of medicines to the capital of the Land of Fire. Given the feudal aristocracy, it is estimated that they will be sold out in a short period of time. There are also herbal medicines in the ninja world, but the effect is far from Viagra. Moreover, Kahn also intends to set up a newspaper in the ninja world for publicity, so he went to the country of fire to find the owner of Lichuan bookstore, hoping that he can provide some support. Public opinion is a powerful weapon for ninjas. A ninja as strong as Hitaki Sakumo can still worry rock shinobi Jonin 5 years after his death. If he can control the channels of public opinion, it will be easier for Kahn to deal with some people. For example, make up some Danzo black material and spread it all over the Land of Fire in an instant. When everyone sees it, Danzo will not be a Hokage, he can't even be a ninja, everyone will boycott him at that time. If Danzo is still if it is a ninja, then Konoha will stink. This is the power of public opinion, especially the ninja world is not very enlightened yet, as long as there is one person to guide, 90% of people will be convinced. When learning spells at home, Kushina would often come to the back of the dessert shop to find Kahn after a day of work. Although there is an excuse to buy desserts, Nanami and other shop assistants will not let go of Kushina. After all, few people only buy a small box of desserts, and they come to buy them every day. Kahn welcomes Kushina's arrival. Not only can she teach Kahn the sealing technique, but she even has some involvement in the spell sealing technique. According to Kushina's words, whether it is enchantment or spell sealing, they are all born out of sealing, and when it comes to sealing, no one can surpass her. In Kahn's opinion, this sentence is a bit bragging, and Kushina is qualified to say it 10 years later. At that time, she could bind the complete 9 tails with only 1 breath left. She hasn't learned all the advanced sealing techniques yet. One night, after Kahn learned almost all the spell seal techniques under Kushina's guidance, he touched Kushina's beautiful red hair gratefully. "Thank you, Kushina, without you, I'm afraid it will take a while to learn." Time. After all, it was not long before he started learning the sealing technique, and he started to learn the spell sealing technique, which was indeed a bit difficult. "It's nothing, it's just a trivial matter." Kushina smiled with the corners of his mouth raised, and then thought of something, put his hand next to his mouth and coughed twice as if he was coughing, and said as if looking at himself, "It's just the neck and the neck. My shoulders are sore, it seems that I will not be able to sleep well when I go back. That's really troublesome, it's best to take a bath before going to sleep." Kahn casually replied to Kushina, but he suddenly realized something, and then looked at Kushina's dodgy eyes, thinking in his heart, isn't this a hint to him? So Kahn tentatively asked, "How about I give you a massage?" Kushina left in a daze. Kahn saw her drunken steps, and thought he just rubbed a drunken fist. After Kushina left, Kahn recalled that he should have done nothing out of the ordinary just now. After that day, Kushina did not come to the dessert shop to look for him for 2 days, but Orochimaru sent Kahn the fire dragon blank tires. These blank tires cannot be kept for a long time. For incubation. However, Kahn has a space backpack, which can be stored for a long time, so there is no need to cultivate it in the ninja world. After returning, he will start cultivating his own Mount Fire Dragon. When Orochimaru asked the little white snake to bring him the fire dragon embryo, he also passed a few words. He may be busy with tasks recently, so he can't spare the time to go to Ryuchi Cave to practice Sage Mode, but he hopes Kahn is practicing Sage Mode record the feelings and new ideas at the right time, and then lend them to him. After Kahn saw this sentence, He didn't know whether Orochimaru really had a mission or was worried about the practice of Sage Mode, but Kahn was not afraid of natural energy, because the new extremist virus was his most powerful confidence. Even the 3 powerful genes of Phoenix, Fire Dragon and Hashirama cells can be integrated into one body, and natural energy should not be a problem. Once the natural energy erodes the body too deeply, the extremist virus will repair the body. Not long after receiving the blank tire from Orochimaru, Kahn received a message from Xia Chuan that the medicine sent by Nami Country had been stored in the warehouse in Chuanwu Town, and Kahn could go there to pick it up at any time. After receiving this news, Kahn was about to leave Konoha. His affairs here were almost settled, and there was only one thing that could not be 100% sure. Yakushi Nanoyu summoned him for the second time, and it was confirmed that Mitokado Hamura, Yudatane Koharu, and Kato Dan were the ones who provoked the relationship between him and Tsunade. They were the only 3 who approached Tsunade during that time, and then she felt relieved the child broke down. These 3 people are all possible, but too much time has passed, and Yakushi Nanoyu can't find out more information, so she can only focus on these 3 people in the next time. Kahn is very satisfied with her ability, and just told Yakushi Nanoyu to be careful. After all, those people are not simple ninjas. If they are not careful, they may be noticed by the other party, although Kahn believes in Yakushi Nanoyu's ability in the future, but she hasn't grown to her peak yet. After explaining to Yakushi Nanoyu, Kahn left Konoha and rushed to Chuanwu Town. When Kahn arrived in Chuanwu Town, Xia Chuan just stayed here. Ever since she was relieved of part of her power, Xia Chuan has been busy developing business. Even if she is only in charge of the casino and desserts, she will be busy for a long time. Xia Chuan, do you have something to tell me? Seeing Xia Chuan's appearance was a bit strange, Kahn couldn't help but said directly, you have been under my command for a long time, you should know me. Xia Chuan nodded after hearing the words, and then took out a document and asked, Boss, should we expand the scale of recruiting orphans? It seems that the ninja world is about to fight again, and some business routes are already a little unsafe. By then. Okay, follow your ideas, but change to another place. Kahn didn't hesitate much, he would never think there were too few people. In this era, population resources are more important than those currency waste paper. He took out the ninja world map and circled the southernmost peninsula of the Land of Fire. All the adopted people will be moved here, and half of the funds will be used to buy everything from the local noble landlords, such as land, shops, etc. The place in the Kahn circle is sandwiched between the Kingdom of Tea and the abandoned Kingdom of Vortex. Although it is considered the territory of the Kingdom of Fire, few people pay attention to it. He plans to occupy it there, and then develop ports, fleets, forts and missile base. However, the last one requires the accumulation of other technologies, and it may take a long time to develop. I see, boss. Xia Chuan vaguely guessed Kahn's thoughts, but her original intention was to save more people, so after hearing the order, she tried her best to complete the matter. Taking in homeless orphans can be done by her subordinates, but the almost plundering purchase of resources from the southern peninsula of the Land of Fire requires her to do it herself. Mr. Kahn, long time no see, I didn't expect you to come in person. When the owner of Lichuan bookstore heard the news of Kahn's arrival, he immediately trot out to meet him. Others don't know, but he is the person who understands Kahn's influence best. He has sold 11 best-selling books under 3 pseudonyms. Lichuan bookstore earned hundreds of millions of taels. The #1 bookstore in the ninja world, this is not the self-appointment of Lichuan bookstore, but the fact that everyone admits, because other bookstores want to make money, they must beg Lichuan bookstore to bring them to make money together. Boss Mickey, I haven't seen you for a long time. Apart from doing business, I have one more thing to ask for your help. Seeing the trend of Boss Mickey shaking hands with him again, Kahn quickly diverted his equals Boss Mickey's attention. He really didn't want to shake hands with a person who often pressed guns, and he couldn't accept it. Mr. Kahn, please tell me, I will never refuse to do anything I can do. Boss Mickey seemed to take care of everything before he heard what Kahn had said. The bestseller can be said to be the first success. It's like this. I want to ask Boss Mickey for some staff to open a newspaper. Kahn talked about the newspaper. After listening to it, Mickey immediately wanted to understand the role of the newspaper. It's almost like collecting the news and then printing it out for sale. The outside of the daimyo mansion is also covered with notices, Mr. Kahn. Although this is more convenient, but can you make money? At this time, there is already something similar to a newspaper. Even if Kahn did not propose it, I believe that a few years later, another person will still create a newspaper. Kahn shook his head and said, I definitely won't lose money, and it doesn't matter to me. What he needs is a channel for information collection and publicity, not for money. In this case, then I will send a group of people to Mr. Kahn. Boss Mickey said with a smile, there is no way not to give it away. Lichuan Bookstore still makes money from Kahn's books, and the other party is not involved in the publishing business. Mickey will not miss the rare opportunity to sell well. After leaving Lichuan Bookstore, Kahn went to his own pharmacy. Although it was a little bit off, it is still well known in the capital of the country of fire. The houses here are not easy to buy, and the richest country in the ninja world is the country of fire. And more than 50% of the merchant nobles in the country of fire are in the capital. If he hadn't asked Lichuan Bookstore, then Kahn might have to go to the hotel to stay. Some time ago, the medicines in the Kahn pharmacy would be sold out in a short time after they were delivered. Now it is a little better, but the sales are also very fast. As for the new medicine, he told the clerk here, and then went to the nearby residence. Kahn planned to go to Ryuchi Cave to try to practice Sage Mode, will definitely arouse the curiosity and purchase of nobles. Moreover, the Kingdom of Fire is one of the safest places in the ninja world. Even if the ninjas fight, they dare not hurt the daimyo, kill. This is the bottom line for daimyo and nobles. Small countries are nothing to them, but the noble daimyos of the 5 major countries will never allow ninjas to hurt them. Even the ninja village in the country can decline and disappear, but the Daiming Mansion will still exist forever. Just like Sand Shinobi Village in Konoha's collapse plan, because the daimyo of the country of winds handed over all the entrusted tasks of his country to Konoha, this behavior basically ruined the future of Sand Shinobi Village, but Luo Sha still did not dare to treat the daimyo, and whatever happened to the nobles, they chose to attack Konoha instead. This is the influence of daimyo and nobles on ninja. Kahn summoned a summoning snake from Ryuchi Cave, let it tell the 3 snakes, and used the reverse summoning technique to summon himself. It didn't take long for Kahn to feel the call of summoning. He didn't resist, and he came to Ryuchi Cave in the next second, and the 3 big snake girls also stood in front of Kahn. Do you want to practice Sage Mode? If so, let me assist you. Without waiting for the other 2 to speak, the girl-like snake who looked the smallest among the 3 major snakes said that she is Ichikishima, and she usually likes to eat dead people the most, but after trying the fire dragon before, she gave up. The old hobby. I'm Ichikishima, among the 3 god princesses. Hello, contractor. Kahn nodded, and said to Ichikishima, just call me Kahn, then I'll leave it to you, and please explain to me the Sage Mode and fairy art of Ryuchi Cave. After he finished speaking, the other 2 snake princesses floated away in the air, either returning to their own residences or reporting to the White Snake Immortal. And Ichikijima also slowly floated behind Kahn, and said to him in a soft voice, without the assistance of Sanshin-ji, it will be very difficult to practice the Sage Mode of Ryuchi Cave, because the violent natural energy is not ordinary. What a ninja can control. But with my help, you can practice Sage Mode as much as you want. You just need to keep the natural energy, physical energy, and spiritual energy in your body in a 1:1:1 balance. Kahn knows this, but he doesn't know how to perceive and absorb natural energy for the time being. Ichikijima seemed to see his confusion, so she put her face close to Kahn's neck and said, just leave it to me to feel and absorb the natural energy. You just need to keep controlling the balance of the proportions, and you'll be fine enough. After Ichikijima finished speaking, she suddenly opened her mouth, revealing 2 sharp snake teeth, and bit him on the neck. After sensing Ichikijima movement, Kahn just frowned slightly, and didn't fight back to defend, because it didn't look like an attack. In the next second, he felt an unusually domineering energy injected into his body from Ichikajima Haime's mouth. This energy directly disturbed his chakra, dissipating it into physical energy and spiritual energy. At this time, Kahn also sensed that many of the same energies from the outside world were continuously pouring into his body. This is natural energy. Natural energy is a very magical existence. Before the appearance of chakra, there was natural energy in the ninja world. It may also be called the life energy of the planet. At least whether a planet can breed life depends on whether there is natural energy. The sacred tree planted by the Otsutsuki family must also choose a planet that contains life energy, otherwise the sacred tree cannot grow. After Kahn injected natural energy with the help of Ikejima Haime with snake teeth, he spontaneously sensed a very strong natural energy around him through the natural energy in his body. Although the wound on his neck healed quickly under the effect of extremis virus, he can still clearly perceive the natural energy outside his body. In an instant, a large amount of natural energy rushed to Kahn, and after entering his body, he was controlled to create the magic chakra, but as the natural energy increased, within a minute, Kahn felt a little uncontrollable. It's too impulsive. Newcomers should slowly absorb the natural energy. Such a huge amount of natural energy has long been out of your control, chakra. Ichikujima Haime said softly, and was about to step forward and take another bite, sucking out all the excess natural energy in Kahn's body. This is what Ryuchi Cave said must be successful. Sanshin-ji has the intake and extraction of natural energy, which can help the practitioner perfectly controls the natural energy in the body. Even if the other party has less chakra, Ryuchi Cave can help them practice successfully, but they hardly do it, because none of the three gods hope that any ninja can successfully practice sage mode. The exception is Kahn, who and Orochimaru can bring great benefits to Ryuchi Cave. Laugh. Just when Shikijima Haime was about to help Kahn, his body suddenly burned, producing a bright yellow flame. This flame almost burned the clothes on Kahn's body in a short time, but it did not hurt to himself. What's the situation? Ichikishima Haime's big eyes instantly turned into vertical pupils. If she hadn't dodged in time just now, she might have been burned by this flame. And I don't know if it was Ichikijima Haime's illusion, she suddenly felt a seductive fragrance emanating from Kahn's body. She really wanted to swallow it in one bite and have a good taste. As the flame burned, Ichikijima Haime felt that Kahn's seductive smell became stronger and stronger, and now it even surpassed the attraction of the fire dragon to her. If it wasn't for rationality that suppressed the instinct of animal desire, adding that layer of flame, said indeterminate city Kachima Haime has long been entangled. That kind of flame gave her a very dangerous feeling, which came from instinctive fear, as if she was very restrained from snakes. After burning for nearly an hour, the flame on Kahn's body was slowly extinguished. After Ichikishima Haime saw that the flame disappeared, she couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to get close to Kahn, but just when she made a move, Kahn suddenly opened his eyes and directly cast magic on Ichikishima Haime. All petrified. A spell directly hit Ichikijima Haime, sending her flying dozens of meters away, and hitting the stone wall heavily. After landing, Ichikishima Haime didn't feel any pain, and the three snake princesses survived. For thousands of years, the body has been strengthened several times by the fairy chakra. She just couldn't move, no matter what Ichikijima Haime did, she couldn't move, as if there was a force restraining her body, making her like a stone. You snake is really uncomfortable for yourself, do you want to eat me? While talking to Haime Ichikijima, Kahn took out a suit of clothes from the space backpack and put them on. After putting on the clothes, he used a spring of clear water to make a puddle in a pothole. Shimizu looked at the reflection on his face. There is a slight blue color in the corner of the eye. If you don't look carefully, you can hardly see it, and Kahn has already cultivated into sage mode, and he has preserved a lot of magic chakra in his body. The most important thing is that just now he seemed to have undergone a rebirth, and he was very comfortable. After waking up, he felt that his magic power had increased a lot. If it was before, he might have been able to knock Shikijima Haime into the air, but he probably wouldn't have been able to fly so far and be restrained for such a long time. Kahn can only think that the phoenix gene in his body has played a role, and the excess natural energy all digested and slowly turned into his own magic power. The origin of the phoenix in Harry Potter's world is unknown, but Kahn guesses that it is likely to be a magical creature bred by nature. After getting dressed, Kahn directly waved to Ichikajima Haim, "Snake Princess is here." Ichikajima Haim is trying to use the celestial technique chakra to resume action, but before breaking the petrification curse on her body floats in the direction of Kahn. "Haim Ichikishima, you just planned to attack the contractor of Ryuchi Cave?" "While I was practicing Sage Mode." Ichikajima Haim quickly argued, "No, although the smell on your body is very attractive, but I didn't have that plan at the time." Kahn looked at the snake for a while, and then took out a bottle of Veritaserum from the space backpack. This was the only bottle he bought from Bojenbach. "If you tell lies, even the white snake immortal can't keep you." After speaking, Kahn poured a whole bottle of Veritaserum into Ichikishima Haim. After the effect of the medicine took effect, he asked the question just now again, "Ichikishima Haim, what were you going to do just now?" "I want to use the excuse of checking Sage Mode for you to suck a little blood from you. The smell on your body is very attractive." "It is more attractive to me than a fire dragon." Kahn raised his eyebrows slightly, and continued to ask, "Aside from that, you didn't intend to eat people?" "No, if I eat you, the white snake immortal will definitely punish me, so I just want to taste it." Afterwards, Kahn blocked the entrance of the cave with magic, and created some barriers to prevent others from hearing his questions. After everything was done, he returned to Ichikajima Haim, taking advantage of the effect of Veritaserum. "Still, I continued to ask about the secrets of Ryuchi Cave. How old are you? When was the origin of Ryuchi Cave? Is there only inorganic reincarnation and white shock technique in Ryuchi Cave's celestial arts? What does the white snake immortal usually do? What is her weakness?" Only 10 minutes later, before half of the question Kahn wanted to ask, the Veritaserum potion had almost lost its effect. Seeing this, he lifted the petrification curse on Ichikajima Haim. "What did you guys use?" Before Ichikishima Haim finished his angry words, he was entangled tightly by the stone that suddenly protruded from the ground, and the stone was like a crawling snake, instantly entangled Ichikishima Haim's petite body. After seeing this scene, Ichikishima Haim shouted in surprise, "Inorganic reincarnation technique. I just said it once, and you learned this fairy technique?" "It's not an inorganic reincarnation, but it's about the same. The combination of magic and celestial chakra, one controls the deformation of the stone, and the other changes the hardness of the stone. After instilling the celestial chakra, the stone is harder than steel." Kahn waved his hand, and Ichikishima Haim, who was tightly bound by stones, was sent to him. "Ichikishima Haim, although you have no intention of killing, I can't tolerate your behavior. From now on, you will be my summoning beast. If you are summoned by me, you must help me fight. You have heard so many secrets of Ryuchi Cave from me." Among them Ichikajima Haim was reluctant at once, but she saw Kahn's unquestionable eyes. "If she didn't agree, I'm afraid I won't be able to live through today close." "Okay, I agree, but can you let me taste your blood in the future? Just a little is enough. We'll see how you perform then." Kahn waved his hand again, released the control on Ichikishima Haim, and then took out a scroll and said to her, "You make the summoning scroll. It's best not to play tricks. If you perform well, I will treat you to a drink next time. A cup of my blood." "A cup." Hearing these words, Ichikajima Haim immediately remembered the alluring smell just now. If she could drink a large cup, it would be almost perfect for the snake. So Ichikajima Haim said immediately, "Well, I hope you will keep your word when the time comes." Then Ichikishima Haim started making summoning scrolls. Seeing Ichikishima Haim's serious look, Kahn smiled in his heart. After he returned, he made a few small wine glasses with a capacity of 10 milligrams, and rewarded Ichikishima Haim according to this standard in the future. The summoning scroll is very simple. Both Sanshin Ji and White Snake Immortal can make it. White Snake Immortal can create the summoning scroll of the entire Ryuchi Cave, and Ichikajima Haim only needs to make the summoning scrolls of both her and Kahn. After the scroll was successfully made, Kahn signed his name on it, and then he could summon Ichikishima Haim to help him fight. The real function of Ichikishima Haim is to help others practice Sage Mode. With her help, Kahn can have more subordinates who can control Sage Mode. Kahn is not afraid of Ichikajima Haim's dishonest promise, and continues to use strength to force and blood temptation. This lowly snake princess who has lived for thousands of years will be his exclusive summoning beast in the future. After returning to the capital of the Land of Fire from Ryuchi Cave, Kahn slowly felt the changes in his body. He found that he seemed to be able to maintain the power of Sage Mode continuously. According to Ichikajima Haim, it is best not to maintain Sage Mode for a long time, otherwise the use of natural energy will also consume the ninja's physical and mental energy. Even if no ninjutsu is used, physical energy and mental energy will always be consumed, because it must fight against the continuous absorption of natural energy. But Kahn's body seems to be different. The Phoenix gene can help him absorb natural energy and convert it into magic power, and the filling of magic power can keep Kahn's state at its peak all the time. You need to learn some magic, otherwise it would be a waste of so much magic power. Kahn made up his mind and thought, but before going to the magic world, he should at least make arrangements for the ninja world. Boss, the new medicines are selling very fast. It's only been 10 days, and 1/3 of them have been sold. We need to replenish them as soon as possible. The manager of the pharmacy in the country of fire said to Kahn excitedly that he actually bought 2 pills secretly, and then went to the custom store to try it out. If it wasn't for his job, he would have bought a box and lived in a custom shop for a week. Kahn said to the pharmacy manager, "It will take at least half a month for the replenishment. The production speed of the medicine is like this for the time being, and the medicine will be delivered here continuously next time." In addition to buying medicines, there are still some people who are asking for information about you, boss, but those people are full of posture and look like noble retainers. Boss, how should I respond to them? Leave them alone. Kahn expected Viagra to be so popular. 1 pill costs 150 taels, which is only the price of 2 bowls of ramen. Even ordinary people can buy 2 pills to try. As for those who inquired, most of them were greedy, but Kahn's pharmaceutical factory was in the country of tea and wave, and the nobles of the country of fire could at most tamper with his drugstore. But if they really dare to do this, Kahn will also let their names appear on Kakuzu's list. In the past 2 years, many idiots have been replaced by Kakuzu for his income. During this time in the capital, Kahn's body usually stays behind closed doors, except for absorbing natural energy and practicing sealing techniques, while Shadow Clone is busy with the establishment of a newspaper outside. The owner of Lichuan bookstore, Mickey, has lent him all his manpower, and one of them is an experienced editor-in-chief. After a few days of recruiting, the newspaper office can be officially established. It's just that there are some troubles in information collection and message transmission, but it can be solved for Kahn. First, he will use the telegraph for a while, and when he comes to Ninja World next time, he will plan to build a TV station and internet in Ninja World. There is a telegraph in the Ninja World, which surprised Kahn a bit. This was reminded by the editor-in-chief from Lichuan bookstore. It's just that it's a little inconvenient to use, but it's much faster than sending messages on horseback. After all, they are not ninjas, and they cannot use ninjutsu or train ninjas to deliver messages, so they can only use some other tools. It is unrealistic to spread newspapers in the Land of Fire all at once. After all, telegraphs also have transmission distance limitations, so 4 places have been finalized for the time being. Guedu, Konoha Village, Chuanmu Town and Banji Street. Banji Street was originally just a cultural relic, and it was regarded as a place for domestic tourism, but after Kahn opened 2 casinos there, Banji Street became popular, the nearby gamblers will go to Banzu Street, and now it has become quite popular. Chuanmu Town is similar, the prosperity of a place will definitely attract the yearning of the people nearby, and the distance between these 4 places is relatively close, which can be regarded as a circled area. At present, the most important channels for news collection of newspapers should be Konoha and Fire Country Capital. Kahn discussed with the editor-in-chief of the newspaper. The current newspapers are mainly divided into 4 categories. Advertising. These 4 sections are enough to attract most people's interest in newspapers, especially the exaggerated rumors and false stories, which have been artistically processed and combined with reality, which are quite attractive to common people in the ninja world who still have few entertainment activities. Kahn found an opportunity and planted a curse seal on the editor-in-chief and management staff of the newspaper. This seal is very hidden. In addition, they are all common people, so they will never be discovered by ninjas. It just makes them gradually increase their loyalty to Kahn. Agree. After 1 or 2 years, they will faithfully carry out Kahn's orders. If they are sealed by the curse for 10 years, even if Kahn tells them to die, it is estimated that the people who have been sealed by the curse will not hesitate a bit. After the newspaper office was established, Kahn hoped to meet the daimyo through the aristocrats behind the Lichuan bookstore. It's a pity that he hasn't learned the Imperious curse now, otherwise he could control a few nobles, but controlling the daimyo is still a bit risky. Not long after Konoha was established, the daimyo's guardian ninja 12 warriors appeared beside the daimyo. Only the daimyo knows how many of the 2 are in the dark. But what is certain is that the strength of the guardian ninja is around Jonin. 12 people protect daimyo day and night, and it is really not an easy task to control him silently. Kahn's request was quickly answered. As long as he revealed his first pseudonym, it was enough for most nobles to receive him with solemn etiquette, and there is also a habit of advocating literati in the ninja world. After being brought to the Daming mansion by the Lichuan family, Kahn saw the Fire Nation daimyo in the castle tower. He is not old, but the current Fire Nation daimyo is still relatively young, but very thin, and has been holding a fan to cover him face. "Mr. Kahn, please sit down." After the Fire Country daimyo met Kahn, he felt a little more satisfied. In his opinion, only people with Kahn's temperament can write outstanding literary works. But this is what the Fire Country daimyo thought wrong. Kahn is a standard businessman. If he meets the same kind, he can smell the money smell on each other. "I couldn't put down your work some time ago. The writing is really wonderful." The Fire Country daimyo patted the books on the table, and it was obvious that he really liked them. After all, Kahn carefully selected them. Novel. "Kahn-kun, is there anything you want to come here today?" Kahn didn't go around in circles, but said directly, "Your Excellency, I founded a newspaper in the capital, mainly for the purpose of..." After Kahn finished talking about the functions of the newspaper and his needs, the daimyo thought about it, and it seemed that it was similar to the official notices posted by the Daming Few on weekdays, except that the scope of dissemination was wider and the content was richer. "A newspaper office, it's very interesting. Then Mr. Kahn, you want me to support your newspaper office in the name of the daimyo prefecture, in order to collect more news about ninjas?" The daimyo closed his fan and smiled at Kahn. "How about this, Mr. Kahn? I will appoint you as the Minister of Publicity of the Land of Fire in the name of the Daming Mansion, so that you can collect information in the name of the Land of Fire, but about you need to give a copy of the ninja news to the Daming House, and you will handle the rest by yourself." After a while, Kahn was respectfully sent out by the samurai of the Daming Mansion. After leaving the Daming Mansion, he couldn't help but smile. The daimyo of the Land of Fire didn't understand the threat of ninjas at all. From the discussion just now, Kahn could clearly feel that the daimyo was wary of ninjas, and after realizing the role of the newspaper, he quickly gave support, but at the same time of supporting, he pulled Kahn down to their level. Perhaps in the eyes of the Fire Nation daimyo, Kahn has the status of a literati, and it is easy to stand on the same level as them, so he was granted an official position and classified him as a nobleman. It's just that the strength is too weak. Facing ninja village can only be calculated and weakened, there is no real way to subdue them, maybe there is, but the Fire Country daimyo obviously did not expect it. It is enough to get official support, and Sarutobi Hiruzen will not find a reason to refuse in the future. After thinking of this, he went to the newspaper office, preparing to hand over the official supporting documents of the Daming Mansion to the editor-in-chief of the newspaper office, and asked him to make a few more copies. In the future, interviewing outside is equivalent to a press card. Kahn stayed in the capital of the Land of Fire for a while before he received Xia Chuan's reply. It's almost 2 months, Xia Chuan's movements are not too slow, it's just a little bit gradual. Kahn opened the scroll and looked at it. Xia Chuan, who was born as a ninja, still hasn't changed this habit. He is more used to reading letter paper than scrolls. It cost nearly 100 million taels in 2 months, most of which was taking over all the houses, shops and fields under his name from a nobleman. Some time ago, the aristocratic landowner had the idea of moving his family to the territory of the Land of Fire, but his family wealth was not much, and no one took over the local assets, so there was no way to implement it. After inquiring about Xia Chuan's actions, he took the initiative to contact him, and after a series of discussions, he sold all his assets, and then moved his family to the inland area to buy a new property. Speaking of which, the reason why this nobleman had such an idea has something to do with Kahn. He used to be in the tea trade, but not long ago he found out that the nobles who had been cooperating with him were killed by a group of people who had just arrived, and because of the continuous struggle, 3 nobles in the country of tea had died. And his home is not very far from the country of tea, it can be reached in about a day. The originally quiet environment suddenly became chaotic, and there was a danger of extermination of the family, which made him not afraid. That's why he quickly heard the news, find Xia Chuan and sell all the assets in his hand. But this is not enough. There are almost 7 nobles living in the southern peninsula of the Land of Fire. Only by buying all their assets can Kahn build his own territory. Otherwise, Kahn will feel very awkward if there is one more outsider. Xia Chuan will continue to expand in the future, and Kahn will not hand over this work to others until she can't talk to others. Kakuzu is good. When he destroyed the Konoha village frontier ninja stronghold last time, Kakuzu only grabbed 2 mission rewards, because he complained to him twice about this matter, saying that as long as he is given time, he will definitely take Konoha's border stronghold handled cleanly. Kakuzu is now almost becoming Kahn's black glove, and Kahn has entrusted Kakuzu with a lot of dirty work. At least those casinos have been able to operate safely in the country of fire for a few years, thanks to Kakuzu's contribution. Some time ago, he was hunted down by Konoha's ninjas because he killed too many people in the country of fire, so he had to go to the country of soup to accept the bounty task for a period of time. He did too much. If he didn't hide for a while, Konoha would send out powerful ninjas continuously. During this time, Sannin was still in Konoha. If Kakuzu was too rampant, he might really be killed by Konoha. Kahn-san, I have already disclosed the suggestion you made last time to some friends, but most people think it is unrealistic. It is difficult for 3rd Mizukage to take the initiative to start a war against other ninja villages. Tarumishin quietly came to Nanakuni to meet Kahn again. Last time, he felt that Kahn's suggestion was very good, but considering 3rd Mizukage, it was difficult to implement. How could he give up this situation and choose to start a war against other ninja villages when he was implementing the Blood Mist policy, targeting the Blood Successor family, and gathering power? Kahn smiled, took out the map prepared in advance, and said to Meishin, "This is easy. If someone entrusts you with a task with a high amount of money, will you still accept it now?" Tarumishin replied without thinking, "Naturally, I will accept it. After all, mission entrustment is the basis for the survival of Ninja Village. Even Mizukage dare not refuse other people to release missions, unless the client conceals information." Kahn continued, "I will send someone to Kirigakure to entrust. The task is to destroy the fleet and docks here in the Kingdom of Thunder. With the strength of Mist Shinobi, it should be easy to do." Tarumishin nodded and agreed that there should be no ninja village who would dare to fight their Mist Shinobi at sea. If so, the leader of the opponent must be a fool. After the Mist Shinobi ninjas arrived at sea, they joined together and used water-style ninjutsu, which was enough to create a tsunami more than 10 meters high, destroying a fleet and a dock. It couldn't be easier. But why did you choose this fleet? Is there anything special about them? Kahn-san, this fleet and dock. The private property of the finance minister's family in the Land of Thunder, the family's dominance is the same as that of Cloud Shinobi Village. Not long ago, they wanted to seize the shipping route near the Land of Tang and sank one of my ships. Kirigakure's ability to destroy their family will definitely make the guy from the Land of Thunder very distressed, and he will definitely order Cloud Shinobi Village to take revenge. No, even if the Minister of Finance does not order Cloud Shinobi Village, Rakich's domineering will definitely make Mist Shinobi make amends to them. After hearing this, Tarumashin said angrily, "These guys are really shameless." Thinking of the consistent style of Cloud Shinobi Village, Tarumashin thinks it is very reasonable. Cloud Shinobi Village's dominance is well known in the ninja world. If you like secret arts, you will go for it, and if you lack resources, you will go for it. Sometimes Rakich leads the team, simply developed the bandit style to ultimate. It may be that the ethos in that place is very consistent, basically all of them are martial arts faction. It is said that second Rakich is a bit dovish, but in the end they were killed by Jinjiao, who was from the martial arts faction. There is only Cloud Shinobi Village in the ninja world that dares to suck the blood of small countries openly. The other ninja villages use alliances to cover up, and Cloud Shinobi Village is hard to grab. If there is no problem, someone will go to Ninja Village to issue a commission after a while, and the next thing. Shinjuan, you should know how to do it. After hearing the words, Tarumashin immediately promised, "Of course I understand, this is one of the few opportunities for our blood successor clan, and I would like to thank Kahn-san for her help." "It's nothing, this matter is also good for me, at least there will be one less opponent in the future channel." Then Kahn shook his head and compared Meishin and said, "However, the chances of your blood successors being able to take power are still very small, unless you wait for the third Mizukage to make a mistake, and then elect a new Mizukage. If the struggle is fierce and eventually leads to failure, Shinjuan, I will always welcome." This is a hint. Kahn thinks that the blood succession ninja clan has little chance of winning, unless the Taketorai clan takes the lead now, taking advantage of third Mizukage's lack of full control of all the forces in the village, and directly coup by force, there is still a chance. Now it will be the 42nd year of Konoha, and local frictions in the ninja world have already occurred. This time, Kirigakure's attack on the property of the finance minister of the Kingdom of Thunder will directly accelerate the progress of the war. After sending Terumi away, Kahn thought about the plan a little bit. After the war broke out, he would earn resources step by step. Sell medicines and medical supplies, gather the population to expand into the guards, build the country of tea and the southern peninsula of the country of fire, build industries and military factories, until the ninja world becomes his back garden. There are many obstacles, the daimyo of the 5 major countries, Ninja Village, Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, and the future Otsutsuki, etc. In this way, almost everyone is likely to stand on his opposite side. But there are also some allies that can be won, such as Konoha village of 4th Hokage Orochimaru, as long as Kahn does not harm the village and provides Orochimaru with knowledge of another world, then there is no reason for the two not to cooperate. Mist Shinobi's fleeing blood ninja, the Baron Sand Shinobi, etc. are all likely to be won. Thinking about it this way, the back garden plan is not impossible, but it will take about 20 years at the earliest. It only takes 20 years to become the master of a planet, and this planet is still a feudal planet with extraordinary power. If it can be fully controlled, it will be of great help to Kahn, but the challenge is relatively large. After thinking of this, the ambition in Kahn's heart expanded infinitely. He is a colonialist businessman across time and space, but the methods he uses are relatively mild. In the ninja world, he has to be gentle, because there will be mechanical descendants at any time. Compared with the world of Harry Potter, the ninja world is still in an uncivilized time. If you deal with Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, you will have a chance to rule the entire planet. Konoha Village Hokage Office. Today, apart from Sarutobi Hiruzen, there are only 3 other people in the house. In order to discuss this matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen also asked Umbu to guard the door to prevent other people from breaking in, such as Tsunade who never knocked on the door. I called you here today because I want to tell you something secret. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Namikaze Minato and Kato Dan. If it is useless to isolate the space enchantment, Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique and Kato Dan's spiritualization technique should be the last few coping methods for Konoha village. The last explosion was not done by a spy from the Kingdom of Thunder, but by someone you all know. Master Third Hokage, are you talking about? The merchant Kahn. Kato Dan frowned slightly and guessed that Danzo, the assistant of Hokage, also revealed related things to him some time ago, and now he got confirmation from the mouth of third generation, and he immediately thought of another person. It's him. Jiraiya looked surprised, and then quickly asked, "Old man, how could it be that guy? Isn't he from Common, and he sold so many medicines to Konoha?" Jiraiya, the reason why I don't want you to participate is because you are too impulsive, and this matter is related to Konoha's secret. Moreover, no matter what you hear here today, you will not be hungry to reveal any news after you go out, to anyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the pipe angrily, then glanced at Namikaze Minato, indicating that Jiraiya was not as stable as his apprentice. He was originally from Common, but after Nawaki was injured, Kahn took out a potion that could cure any injury, but it was not yet perfect, and he approached Tsunade and asked Tsunade to help him perfect the potion, and Tsunade also hoped the potion can cure Nawaki, so I agreed. After that, Hashirama cells were added to the Extremis virus serum, allowing Nawaki to control the wood-style blood successor, and Kahn was also injected with the Extremis virus serum, and now he has the same ability as Nawaki. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows this clearly. At that time, Tsunade still wanted to win over Kahn to join Konoha, but he never expected that the relationship between Konoha's senior management and Kahn would be so bad. Until not long ago, Danzo found out that the medicines sold by Kahn appeared in Kirigakure, which violated our original agreement, and in addition to the bleeding of wood style, Danzo decided to take action against Kahn. Kahn showed space ninjutsu before, so Danzo prepared an enchantment that isolates time and space according to the handwriting left by second Hokage, and even the summoning technique cannot be used in it. But it failed unexpectedly, and Umbu and his roots were lost. 5 squads. 5 squads. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, both Kato Dan and Jiraiya showed a little anger on their faces. Those were 20 fellow villagers who just died. At first they thought it was a spy from Cloud Shinobi Village, but they didn't expect it was Kahn, a businessman. Jiraiya then asked, "Old man, you taught Minato to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Perhaps only the Flying Thunder God technique, which is space ninjutsu, can target the opponent's space ninjutsu, otherwise Konoha village has almost no way to take him." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and told Namikaze Minato and Kato Dan the information he had gleaned from Nawaki about the new Extremis virus. The resilience is amazing, even if the hands and feet are cut off, they can recover within tens of seconds. At the same time, they are almost not afraid of poisons. Orochimaru tried 4 kinds of snake venoms on Nawaki, but none of them had any effect. There is also a very high ability to defend against illusions. Nawaki's illusions were so-so, but now even Orochimaru's illusions have no effect on him. These abilities plus an unstoppable space ninjutsu made even Jiraiya silent. No wonder the old man felt embarrassed. Although his strength was not strong, he was really difficult to deal with. Coupled with the explosion that day, Konoha village couldn't guard against such a person if he provoked the opponent. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, "I'm telling you this today because the two of you have a chance to deal with Kahn after joining forces, but there is only one chance, so you must not act rashly." Kato Dan's spiritualization technique is very different from illusion. It is directly controlled by the spirit body, which may have an effect for a few seconds, then Namikaze Minato will use Flying Thunder God to teleport over, or kill, or seal. Minato's Flying Thunder God technique has just been learned. You must wait until you are fully proficient, at least you must reach the level of adults in the second generation project. I just want to tell you in advance today that this matter is listed as an S-level task. Only the 3 of you and advisors know, nobody else can reveal. Moreover, you also have to act as if nothing happened, and work hard to perfect the Flying Thunder God technique and spiritualization technique. If necessary, Konoha will fully support you. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhorted with a very solemn expression. His eyes swept over the three people one by one, especially this guy Jiraiya. Jiraiya said with a displeased face, "Don't look at me, old man. I promise that even Tsunade and Orochimaru don't want to get information from me. That's fine. Okay, let's go down." After leaving the Hokage building, Jiraiya and Kato Dan glanced at each other, nodded at each other, and rushed in two completely different directions. Both of them can see that the other likes Tsunade, and they don't usually talk much in the village, so they are regarded as rivals in love. It's just that Tsunade has no feelings for them, one is a teammate and companion, and the other is a colleague in the village. In addition, it is very difficult to go further in the relationship. Jiraiya has been trying to catch up with Tsunade since he was divided into classes, but there is still no hope. Kato Dan tried hard, but at that time Tsunade was all focused on Nawaki in terms of recovery. He was busy with the reform of the medical system and Kahn's Special Drug Development Commission, so he didn't have that kind of thought at all. After walking for a while, Jiraiya suddenly said to Namake's Minato, "Minato, do you have any ideas about the Flying Thunder God technique? You go and pay him a visit." White Fang's sword skills are even more intimidating than Sannin's reputation. They won the title of Sannin after fighting against demigods, but Hatake Tsukumo got Muyi Baya with his sword skills. Even the Fire Country daimyo knows Hatake Tsukumo's name and admires him very much. Hatake Tsukumo's son seems to be going to school recently, so. No more, Jiraiya-sensei. Namake's Minato thanked Jiraiya. After all, Jiraiya has always wanted to help him improve, but he himself is really not suitable for swordsmanship. I want to develop a powerful ninjutsu that doesn't require seals. The sword technique is actually no different from kunai in helping me, and I have learned the nature transformation of wind-style chakra. After finishing speaking, Namake's Minato took out a kunai and showed Jiraiya the nature transformation of wind-style chakra. In just 1 second, a thin layer of wind-style chakra appeared on the kunai in his hand, and make a sharp buzzing sound. Is that so? Well, then the master can only support you. Jiraiya patted Namake's Minato on the shoulder, and then said to him, "I have already told Mr. Sarutobi, if you have any disagreements in ninjutsu, if you understand the question, you can ask Sarutobi teacher for advice at any time. Also, starting today, you and 2 other people form a formal Chunin squad, and when you become a Jonin, the squad will be filled with 4 people." Namake's Minato asked in surprise, "Mr. Jiraiya, are you going out of the village?" "Yes, the old man has other tasks for me, and I will leave the village for a while." Jiraiya nodded and said to Namake's Minato, in fact, he had the need to leave the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't beat Jiraiya, so he sent him a long-term intelligence investigation mission and recorded it in the record, otherwise there will be another situation like the Rain Country. Sarutobi Hiruzen also had to designate Jiraiya as a traitor. Well, when teacher Jiraiya comes back, I will definitely complete the development of the new technique. Namake's Minato was a little disappointed at Jiraiya's departure, but he assured Jiraiya with a smile on his face. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen told Namake's Minato and Kato Dan about the hidden things in the village, he did not assign them further tasks. There is only one reason, that is, the failure rate is too high, and they are not up to the standard yet. Even if Kato Dan is the elite of Jonin, because against Kahn, Genbu and Umbu collected a lot of information, and they can transfer time and space in the space isolation barrier. With the current strength of Namake's Minato and Kato Dan, there are 9 successful failure rate. So Sarutobi Hiruzen will not consider doing it until everything is safe. Jiraiya set off immediately after saying he was leaving, but before he left, he summoned the other 2 students in the team. Jiraiya did not fail to take care of them, but talent is indeed the watershed that divides the strong from the common ninja. The other 2 students in the team, the future can only be special Jonin at best. The students were invited to have a breakup meal, and Namake's Minato was given the captaincy before leaving the village. Namake's Minato did not make too many adjustments after becoming the captain. After discussing with his 2 companions, he decided to slightly increase the number of missions he received, after all, the three of them are alone, and ninjas can only complete missions if they want to earn money. A few days ago, I spent most of my time learning ninjutsu from Jiraiya, and rarely took on tasks, and the three of them had little wealth. If the efficiency is higher in a month, he can take on 6 or 7 tasks, so Namikaze Minato decided to take on 3B and 3C, so that he can earn a lot and still have time to rest and practice. Regarding Namikaze Minato's proposal, the other two agreed without much hesitation. After all, Namikaze Minato is far superior to them in terms of strength level and identity. After the team disbanded, Namikaze Minato suddenly didn't know what to do. Study ninjutsu? But I have to pick up the task tomorrow, so I don't have much time and mood today. Thinking of what third Hokage said to him, Namikaze Minato felt a heavy heart. In addition to developing new ninjutsu, he also wanted to try to improve Flying Thunder God technique. At least breaking through the limitations of the space isolation barrier, can meet the requirements of Lord Third Hokage. By the way, Kushina doesn't know the real face of that guy yet, but Third Hokage-sama told us not to spread the matter. Jiraiya-sensei won't even tell Tsunade-sama and Orochimaru-sama, and I can't tell Kushina about it. Namikaze Minato couldn't help but feel a little anxious. After thinking for a while, he decided to go to Kushina. Even if he couldn't tell the confidential matter, he would try to persuade Kushina to stay away from that dangerous guy. Kushina participated in the task team for a period of time after graduation, but she showed a very strong talent and ability in sealing, and Sarutobi Hiruzen transferred her to the sealing class. This will not only be safe, but also bring out the best of Kushina's talents. In addition to the sealing class, Kushina also often goes to the enchantment class. Although staying in these two places can quickly increase Kushina's sealing skill level, the only downside is that there are no opportunities to accept tasks, resulting in very little income for Kushina. In addition, every time she met with Kahn, her small orange purse would be confiscated, which made Kushina have very little savings, so she had to use her free time to make some sealing scrolls for sale. Kushina. When Kushina finished her day's work and was about to go home, she heard that familiar voice on the road again. Namikaze Chunin, what's the matter? I don't have time to eat with you. Kushina said to Namikaze Minato with a blank face. She found out when she was reading a book some time ago that this guy actually planned to chase her according to the routine in the novel. It was so stupid. It's not about eating, I have something to tell you. Namikaze Minato waved his hand, and then said to Kushina with a serious expression, if possible, please stay away from the owner of the Kahn dessert shop in the future. Why? Before Namikaze Minato finished speaking, Kushina immediately asked furiously, who is this guy who wants to care who she is friends with? Miss Tsunade wouldn't say that about her. Because he is very dangerous. Accidents often happen around him, and he is not from Konoha village. If you are with him often. Because Umbu and Gen Mo were killed, Namikaze Minato can only try to talk about other dangers. Shut up. When Kushina spoke again, her eyes had turned into vertical pupils. Namikaze Minato's words reminded her of when she first came to Konoha. She was also excluded by the class because of her identity as a foreign villager. My business has nothing to do with you, so don't bother me in the future. Wait a minute, Kushina. Crash. Suddenly, 6 golden chains protruded from Kushina's back. When Namikaze Minato was surprised and had no time to dodge, they directly tied layers of diamond chains on his body. Flying Thunder God Chakra suppressed. Namikaze Minato was startled. He wanted to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, but after being bound by the gold chain, it seemed that even chakra couldn't condense. Snort. Although Kushina hated Namikaze Minato's words, but thinking of the ninja who is also Konoha, he didn't plan to do anything to him. He directly controlled the Vajra chain to throw Namikaze Minato away from the road behind him, and Namikaze Minato was thrown away by the Vajra chain. After rolling twice on the ground, he quickly adjusted his movements so as not to hit the wall. The Vajra chain was awakened by Kushina a long time ago, but it is rarely used in the village. Hey, what are you doing? Ninja fighting is forbidden in the village. On the other side, someone from the security team happened to see the scene where Namake's Minato was thrown away, so he hurried forward, preparing to bring the two back to the security team for punishment. But before Uchiha's ninjas approached, two Umbu ninjas appeared in front of the three guard ninjas in an instant, telling them that Umbu would take over this matter next. Although Uchiha's ninjas didn't understand, but Umbu is directly under Hokage, and the power in the village is indeed above the guard. After they indicated that they would take over, Uchiha's ninjas left here to patrol other places. The explosion last time caused many villagers to distrust the security team. Since then, the security team has extended the time of patrolling the village. Never mind. Two Umbu ninjas spoke in front of Kushina and Namake's Minato respectively, and then motioned for them to leave here. After both of them left, two Umbu ninjas followed Kushina, and the other left temporarily to report to Lord Hokage what happened just now matter. They are Umbus sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to protect Nine Tails Jinchuriki. In addition to protection, they also have to monitor what Kushina is doing every day. Because her relationship with Kahn is getting better and better, Sarutobi Hiruzen has to pay attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen is also a little embarrassed about this matter. He doesn't want to hand over Kushina to the root and let Danzo undergo harsh ninja training. He wants Kushina to establish a deep bond with the successor of Konoha Fire's will, which is beneficial to Nine Tails. Control. But things backfired, and one mistake caused more and more misunderstandings later. After returning to the Marvel world, Kahn took stock of what he had gained in the Hokage world. Sage mode and natural energy, this should be the biggest benefit he got. After returning, Kahn tried to absorb natural energy, and the result was very successful. There is also natural energy in the Marvel world. He can continuously absorb natural energy. Nirvana's ability to strengthen magic power. There is also the cultivation embryo of the fire dragon, but once this thing is cultivated, it will definitely attract the attention of various forces. Although he has established a cooperative relationship with General Ross, it is still very troublesome to deal with all the people who are greedy for fire dragons. In particular, Kahn has to travel to other worlds from time to time. As for the issue of the fire dragon mount, let him appear in the world after he grows stronger or cultivates a few loyal subordinates. Sealing spells and sealing techniques are the prerequisites for cultivating loyal subordinates. There are also 3 specific medicines. Kahn looked at the formula when he was in Ninja World. The ingredients are relatively common, but the ratio needs to be retested. It's not too long since I left. I'll go to the Biological Research Center first, and then go to the company and my house. I don't know what happened to Betty. Kahn planned the next itinerary in his mind. In addition to biopharmaceuticals, the whip from Moscow can also be recruited. It should be the most difficult time for the father and son now, because Anton Vank, the father of the whip, intends to make a fortune from their joint invention of the arc reactor. And Howard Stark was unwilling to do this, so he reported Anton Vank to the American government and expelled him from the United States. This also caused Anton Vank to be impoverished, so his health was extremely poor. Anton Vank is greedy for money, and he didn't have a few years to live at this time. If Kahn remembers correctly, Anton Vank should die around 2009. The most important reason why Ivan Vank took revenge on Tony Stark should be the death of Anton Vank. As long as Kahn saves the life of the old Russian Ross, there is a great possibility to gain 2 top physicists and mechanical engineers. If the arc reactor can be harvested, Kahn will be able to enter the new energy industry one step earlier than Stark. In addition, he also has his own military security group. The arc reactor is still somewhat restrained when used in clean energy, and it can only be used to its full potential when used in weapons. The value of. Then Kahn picked up the phone to contact Betty, who has not yet resigned as Kahn's personal assistant. Betty was on a date with Bruce Banner for lunch when Kahn called. She has a lot going on recently, which is a rare time for her to take a break. It's just that Betty often accepted Kahn's dinner invitation some time ago, and now thinking about it, Betty feels a little sorry for Bruce. She decided to get rid of the improper relationship with Kahn, and they will only be colleagues in the future. Bruce, lately. Sorry, maybe someone didn't know I was off today. The cell phone in Betty's bag suddenly rang. She took it out and saw the caller ID on it, and her heart skipped a beat. After saying sorry to Bruce, Betty still answered the phone. Now. Today is my day off. Do you know how busy I am this month? I don't need yours. Good thing, I am today, okay, I know. Hearing the content of Betty's call, Bruce suddenly felt that their date today might be ruined again. Sure enough, after hanging up the phone, Betty put the phone in the bag, and said to Bruce Banner with some embarrassment, Bruce, I'm sorry, there was a little accident today. I may have to go there. Bruce Banner persuaded a little unwillingly, Betty, we haven't had a good conversation for almost 3 months, and we haven't seen each other in the past month. I know, it's all my fault, sorry Bruce, but my B***************** D boss hasn't contacted me for more than a month, something has to be dealt with this time. After Betty Ross apologized, she picked up her purse and walked outside, I'm sorry, Bruce, let's make an appointment next time. Before leaving, Betty paid the bill, and then drove over to the place Kahn said. Bruce Banner in the advanced restaurant hadn't reacted after Betty left, and then drank the red wine in one gulp, and the food was gone. How to eat and leave. Dear Betty, why are you driving here, Paul? After seeing the person in the driver's seat, Kahn asked in surprise, no wonder it was a sports car instead of his armored car that was driving towards him. I think he should spend some time with his daughter, and do you know how difficult it is for me to take a day off? The office building, personnel recruitment, production expansion and your new home of the biopharmaceutical company are all handled by me alone. And my major in college is cell biology. After Kahn got in the car, Betty kept complaining about her difficulties until Kahn stuffed chocolate into her mouth, and Betty stopped complaining. She didn't feel repulsive about this move. After all, the two had been intimate several times. Although Betty decided to break off the relationship, it was difficult for her to make this decision after seeing Kahn. Kahn said comfortingly, I asked Laura to cooperate with you. The pharmaceutical wholesale trading company is gradually on the right track. Even if she leaves, the company can continue to operate. You will leave some management and expansion matters to Laura. Just need to deal with the communication with the military and my personal affairs. I don't want to deal with your personal affairs either. Betty Ross wanted to say this very much, but she didn't want to say it when the words came to her lips. Go to the Biological Research Center first or your new home. The southernmost tip of Brook Forest, if it's not a coincidence, you can buy this place near the sea, with a large area and no people around. Betty opened her mouth to introduce the fruits of her labor. Kahn had a lot of requirements, and it took her a long time to decide on Kahn's new home. Let's go to the Biological Research Center first. There are some things to deal with. As for the new home, I don't care much about where I live. It doesn't matter what you choose. Kahn paused at this point, then tilted his head and continued to ask, are there many people living there? You only need to buy 4 more manors, and you can take over the entire area, so that even if a neighbor comes to you, you have to drive a few kilometers to get to your door. It is very expensive, at least more than $100 million. Well, then please go to talk to them later. Now Kahn doesn't pay much attention to money. There are too many valuable things on him, and he will make a lot of money in the future, so it is not too much to improve the quality of life and privacy. Betty, your tone of voice was very angry just now, did you disturb your rest? You can rest for a few more days tomorrow. Forget it, it's nothing, it's just that lunch was interrupted. Well, I'll make it up for you tonight. The Biological Research Center, the security level of this area has been raised by 2 levels. After the establishment of Kahn's umbrella military security company, this is the first security target. The progress of the extremis virus is very smooth, and the recovery medicine for the treatment of severed limbs has entered the final stage of human experimentation. When Kahn was away, Betty would come to watch the progress every day. After all, she had to ensure that the transaction date to the military would not be delayed, otherwise it would affect the subsequent transactions. Although Maya and other researchers can guarantee that there is absolutely no problem with the recovery potion, the deal with the military must provide complete test data, otherwise they will not purchase it. The factory and production line for making this medicine are already in preparation. According to the time plan, the pharmaceutical factory can be fully established before the final data of the experiment comes out. Kahn is just going through the motions here, but today he came to the research center and received Killian's resignation letter. Originally, according to the contract, it is impossible to let him leave now. No research center will do this, and even if he leaves there are also various restrictions. But Killian had a strong desire to resign, so Kahn took a step back and let him stay at least another year. Killian also agreed, knowing that this was the best result, but when he left the office, Kahn took the opportunity to plant the chakra seal on Killian without him noticing. Unless someone sees Killian's back and reminds him, but the pattern of the curse seal is found, Killian will not understand the function of the curse seal. During this year, his mind of leaving will gradually change. However, as time goes by, Killian will become Kahn's most loyal subordinate. After killing Killian, Kahn went to gather Rice's research team and announced to them the news of the 3 specific drugs. After hearing what Kahn announced, not to mention Rice and his team members, even Betty Ross was very surprised. The 3 diseases of cancer, AIDS and uremia belong to the category of terminally ill all over the world, but Kahn came up with 3 specific medicines that can cure these incurable diseases at once. Everyone will feel incredible after hearing it. Gentlemen, this is our next research direction. We can skip the research and development stage and go directly to clinical trials and approval. What you have to do now is to research the finished product according to the formula I provided. Kahn ignored their doubts and directly arranged tasks as the boss. It took a few hours to arrange manpower, assign tasks, confirm the process, and most importantly, plant the chakra seal on the people in the Biological Research Center, and Kahn barely managed it. Recently, he may have to come to the Biological Research Center several times, because a lot of manpower needs to be expanded, otherwise, the group of Ellis will not be busy at all. It takes at least 10 years or even longer for a drug to go from project approval to marketing. However, Kahn can shorten the approval time by eliminating research and development and finding relationships, so that these 3 specific drugs can enter the marketing process within 2 to 3 years. This is not difficult for a person who knows magic, and this is not evil. The sooner the special medicine is released, the sooner it can save people. Where did you get the special medicine formula? This is really unbelievable. You were very confident just now, as if you would definitely succeed. After leaving the Biological Research Center, Betty Ross has been asking Kahn about the special medicine. As a cell biology major, she also understands that the reason why these 3 diseases are classified as terminally ill is that there is no cure. Is it the extremis virus? I found the inspiration from there. Kahn opened the car door first, interrupted Betty and said to her, "Dear Miss Betty, after a busy day, I don't really want to talk about work, unless it's dinner time or after dinner." Betty Ross paused after hearing this sentence. She didn't know what Kahn meant, but after seeing Kahn's handsome face for a long time, the anger at noon dissipated long ago. Then Betty Ross also opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. "Going to your new home?" "Of course, if people can live there." Add a little later, post at noon, "Today is too sleepy. Currently owes 6 more." In the morning, Kahn is woken up by sunlight streaming in through the window. After opening his eyes, Kahn looked at Betty Ross beside him. The woman's arm was pressing him all night. After removing it, Kahn got up and put on his clothes and looked at the curse pattern on the back of Betty's neck. The pattern of the curse seal will slowly disappear as the chakra weakens. If Kahn does not replenish it, the pattern of the curse seal will also become lighter when they are deeply affected by the curse seal chakra. Betty's body is the magic seal of chakra, which will not erode her body, but will bring benefits to Betty and increase her physical fitness. The floor in the bedroom was quite messy, and the scattered clothes showed the intensity of the battle last night. Kahn noticed that Betty hadn't woken up yet, so he tidied up the floor of the room with magic. The clothes are hung neatly on the hanger in an instant, and the stains on the carpet are also cleaned very clean. With the magic, Kahn didn't have to worry about the babysitter. Even if it was a villa, he could clean it up by himself. With his huge magic power, it couldn't be easier. Usually, it is enough to have a caregiver. Shaoqing is fine, but its growth rate is too fast. Even if Kahn buys all the houses in this area, there is a risk of exposure, so I plan to inject some of Shaoqing the genetic abilities of magical creatures. The genes of the invisible beast will do. Its fur can make its body disappear, even if a wizard encounters it, they may miss it. Moreover, Kahn is also near the sea. As long as it is invisible and sneaks into the sea, almost no one will be able to find it. After Kahn prepared a simple breakfast, Betty Ross woke up almost just in time. When she woke up, she was surprised to see the packed clothes and the smell coming from the downstairs. The rich man with a net worth of billions also cooks by himself. Not much. Kahn is a special case among her acquaintances. Do you need to find some nannies? You can't clean up such a big house by yourself. Sitting at the dining table, Betty picked up a sandwich with bacon, fried eggs and butter and ate it. She was too tired last night. Even though she drank some milk last night, she still needed to supplement her nutrition. No, I'm enough for me alone, and I'm asking you for the other 4 manors. I'm going to renovate this place after I buy it. Kahn said while serving Betty 2 more sandwiches. The portion might not be enough for her to eat. I'm almost becoming your personal butler, and what you promised last night has not been fulfilled. Betty was talking about special medicine. She felt cheated, she didn't know anything until now. And those 4 manors, if you buy them all, you still don't need a nanny and a housekeeper. That will exhaust you, and it's such a big place. Kahn shook his head and changed the subject. You'll know when the time comes. You can come and have a look if you don't worry, the room on the 2nd floor is always yours. Is it true that she gave in? She was willing to cooperate last night because she was curious about the special medicine rather than the pleasure of indulgence, otherwise she would not have come here. Betty Ross did not answer. She has her own boyfriend, an ideal person. I'm sorry for Bruce though. Betty, help me inquire about a person. The name should be Helen Zhao, Korean, maybe in Seoul or in the United States, and there is a place called Eugene Genetic Laboratory. There are still more than 10 years before the Age of Ultron. Kahn does not know how old Zhao Hailuan is. He may still be in school or has already entered the laboratory, but this does not prevent him from investing in advance. Nanotechnology is either Helen Zhao's personal research or Eugene's genetic laboratory. In short, Kahn will not let go of this technology. In a few days, I may have to go to Russia, and I will leave things here to you. You'd better stay longer, so that I can also have a chance to take a vacation. Betty rolled her eyes. The boss came back after disappearing for a while, as if it was to arrange things and sleep for her, then she was busy, and roughly estimated that it might take another month or 2 to relax down. If it goes on like this, she probably won't be able to see Bruce a few times. Maybe it would be good for both parties to calm down for a while, but why did she come up with such an idea? Betty Ross felt a little strange. She had only slept a few times and was about to forget her feelings for Bruce. Although that feeling is really good, especially the suffocation of singing Conquest. After dinner, Paul had been waiting for him at the gate of the manor house for a long time. Kahn didn't need Betty as a driver today, in every sense of the word. Yesterday, I made up the chakra seal for most of the people in the Biological Research Center. Today, Kahn is going to make up for Laura and the people of the Umbrella Military Security Company, and arrange their work by the way. The first batch of income from Extremis virus will not come in until 6 months at the earliest. Before that, Kahn's apparent expenses were provided by himself and the Pharmaceutical Wholesale Trade Company. Especially 2 companies, the Biological Research Center and Umbrella. Needless to say the former, Umbrella has also been developing rapidly recently, and there are many follow-up procurement plans for firearms, purchase of training grounds, armored vehicles and helicopters. Umbrella has more than 60 formal employees, among whom 7/3 are frontline mercenaries and support staff. This number is not small, but Kahn thinks it is far from enough, at least 200 or more, and when the number of security guards or mercenaries on the front line is 180, Kahn will consider the company's profitability. Before that, all the expenses of the umbrella military security company were supported by Kahn himself. Currently, his savings are not small and can last for more than a few years. Apart from protecting Kahn's biological research center, Umbrella does not have any business yet, so they only need to train every day is enough, but according to the current expansion rate, Umbrella Military Security Company will be able to receive the US government by next year or commissioned by other companies. Machinery manufacturing, biopharmaceuticals, military security, and new energy development are the 4 core industries under Kahn's name in the future. After all these are developed, he will be the most powerful giant on Earth, the Ambra of the Marvel World Pool. As for Laura's arrangement, it didn't take Kahn long. Although she has developed a pharmaceutical wholesale trading company well, her potential is far inferior to another company. After all, the latter has the technical support of an entire research team and has not yet established. At that time, he won an order from the military. It is still an order every year. This item alone has surpassed the pharmaceutical wholesale trading company. Laura once thought that the CEO of another biopharmaceutical company would be Betty. Although the company was recruited at the same time, the boss obviously preferred it. Betty Ross. So after hearing the good news, Laura almost thought it was an auditory hallucination. After she confirmed that it was not an auditory hallucination, Laura immediately agreed, especially since the CEO can know the project category of the Biological Research Center. Laura thinks there is nothing wrong with the choice. So Kahn asked Laura to hand over the formalities with Betty, and in the future, Betty will no longer handle management matters in person. Moscow. In a city almost covered in ice and snow, although the temperature here is low, it does not affect Kahn. His body seems to benefit from the genes of the phoenix and the fire dragon, and the whole person is like a moving furnace. Betty Ross told him that swallowing his milk is like drinking a glass of hot water. Before coming, Kahn had entrusted others to collect information about Anton Vank. Unexpectedly, it went extremely smoothly, and the entrusted party handed over the information on Anton Vank to Kahn not long after. Anton Vank is still quite famous. When he first returned to Moscow, he would be a little nervous. He often told others that Howard Stark had stolen his technology, and he didn't stop until he was old and frail. The place where Vank and his son lived was very dilapidated, almost equivalent to a slum in Moscow. Usually, Ivan Vank did some maintenance work to support the two of them. After driving to the dilapidated apartment where Vank and his son lived, Kahn asked others to wait for him downstairs, and he planned to go up alone. Even when he sleeps with a layer of armor spell on his body, Kahn doesn't think Vank and his son can hurt him. After Kahn went upstairs, before knocking on the door, he was stopped by a middle-aged man with scruffy clothes and appearance coming out of the next room. It was just Russian, which he could not understand. "I'm here to find your father." Kahn knew that Ivan Vank should be able to understand English, so after saying this, he directly opened the door of Anton Vank's room with an unlocking spell, and then walked in. After seeing this scene, Ivan Vank was anxious to step forward to stop him, but when he got close to Kahn, he was suddenly controlled by an invisible energy, and then followed Kahn, unable to move at all, to his father. In front of the bed. "Anton Vank? Your health doesn't seem to be very good. There seems to be more than one complication. According to the current situation, it is estimated that you will die in a few years. The medical environment in Moscow may not save you, even if you are sent to the United States, and no hospital can cure you. But you are lucky to meet me." Kahn found himself a stool while talking, and sat by Anton Vank's bed. Ivan Vank saw that Kahn did not harm his father, and he did not react too aggressively after he was able to move. "Talk to him in Ross. I don't understand Russian, but I know you can understand English, so I won't beat around the bush, Ivan Vanko." Kahn waved his finger at Ivan Vank, and used a healing spell on him. The effect was not very strong, but it only made his body parts healthier and restored some physical strength and spirit. "I know that you and Howard Stark jointly researched the arc reactor, and you are still in control of this technology, so I hope you join my company. I support all your research, and give you a healthy body, money and Howard's reputation. What do you think? Anton Wank suddenly sat up from the bed, and Ivan Wank who was on the side rushed forward to help him in surprise, but he suddenly found that his father's face seemed much healthier. Anton Wank felt his suddenly improved body, then looked at Kahn, and asked, money, fame. Do you want to buy the technology of the arc reactor? And you father and son are rare talents in this field. The follow-up upgrade of the arc reactor needs your technical support. How about it? Instead of dying here, why not return to the United States with me, as long as the arc reactor is carried forward? You can get back what you lost. Kahn continued to persuade. Anton Wank was not reconciled to Howard Stark's behavior at the time, and he was able to recover. He didn't doubt Kahn's words. His body suddenly improved and he regained some energy. It was definitely not due to the vodka. It was the handwriting of the person in front of me. And Anton Wank not only has to think about himself, but also his son. Ivan is a genius, he shouldn't have been wasting his talent in this dilapidated place like himself. I agree, Ivan, and I accept your invitation, and the arc reactor technology will also be sold to your company. Kahn smiled after hearing the words, then got up and said to Wank and his son, then let's go. This place is really a bit dilapidated. Your itinerary has been arranged. Don't worry, you won't be treated badly when you arrive in America. You can get a healthy body and the benefits of the arc reactor. Oh, my master, Phil has been worrying every day for such a long time. The master will definitely be fine, but Phil is not. As soon as Kahn came to the house in Diagon Alley, two elves, Phil and Isaac, surrounded him. Tears flowed as they said. If Kahn hadn't forbidden self-mutilation, they would definitely hit their heads against a pillar or a wall. Noodle. This has nothing to do with you, Phil. Isaac, go and make me a cup of coffee with more milk. Kahn felt helpless at the elf's slavishness, and had been trained too much. You can only arrange things for the elves to divert their attention. I will go now, my merciful master. After saying this, Phil immediately apparat and disappeared in front of Kahn's eyes. Although the kitchen could be reached within a few steps, it obviously couldn't make Kahn wait any longer. Isaac looked left and right, and after not finding the luggage that Kahn was carrying, he rubbed his hands and asked, Master, your clothes. Help me hang up. Of course, Isaac will clean it up again. Afterwards, Kahn went to the study. It has been almost a year now, and he needs to find out if there are any major events in the magic world during this year. However, Kahn did not completely let go of the development of the non-magic world, and separated 3 shadow clones to deal with the affairs there. Finance, and various industries. Before leaving, he found a manager. Phil took compound soup several times during the year, turned into Kahn's appearance, and went to get the quarterly financial statements. Hopefully, in this case, those managers are not too greedy, otherwise Kahn has a lot of magic he wants to try on people. At this stage, the magic world can bring more value to Kahn. The main purpose of his visit this time is to bring more flesh and blood of fire dragons and other magical creatures. If possible, Orochimaru even hopes that Kahn can bring him the dragon egg goes back. The last time Kahn brought back only a small part of the magical creatures, most of them were 1 star or 2 stars, and the only ones with 3 stars or more were fire dragons and phoenixes, and more magical creatures were newts. Commander, the danger of being banned from breeding exists, and ordinary wizards may die if they touch it rashly. Besides magical creatures, there is magic. He doesn't know some advanced magic and black magic at all, so he needs to find someone to teach him. Master, your coffee. Master, this is the daily profit since you left. One of Phil and Isaac served him coffee, and the other helped him move the daily profit, and then they stood by with nothing to do. Kahn waved his hand and let them leave the study directly. Then Kahn looked at the daily profit. There was a lot of nonsense on it, but very little that was really useful. He had to look through many copies to find any useful news. This is also the reason why the British magic community is not big, and about 40% of it is the Ministry of Magic is promoting its achievements. The only thing that impresses Kahn deeply is that the British Magic Circle and the European Magic Circle discuss the potion market. After a while, specific policies may be introduced, but the general content should be to allow European potions to enter the British market. Kahn saw this behind the news is the debate area, and many wizards support it. There are still too few potion masters in the British magic world. Horace and Snape are more famous on the surface. I am busy with the chief pharmacist of the Magic Injury Hospital, but this person is particularly famous in wound medicine and even potions that heal black magic damage, but he is weaker in other aspects. Few of the rest are more famous, and they are generally wizards who have passed the NEWTS exam. These people can be called magic pharmacists, but they are definitely not potion masters. You can let Guy Tell pay more attention to the news in this regard. If you can win the exclusive right to import potions in 1 or 2 countries, you will make a lot of money. Kahn took note of this matter, but then he turned to yesterday's Prophet's Daily Edition, and still did not wait for a specific announcement in this regard. After reading the Daily Prophet, it was already past lunch time, and he only ate a few pieces of chocolate cake halfway through, and Phil cried bitterly, because it made a large table of delicious food, but its owner didn't enjoy it. After reading the Daily Prophet, Kahn asked Phil and Isaac if he could learn the magic of elves. It stands to reason that his magic power also comes from magical creatures, and he doesn't even need a wand. But Phil taught him 6 or 7 times, and Kahn didn't even learn to apparate, and even according to Phil's method, he couldn't even use a little magic power, so Kahn gave up this idea and planned to send an invitation to the Daily Prophet advertise. After leaving the house, as long as you walk less than 100 meters, you will find his shop, but to Kahn's surprise, there should be a signboard for a grocery store, but there is a magic material signboard next to it. When Kahn pushed the door and went in, he knew what was going on with the signboard. After entering the door, there are piles of magic materials in front of you, even the shelves are full of magic materials, only half of the counter is filled with some potions. What do you want? Boss, you are finally back. When Guy Turtle saw that it was Kahn, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then waved his wand again, lifting the magic materials stuck on the counter into the air, and after she came out from the counter, he put the magic materials down again. If you read it correctly, it should be a kind of tree rhizome. Guy Turtle, what's going on here? Kahn asked curiously how the store has become like this in nearly a year. All of this was an accident, and I didn't expect the store to develop in the direction of a magic material store. Guy Turtle poured 2 cups of black tea, and then cleared out the chairs for entertaining guests, allowing Kahn to find a place to sit. Because boss, you need some magical creature materials. I bought a lot at the beginning, but some magical creature materials are not easy to preserve, and you haven't come back, so when those materials are about to lose their magical response, I will sell them. Out. Afterwards, many wizards were introduced by their friends, and they often choose to sell magic materials here. After listening to Kahn, he understood the development process of the shop. It was purely by mistake that Guy Terrence made a mistake. Because of his order, other wizards regarded this place as a shop for selling potion materials. It was originally a grocery store, but it has become a magic material purchase store. As for the potions in the half of the cabinet, it should be the last stubbornness of Guy Tell. Another slug pharmacy in Diagon Alley will not buy in large quantities, and Hogwarts itself is rich in potion ingredients. Although Guy Tell often sells some of them, there are still more and more potion ingredients in the store. Boss, this is my responsibility, I didn't think of it. Guy Turtle said guiltily that more than half of the shop's running galleons had been replaced with these magic materials. If they could sell all of them, they could earn thousands of galleons, but now it's hard to sell them. It's not your fault, Guy Tell, I just think the house is a bit cramped, if possible, by the 2 street-facing shops next to it. By the way, do all the fire dragon materials in Europe come from Romania? Kahn didn't care much about Geidel's loss of galleons, but asked a different question. Although Guy Tell didn't quite understand, he still replied, yes, sir, due to the danger of fire dragons, it is forbidden to keep these fire dragons personally. This is a law jointly formulated by several European ministries of magic. There is the largest dragon breeding in Europe field. That is to say, all the fire dragon flesh and blood materials circulating in the European magic world are supplied by Romania. Yes, boss, including dragon meat, but only a small number of people can get used to it. Kahn nodded, and said to Guy Tell, I will give you another galleon, you go and buy the 2 shops next to it, and then pack the potion ingredients in the shop according to the preparation ratio required for the finished potion. After finishing these, help me go to the Daily Prophet to post an employment statement, and invite a wizard to teach magic, and it must be strong. Is that all, boss? These are enough. I don't know if it will work. I have to ask an expert. After saying this, Kahn was about to get up and leave. He is not needed here now, but before leaving, Gaitel took out some of the more precious potion ingredients and let Kahn take them away. After Kahn went back, he found the letter from Newt's commander last time, which contained Newt's current address. He doesn't know anyone in the Romanian dragon training ground. The only person who knows and has a relationship with this place is Newt's commander. Although he only communicated with him in one letter, he can feel that he is a wizard who is easy to talk to. Soon, Kahn received a reply that Newt's commander lived not too far from London, and at Fukuru's speed, half a day was enough to fly back and forth. In the letter, Newt invited Kahn to have afternoon tea with him, and thanked him for his donation last time, and Newt said in the letter that he had given all the galleons to some of his friends, who had the same interests as him and still a busy wizard. After receiving Newt's reply, what Kahn thought was a little bit of success. If Newt can help, then his plan will go smoothly. If all goes well, then Kahn will become a magic material tycoon in Europe in the future. After dealing with Newt's matter, Kahn found the letter Hermione sent him. Since she didn't know where Kahn had gone, she had to send it to Phil in Diagon Alley. Although Kahn prepared Christmas presents before leaving, according to Phil, Hermione came to Diagon Alley during the Christmas holiday and was disappointed not to see her godfather, so she left after staying for a while. Kahn wrote a letter, compiled some knowledge in the United States, and then sent Fukuru to Hogwarts.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.